Now, I know I upload a lot of StarCraft 2 to this YouTube channel, and I can imagine not everybody watches every single one of my uploads. I mean, I know you do, but hypothetically speaking, I can imagine there are some people that don't. Just in case that happens, these are the very best games of StarCraft 2 played in 2026 so far at the professional level. Enjoy. The two very best players for their respective races are facing off against each other in a best-of-5 finals. Spawning right here in the bottom right-hand corner, playing in blue, playing with Protoss, we have none other than Hero. Spawning in the upper left with the red, well, SCVs and the Polar Bear and all the rest of it. I'm glad the Polar Bear is back. Remember the outrage in the YouTube comments section when Clem didn't... Why did the camera suddenly scroll to the right? When Clem did not have the Polar Bear on the main CC for a couple of casts. I'm very glad we've gone back to it. I think he may have played on another account for a moment, and it was just not the same. Yeah, the decals are apparently part of the player. Most of the time, actually, Hero has been playing with the Zest decal, spinning around on the main Nexus. I think that may be on the Korean server. Usually when we have Europe going up against Korea, we play on the American server, so both players have a similar amount of ping. So I would imagine this is probably their NA accounts. Meaning that it's equally unfair. Or equally fair for both of them. Now, this particular series is the finals of the Pegasaur Cup 63. It's a $400 near weekly tournament. Meaning that the winner of this series takes home $200. The loser gets 100, and I believe the third and the fourth place, I believe they get $50 each. Pretty neat little cup, though, and it is, of course, something that the top-level players participate in all the time. Hero trying to be a jerk with that probe. Softening up a bunch of the SCVs, hoping he can maybe trigger a few of the other SCVs to do a bit of damage output. Now he's going to continue being a prick by blocking the low-ground command center. In the meantime, on the other side of the map, we've got the Nexus coming up. Zealot first as well by Hero. Okay. You never really know what hero you're going to get. Sometimes he's just wild and very free-flowing, and it seems like that's where we're headed now. Lately, though, he's been playing a lot more what we consider to be conventional. Super aggressive with the probe. Zealot blindly is a little odd. Zealot blindly is nice if you expect that your opponent could be going for some sort of cheese. Otherwise, it's considered to be a wasted 100 minerals. Do we go for a second adept? We do. Waiting right now for the Reaper to come into the main base. Not the case. Clem has decided, though, that we are going to go for the bunker. Jimmy is already waiting to see if he can go inside of the bunker. But the Zealot is going to be joining that adept now, and it can definitely be a nuisance. Seeing the bunker, though, yeah. I wonder if that's just going to trigger a full-on retreat. Obviously, all these Terran units are ranged. The Zealot is not. Fun fact, actually, every single one of the Terran units, other than the SCV, is ranged. Yeah. Men with gun. Ooh, saving the SCV right here inside of the command center, popping it out on the safe side. We do get some nice target firing here by the both of them, but I do believe that Clem is going to be able to win this little skirmish. Second adept does show up. We can't go into the command center right now, unless you want to cancel the orbital, but that goes a bit far. Oh, we have Dark... Okay, Dark Shrine. Proxy Dark Shrine. That's the scouting probe, by the way. The jerk from the early game is back for more. Building all of the stuff now in the bottom left-hand corner. Yeah, it's hard to be a fan of StarCraft and not be a fan of Hero. Now, of course, normally, Dark Templar are not the common follow-up. The normal follow-up for Terran, or for Protoss against Terran, as we do get another SCV kill here, not too shabby. Finally, that worker goes down. The normal follow-up is Blink. This is Blink, but of course after the Dark Shrine. Proxy Gateway is going to allow Hero to get the speed warp in. So those Dark Templar are going to be riding across the map very quickly. How many scans will there be available for Clem? Clem does like opening up with a blind Raven. Not the case this time around. We do get a tech lab now. Double tech lab, but I think that's going to be for Stimpack and combat shields. And regardless, a Raven is not going to be done in time. Bring out the Invisible Man. There's only one of them, and he's hiding behind the line of sight of the Dark Shrine. Maybe, though, Clem is going to be able to pick up some information here. There's only one Dark Templar being warped in because of this. He expects Blink to be finished at this point in time. Not the case. In the meantime, the Hellions, ooh, doing a bit of a probe barbecue. The probes have been forced, though, but now the Dark Templar arrives on the other side. How many scans do we have? We have none. Raven now, though, about halfway finished. Clem realizing something is a little bit messy. Hellions, in the meantime, do get killed. Suddenly, there's indeed that invisible unit inside of the main. Raven is a permanent mobile detector, unless, of course, it gets killed. So I think this is still a pretty good situation here for Clem. Yeah, the fact that he actually went for the Raven, he expected, I think, that Blink was done on the other side of the map, and when he realized this wasn't, there's two options. Either your opponent is bad at the game, or they're spending their money elsewhere. And against Hero, yeah, when there's smoke, there's fire. It could really only be the Dark Templar follow-up, and even if it isn't, the Raven is still a nice unit to have. Okay, so where do we end up now? The main problem here for Protoss is that there is no third Nexus. Normally, Terran will go up against the Protoss on 3 bases at this point in time. Not the case at all. As a matter of fact, Hero is doubling down even more on 2 bases. Going into the Templar Archives, researching Charge right now on the back of this as well. Clem should fire up the combat shields. There it is. Yes, important not to forget. +1 infantry attacks needs to be fired up with the next 100 gas. But this leads to a very conventional follow-up right now for Clem. Whereas what Hero is doing here is a little bit out in the open. He's going to have a bunch of High Templar with Storm. And obviously they can deal a lot of damage. But it means that he is still indeed going to be in the driver's seat. Whereas Clem can just kind of chill. Now there is a chance that Clem is going to move out in a moment, right? So he may move out with Stimpack and combat shields done. If that's the case, he may run dead against Storm in the middle of the map. Interestingly enough, what Clem should do right here is nothing. Just keep sitting at home. And yeah, keep building up whatever you have already. Third Nexus does fire up eventually, though, for Hero. How many Templar do we have at the moment? He's waiting to see if the Raven comes across the map, but even the Raven has not been used aggressively. Third Command Center fires up. I think Clem is doing all the right things. It's easy to think, okay, I've just taken a bunch of damage from the Dark Templar. I need to go out into the map and do something. But I think time has taught here that you shouldn't. Especially for somebody like Clem, I think it's difficult for him to sit at home and do nothing. Clem always likes to be out on the map. It's the same with ByuN, you know? If ByuN has Medivacs, he's gonna be out on the map. But it's not always the right thing. Big Terran army now, though. +1 infantry attacks is not too far behind. And while he does need to be a little bit careful against the Psy Storms, we have 6 High Templar. 7 High Templar, even. It's 8 Zealots and 7 High Templar, pretty much is the entire army right now here for Hero, which is... I mean, unless you get the Storms of a lifetime, it's not ideal. Clem is paying attention. He's gonna see the first Templar, I think, on this ramp. Maybe on the other side of this. Oh, this could still work for Hero. I don't think it will, though. Nah. He did get the feedback surprise. Okay, fair enough. Oh, the High Templar. Okay, they get dived on. Zealots are gonna try and chase this Terran army down. Stimpack is already worn off. Siege Tank is gonna get saved. Nice movement right there by Clem, waiting until the last possible moment before picking it up. So many Templar, but just not that much of a buffer. Oy, oy, oy. I mean, it's still a bloodbath, though, on the side of the Terran here. Not too shabby. Third Command Center, in the meantime, is flown on down to the low ground. Third Nexus here for Protoss. Up and running for some time already. Clem did overmake SCVs on 2 bases, so he could transfer them straight to the third. This is still scary, though, here. Hero's army is surprisingly big. Zealots are just not an easy unit to play against. SCVs are going to get sliced up in that mineral line here if Clem doesn't run them. Oh, I wouldn't mind seeing a storm onto the mineral line itself, to be honest, even though it's going to probably clip some of the Zealots. Yeah, there we go. So much damage is being done. Okay. In the meantime, the Archons are added into the mix. That's the High Templar that ran out of energy. Clem is going to try and see if he can potentially capitalize on this. Ooh, considering slicing that army's retreat path in half, but he didn't really want to fight it. Unloading against charge slots and Archons. Very sketchy. And this is now turning into a nice little macro game. Hero's economy is significantly better now than Clem's. Clem's army, though, is still massive. Free High Templar in the middle of the map. Clem's Medevacs got feedbacked, right? A while ago. They got fat back. I think that should be... Ooh, that should be the past tense. And it means that Clem does not get a lot of healing out of those units right now. All of his troops are low HP. And I think it's probably time to go home. He is going to get some High Templar and an Archon for his trouble still. Oh, this is so much damage, though, done by Hero. He shows up with reinforcements. Normally, while this is happening, the Medevacs are healing, but these Medevacs have just not had any energy. The feedback's right there from Hero earlier, turning out to be very nice. The transition is double Colossus right now. Clem is finally getting the Ghosts up and running. Not a bad idea. The problem is, are they not just a little bit too late? I mean, they're always going to be handy. This is a good counterattack, though, here by Clem. I think this 4th Nexus is actually in trouble. A lot of reinforcing Terran units also do show up. We get some nice stutter step micro. Enough Zealots, I think, to keep this still at bay. There's another storm. Getting a good bit of damage in. Okay. 4th Command Center in the meantime for Clem. Clem not really remaking a lot of the lost workers. So he did lose 28 of those bad boys. Hero now up to 76. Despite losing 11. I like the income here better. And this is a beautiful series so far. You can tell that these guys are just super evenly matched. Not really running into any real problems. Now that is a ambitious Nexus in the far top right. Not gonna happen. No cancel. 400 minerals down the drain. Colossi don't have their ranged upgrade just yet, by the way. And yeah, Clem, he is not prepared for the Colossi whatsoever. The Zealots charge at that army. GG gets cold. It is Hero who wins game number 1. Next up, we find ourselves on the map Mothership. With the good old guitar solo in the background. That's a beautiful song. Oh no. Are we gonna do what I think we're going to do? So this was supposed to be an early game probe scout. This worker went to the top left-hand corner first, didn't find the Terran. Clem. I feel like Clem hates playing against Hero so much. They face off against each other all the time, and obviously you get tested, right? But you don't really get tested in like the mechanical sense. You get tested mentally quite a lot. And Hero has gotta be exhausting to play against. The scouting worker turns out to be the cheeser. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of people out there that enjoy playing against Hero. It's not such a bad idea. Hero probably loves it, though. Yep, proxy gate. Good old proxy gate. Now, Clem hasn't seen that there is indeed a chrono boost here happening on the Cybercore. So this is just going to be gateways. Triple gateway. Not quite all in, but certainly, let's call it dedicated pressure. That's what Blizzard always called it. Whenever Blizzard wrote a blog post about StarCraft 2 back in the day, rather than calling anything cheese, they called it dedicated pressure. Which apparently is the politically correct term to use instead of cheese. Anyways. This is still nice though here for Clem, getting a good bit of damage done. Six probes and more are falling as we have the next wave of Terran units showing up. Clem, okay, he was supposed to be the bullied, but he became the bullier. Or the bully. If only there was a word for that. The bully. And this is a lot of workers, man. 13 probes. Now, in the meantime, we did get a warp in on the other side of the map. Stalkers are starting to be a bit of a nuisance here, but I really love the Widow Mine. The Widow Mine cutting off the retreat. Do you bring a probe? Oh, we do bring a probe. This is Probius ready to valiantly sacrifice himself for the greater good. Pay your respects to Probius by hitting the like button below the video. Pay your respects to Probius. Amazing. Okay, he's already dead. Never mind. Stalkers are going to be able to break through. Widow Mines are annoying, but now there's a siege tank, which may be even more so. Yeah. I think this works out for Clem in the end. Clem did deal a lot more damage on the other side. And while this is all annoying, the siege tank makes it so difficult now for Protoss really to continue. Yeah, you don't want to let those adepts in. Second siege tank out. Siege tank over here. Okay, does take critical amounts of damage. Nice retargeting, though, by the Terran. Gotta be careful you don't accidentally blast your own SCVs out, but... Yet again, a very bloody game between these two. Look at Hero go. He actually sent in more adepts, and he's actually poking so many SCVs here as well. There's a surprising amount of workers falling after I thought that this was pretty much held. Recall? Do we recall? Nah, he's thinking about it, but I think it's too late now. We get one more worker. Yeah, okay. So, as the dust settles... Okay, these adepts are an overextension. As the dust settles, both players have lost a similar amount of workers. Hero, however, did lose a lot more resources in total. But you know what you can do to fix that problem? Dark Shrine! Yeah, of course you go Dark Shrine. Seriously, imagine making your way through the tournament bracket. You get to the grand finals, you're like, okay, let's go, right? Like, this is every day for Clem. And then you see your opponent is Hero. He's gotta hate it so much. Clem is known to be a bit of a rager from time to time. Now, he does see the Dark Shrine, so that's nice. But it's gotta be the absolute worst guy to see on the other end of the bracket. Stalkers are gonna be able to finish the job here. The Marines on the other side of the force field line. Yeah, they're gonna get all sniped. What about the Dark Templar? Do we even go for them? I mean, they've been spotted. Okay. No third command center yet. No third Nexus. Although I think the Nexus, there it is indeed going to start. And I still like this position here quite a lot for Clem. I think this is fine. One Dark Templar is just gonna poke in. It's like, hey, haha, chase me. Haha, come chase me. Haha. It worked. Run. I love hero games. Very strong little brother energy. I don't know if he is the, I don't know if he has any siblings, but as a fellow little brother myself, I think, yeah, probably. By the way, you know what you need to do when your Dark Templar opener has been spotted? You double down and go Shadow Stride. Naturally, that's what you do. Okay, well, ultimately, he did die. Dark Command Center, by the way, was fired up during all of this. Yeah, and if you look at this game objectively, it's actually really good for Clem. Similar to the previous one, but even, yeah, to a further extent, right? Obviously, he ended up losing the previous game in the end. That was a quick Storm follow-up. Storm is always annoying. No Storm to worry about, though, this time around. And Jimmy is going to confirm. Shout out to Jimmy. Just like Probius, he sacrifices himself for the greater good. Oh, Jimmy has got a face. Look at that. That's crazy. Face reveal for Jimmy. In the meantime, though, the Dark Templar gets into the main base, and it is going to start slicing up the workers. A good bit of damage done as well. We have one other Dark Templar here in the middle. Oh, we pull the SCVs, but how many scans do we have, Clem? Okay, Clem still has 2 scans. But that's one. This is not usually what you do against a Dark Templar push, because obviously, in the meantime, right, this is so much damage dealt. You just send in Dark Templar one at a time, and the scans are going to be used up. Still, though, the Terran SCVs here are, well, tanking a bulk of the damage. And this is a super scary Terran army. I think Clem has had enough. And rightfully so. GD does get cold, but that was on a razor's edge, still at the very end. Okay, with the score all tied up, we find ourselves on the map a White Rabbit. Let me move it up to the regular game speed. There we go. I was wondering why that probe was moving so slowly. Command center goes up on the low ground. And in the meantime, on the other side of the map, everything's very normal. No proxy pylons. No shenanigans just yet right here for Hero. You know what? The age-old rule, right? In StarCraft 2, when you see your opponent doing something stupid, just go kill him. It still works. I mean, Clem had to think and sit there for a while, and then he realized, wait a second, what if I just pull the boys and we go? It feels really weird though, and that's why I was a little bit hesitant when he first pulled it, because if you're only a handful of command centers, you have a few scans available. The only thing that can really... Yeah, it's annoying when like one Dark Templar gets warped in at a time, but really the only thing that can stop you there is some form of splash damage. And Jimmy confirmed that there was no splash damage, right? We saw the Marine Scout going into the main base. It was checking, is there a Templar Archives? No. Is there a Robo Bay? Also no. So if there's no form of splash, maybe just pull the boys, save up that energy in the orbital commands, try to get the job done. Usually a bad idea against the Dark Templar build, because they're just going to warp in a couple Dark Templar here, a couple Dark Templar there, and without a Raven, you can't really deal with it very well. But Clem executed that to perfection. Twilight Council. I was just going to say, do we just go normal Blink first this time around? No. No, of course we don't. Why make Blink Stalkers when you could not make Blink Stalkers? Instead, we go into good old charge slots. Fair enough. Clem is going to go into the much more conventional follow-up, and of course, this is one of the great frustrations that Terran players deal with. Protoss seems to have so many different mid-game options. So many early-game transitions, and while Terran can make a wide variety of units early on, it all leads to this, right? We're going to go into Stimpack, we're going to go into Combat Shields, we're going to go into a Dark Shrine yet again. Ay, 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 ay. This is charge slots into... sure, why not? Forge. I'm assuming we will get Blink at some point in time, but... So what can you do here as a Terran to hard counter this, right? What can you really do to deal with this really well? There's a bunch of stuff. For example, Cloak Banshees. What in the world does Hero have here against Cloak Banshees? Spoiler alert, nothing. Absolutely nothing. No defense whatsoever. No detection. Not even any real anti-air. I mean, we have a couple Stalkers, but the Stalkers are not going to be able to really chase down a bunch of... You'd be in so much trouble. I think it's one of the issues, though, with, well, Terran in general, but also with the way that Clem likes to play. It's pretty predictable. Like, Terran in general is predictable in this matchup. there's only so many options you really have. But Clem pretty much always goes for the stock standard approach. And while this is a triple Rex opener, a little bit different than what we've been seeing so far, it's by no means crazy, right? It's not really something that Hero is gonna be, well, surprised by. Yet again, we go for Shadow Stride Research. More Dark Templar. Charge is already done. The Invisible Men are out on the map. There they go. They have to make the long trek straight across. Not such a bad idea, though. There we go. Start slicing. That's one scan down. Clem has got to be wondering now. Okay, do we go back home? He was pulling the boys. Oh, no. Clem needs to go all the way back. He does make the executive call, though, to just call it quits. I think it's the right move in the end. Because Dark Templar really are strong here. It's 2 CC. You're going to have like 1 scan available. Maybe 2 at most. You're not going to be able to stop Dark Templar. And in the meantime, Hero goes for a 4th Nexus. Now we're talking 4 Nexus Protoss against 2 base Terran. This is Zealots into just Dark Templar? Really? If this 4th Nexus somehow lives, Clem is in a world of trouble. Invisible Men used here as well for the base defense. Not too shabby. Man, I've seen some games similar to this from Hero lately, or recently rather, where he did very similar things yet again. Technically, it has a lot of weaknesses, but his opponents rarely seem to really keep him honest. Okay, well, ultimately, this 4th Nexus is going to fall. But we still end up with a really good 3-base eco versus 2-base Terran. 4th Nexus just restarts again. Under the vision of the Terran. Actually, just barely outside of it. Some Dark Templar are slicing away whatever they can hit on top of the high ground. What a gamer. What an absolute gamer. Yeah, and this is entering the territory where you pick up your mouse and you fling it through the room. The stakes aren't that high for these players, I suppose. I mean, there's money on the line, but both of them have done well for themselves financially over the years. Clem actually switched back to using a wired mouse. I wonder if... I don't know if he's still using it. I know he switches his hardware quite a lot, but maybe the wired mouse is beneficial here. Can't fling it as far. Now the Zealots get into the base. GG gets called. Wow, Hero gets the job done again. Alrighty, game number 4. We find ourselves on Winter Madness. And yet again, Hero starts this game off with a straight Worker Scout. The game begins, we make a starting probe, then we send one of those bad boys straight across the map. The bullying begins early. Now, will Clem stand up to his bully? That's the question. Because so far, kind of feels like he's been handing over his lunch money a little too easily. Hero cutting corners left, right, and center. And somehow never getting caught for it. Now, sometimes we do see series, of course, where Hero does get countered every step along the way. I mean, the games that he played at the 2025 World Cup come to mind, where he played some really strong StarCraft across the board, but in some of the games, his opponents just figured it out perfectly. And when he gets countered like that, the games look foolish. Like, you wonder to yourself, what in the world is Hero even trying to do? How in the world would this ever work? But then you have series like this, where it just seems to work repeatedly over and over and over again, and Hero kind of looks untouchable. Who did Hero play against again in the EWC? There was that game he played on Persephone with the proxy Stargate, where he tried to go Tempest proxy on the other side of the map, and Zork was not having it at all. Was that Serral? Was it Serral? The games are a while ago at this point already. But what I'm trying to say is that when the shenanigans doesn't work, it does just straight up look like an absolute clown show. It just doesn't look impressive whatsoever. Twilight Council. On the back it is again for Hero. Now, will we go for a Dark Shrine again? We have seen Dark Shrines 3 out of 3 games so far. Is it going to be Blink? Is it going to be Charge? It's Blink! What? Conventional StarCraft? Safety shield battery? I think this is still actually, though, Hero playing it very smartly. Because what are the odds now that Clem is gonna try and counter you? Already, we've got a bunch of Reapers here together with a Hellion. Not ideal against this type of Stalker start at all. You can see that Clem just got reverse Uno'd here. Just a few Stalkers saying, no you. And that was about the entire defense. We have a Widowmine drop on the back of this as well. Clem trying to take control of the pace. This is not too shabby though. But it does look like a much more normal macro game. Triple gateway into a third base. What are you gonna build? No, you're just gonna go into the gas. Here's the Widowmine drop. Clem is really good at these, by the way. He doesn't play it that much anymore these days. Yeah, this is much better already. Here comes the rest of the Terran army trying to sneak into the main. Yep. Around the corner we go. The Jetpack Raiders. They're too cool for ramps. And this is nice right here by Clem, right? I mean, these units are going to get cornered. They're not going to go home. I'm assuming they knew of that before they made the commitment. But that is 9, now 10 probes dying in total. Okay. Terran can breathe again. That's nice. There will be a counterattack with Stalkers. But it's a late third Nexus. The Protoss economy is not amazing. And while this is always scary... No, we pulled a boys? Really, Clem? Oh, that seems a little risky. Aggressive blink forward, though, here by Hero. Pulling the boys here may have just been the right call again, just like in game number 2. They're tanking so much of the damage, and they're making it difficult here for Hero to really get proper micro done. That blink forward was kind of insane. Hero oozing confidence, but I wonder if he's going to pay the price. Do we pull the boys again? I wonder if we can continue with it. Stimpack is only seconds away from done now. New siege tank. Ferried out of the main base. Observer is going to scout right here for Hero. That indeed the reinforcements are going, and that includes the boys. Okay. Hero wanted to wrestle in the mud. Turns out he's going to get a wrestling match. These Stalkers are still here hanging out. Killing a bunch of units, but what about the main fight? Interestingly enough, the SCVs are now so far behind all of this that I wonder if it's still worth pulling them at all. Clem decides to double down. Immortal is available though, and there is a shield battery. Now the workers need to be pulled for Hero too. Immortal tried to retarget onto the siege tank. Did get the job done, but only for one shot, as the entirety of the Terran army also retargeted here. SCVs have now finally made their way in. The Stalkers have made their way back home. An absolute mess, but it's a hold for Hero. Yeah. So, 25 probes down, 17 SCVs gone. Keep in mind, though, that Hero is on 2 bases. Normally, whenever we see this situation, Protoss is on 3 base. If there was indeed a third Nexus on the back of this, I would love this spot for Hero. Right now, not so much. 2 base versus 2 base, similar work account. Terran will pretty much always trade more cost effectively. I don't hate it. Templar Archives coming up yet again. This worked out, of course, in one of the previous games already. Map number 1, if I'm not mistaken. Observer is going to get sniped here. Stalker's on the high ground. There's a clear indicator something is providing vision. There was no prism. No observer. Or no hallucinated phoenix, rather. So it was really the only way to get that vision. Stalkers do not quite see the medevac moving out. Prism, though, is thinking about moving in. Both players want to move into each other's main base. Storm, by the way, starts up again. Stalkers on load. Siege tank in the back of the natural. Yeah, getting a good hit in. Good pickup there as well. What about the Marine over here? Ooh, this is nice. One of the Immortals not living up to its name. It did retarget onto the Marauder, but that's not good enough. Now it means that the third Nexus is in trouble too. Clem getting a bit of a freebie there. Not bad. Pylon is going to get targeted down. Stalker goes down too. We head into the main. Do we pull the boys again? I mean, honestly, we could. Clem decides not to. The main problem is that the next source of splash, right, is soon available. Hero's not even bothering chronoing it out. Kinda crazy to me. It really is pivotal to the defense. He's got 5 High Templar. Storm is indeed going to finish up. No reason to panic. No reason to chrono. He's going to test right now, though. If he can indeed get the Storm down, and he gets it, but a little later than you ideally wanted to. Slight bit of panic there on the side of the Protoss. The Widowmine field is being set up, making it difficult for Protoss to blink forward, for any charge slots to charge in. I think Clem has Protoss exactly where he wants them. Yep, this third Nexus is going to fall. No additional command center, though, here for Terran. Oh, he moves in. I don't think we need to move through. No, I think we back up. No additional command center here for the Terran player. Instead, he decided to double down on the aggression by making additional barracks. Kinda crazy. Ghost production, by the way, has begun. There is that third base. He didn't make it, but it's only just now heading down to the low ground. Yeah, this is great here for Clem. Buying time here is all he really needs to do. There's one more Storm available, I think. Yeah, there is. Another Immortal is going to pay the price. Another Templar as well. Well, it looks like the Immortal lives for now. New Nexus, by the way, started up a little bit south of here. High Templar get EMP'd. And while Clem is bleeding out a lot of units, he is getting the heavy hitters from the Protoss taken care of. Just rallying more and more troops across the middle of the map. Man, why won't this Protoss player just die? Heroes units really do seem insanely resilient. Clem has got the third base up and running, though. Orbital Command finally started up. He did not even bother making any add-ons here. That's usually the indicator that you want this game to be done. You want it to get over with ASAP. Need to be careful that you don't overextend. He decides to try a different angle. We'll now see indeed that the Nexus is coming up. EMPs need to be landed properly onto the Templar. Ooh, careful. Widowmines, not too shabby. Feedbacks, okay, not too bad either. Yeah, and despite the fact that Hero has been behind in supply for a long time, he's really getting some proper value out of his army. You know what's missing in this game? Dark Templar, clearly. Stim gets activated again. I don't think you can go through the choke point. Okay. Immortal production, still very good. The Immortals, together with the Archons, against the against the Marauders and the Ghost here, not too shabby. Neither player, though, brave enough to really tech up. We got a fourth command center here for Clem. Clem really would like to see if he can get a denial on the third Nexus, but it looks like we have to give up on that plan. Medevac drop in the natural expansion. Main army here of the Terran is moving around the site. This is a good snipe still for Clem. Yeah, of course, Terran always wants to be on even basis, and right now we're in a scenario where not only does he have the bigger army, he also is going to be a base up, which is massive. Action is on Hero. But so far, Clem does not really give him a lot of wiggle room. Medevac drop from the main base has arrived over here now. These are well upgraded Marines. At least they've got Stimpack and combat shields. Now they're being left behind as they target down as many of the boys as they can. Here's the counterattack, though. Some nice storms do fall, but they also hit some of the zealots. Here's the rest of the Terran army moving in around the site. This is the main army that was out on the map. Some big EMPs as well. Soften up the vast majority of the Protoss units, and I think that this is going to be enough here for Clem. Reinforcing units are going to join up with the main army now. This Immortal will not be living up to its name. The Vikings are up in the air to deal with any potential Colossus transition, but they are not even a thing. May have to just lend those. Get them out of here. Hero's gonna stay in this game for a little bit longer, but I don't really see a way out of this ever again. Fourth Command Center, by the way, is now landed over on the left side. Speaking of landing, the Vikings decide to join in, and there it is. We are going to game number 5. Final game of this series is going to be on the map Tourmaline. Clem has decided that he enjoys not being bullied. He started this game off with a proxy engineering bay blocking the natural expansion, forcing Hero to go for what is normally even the 4th base out on the map. This is not the 3rd. Normally Protoss makes the 3rd over here. Sometimes out front. This is the 4th/5th base of Protoss as his very first expansion. Clem cancels the engineering bay. I think this is smart. Right from the get-go, this is going to force Hero to, at the very least, slow down a little bit. Right from the get-go, it's going to make the base defense a whole lot harder. Command Center does begin as well inside of the main base, and of course, that's the reason, right, why these engineering bay blocks are something that Terran players are hesitant about. It's nice because you block your opponent's natural. You slow down their first expansion, but likewise, you also have to spend minerals yourself, so you slow down your own first expansion. I think against Hero, though, it's beneficial. Don't let him get into the groove too much. Stand up to your bullies. I think. Or something like that. I don't know. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener for Hero. Bully your bullies. That's right. The best way to fight a fire is with fire. Everybody knows that. If your lunch money gets stolen all the time, steal theirs. I think I'm onto something here. We don't even do lunch money in the Netherlands, actually. I've only ever seen that in American movies. You know what Dutch people do? We bring sandwiches to school. The cheese sandwich stereotype is 100% true. No paid for lunches over here. You can actually, like in high school, you could buy lunch, but nobody really did. Everybody just brought sandwiches. There was like a canteen, I suppose, but nobody... That was mostly for junk food. I don't really know what that's like anymore these days, though. They sold a lot of junk food when I was in high school. I highly doubt that they still do, but who knows. All right, it's going to be a Raven here for Clem. So Clem decided to go for the NG Bay block and then straight into a Raven this time around. He does not want to have to deal with any Dark Templar yet again. An additional barracks up inside of the main base. You can also use the Raven aggressively. I actually used to go home during high school, during lunchtime. So my lunch break in high school was like 50 minutes, and I lived like 10 minutes from school. I've mentioned this before, but what I would do, I would min-max RuneScape time, right? Because I played a lot of RuneScape. I figured if I go home really fast, I could play like half an hour of RuneScape. It was perfect. It was really good. Got so much XP in, baby. Yeah, I may have had problems. Anyways, Adepts do shade in. We have a bunker at the front. A lot of stalkers available. Blink, of course, was already researched. What about the Raven inside of the main base? Well, it's not micro towards the corner. SCV's pulled here, though. Blink towards the low ground is indeed nice. This Raven, can we get it done? Not quite. He did have a Blink available, but he did not use it. Probably preoccupied at the front line. Templar Archives on the back of this for Hero, who is likely going to be making this Nexus here in the natural expansion in just a moment. Still continues onwards over here, but I think the siege tank has got that Stimpeg research nice and protected. Okay. Charge on the back of this together with Storm. Fair enough. Just trying to get whatever value. Moving around the side, picking up the units. When you have the micro and you have the APM, you may as well. So there's indeed the third Nexus now for Hero. Building it in the natural. Third command center in the meantime also starts up. So not a bad spot here for Clem at all. Terran does kind of function like a punching bag in the early days. Or the early game, rather. The early days of a TVP. Okay. So, Hero actually setting himself up for... And I'm almost afraid to say this, but... He's settling in to what looks like, it appears to be, a macro game. Huh? We get Storm, but no real crazy aggressive intentions. We get Charge, but I think it's mostly just here to stop any sort of real Terran attacks. We get a nice and quick, what looks like a fourth Nexus here in just a moment. Storm drops. Ooh, not too shabby. 6 SCVs end up going down. Quick reaction by Clem, but these units, actually 8 SCVs go down. These units just deal so much damage in a short amount of time. It's one of the reasons why having some vision out on the map in the most likely path that those prisms will travel is very handy. Ghost Academy on the back of this. I don't think Clem can fight this right now. Ooh, can we? He sieges up the tanks. I don't think this is a great position here, but it still works out for Clem, just barely. The fact that he sieged up those tanks in time was big. What we're really doing, though, is trading out the army units. And that is, again, an indicator that we are playing a macro game. Third command center needs to fly on over to the low ground here in a moment. And I'm assuming the Nexus will indeed be fired up now sooner rather than later. Hero thinking about breaking open this base? I don't think so. I don't think so, Hero. Ooh, that's going to be pricey. We do get a decent Storm, I suppose, but... Those tanks are having a grand old time. The tank's really the MVPs of the army so far. Little Marine run by. Jimmy and the boys. Jimmy. Damn. The boys did not like Jimmy very much. They left him behind to be sliced up by a man with swords for hands. Sad days. Second Robo here together with a Robo Bay. Yeah, Hero apparently not going for the fourth Nexus at all. He could have made it several times already. A little indecisive, maybe. Now he fires it up. I'm not sure why Hero has got so much money in the bank. What went wrong here? Did he just not have any supply available here for a while? Yeah, I guess. A little weird. Anyways. Third command center is now safe onto the low ground. Why I say safe. Hero disagrees with me. There is another counterattack imminent. There is Storm available, but you can't unload inside of the dead space. Storm over here. No, feedback's over there. Okay, not too shabby. The extended thermal lens coming up here for Hero. He did make a second Robo, but he's not using it for anything. Just using the original one to pump out one Colossus. And I feel like this is where Hero can kind of miss out a little bit, right? So obviously we haven't really had any big macro games so far in this series, but Clem is just cleaner in the macro games across the board. You wouldn't really catch Clem hitting multiple supply blocks. Look at this again, another big one. You wouldn't catch Clem having a second robo facility that is not doing anything ever since it was produced for minutes. Clem's mechanics are rock solid. And it is something that Hero, can sometimes struggle with. It's the inconsistency, right? That's mostly the issue, I guess, for Hero. He can do it. I've seen him do it many times, but sometimes he seems to have like a negative spiral of macro somehow. When one supply block leads to the next supply block. That is something that Max Specs, for example, is usually better at. It's something that Classic is usually better at as well. That's not to say that they are better late game players in the first place, but Hero usually does rely on his tricks quite a lot. And it worked out really nicely for him so far in this series, but in these last few games, Clem seems to have his number. Clem trying to activate the snowball again, right? Trying to create a avalanche of Terran here. He does really enjoy that momentum-heavy playstyle where he keeps rolling, rolling, rolling. Needs to be careful, though, that he doesn't get too committed to the aggression. But at this point, Terran is pretty much maxed. I wouldn't mind having... okay, I was going to say a second engineering bay. He does have it, and he does fire it up. Ooh, storm over on the right side of the map. One of the medevacs does go down. There's a crashed mothership, by the way. That's a big mothership, isn't it? How have I never noticed this before on Tourmaline? Has this always been here? Must be. Oh, there's another one down south as well. What in the world? That's a huge mama ship. They say it's not the size of the mama ship that matters, but I disagree, dude. Bigger is better. Anyways, Hero moving through. Planetary Fortress, though, and there is an awful lot of Terra nearby. Storm onto the siege tanks. Vikings up in the air trying to target down the Colossi. The base does fall, but at what cost? So many Protoss units will pay the price, and I think Clem is going to try and counterattack immediately. Does Clem have a backup command center? No, he does not. Not yet. Do we not commit more to a counterattack? I think we are. He's just taking a moment here to breathe and let the medevacs heal. Hero, though, yet again, forcing his opponent to get something done. Drop over on the right side of the map, yet again, very efficient. My concern right now, though, for Clem is that his additional bases are super slow. If Hero can actually sit on 5 Nexus for a while, the units that he just threw away trying to get that fight done, look at the nosedive here, he's going to be able to catch up just fine. It is kind of beautiful, isn't it? It's a literal flying city. Do you think it's fun to space around on a mothership? Probably. I think that's the verb you need to use, right? Spacing around. Stalker push over on the right side, though. Decides to move in. No apparent reason, really, for this. Maybe Hero wants to get rid of some of the supply so he can remax with better units, but seems a little unnecessary. He's got 86 probes. Oof. So expensive. I mean, yeah, he's killing some SCVs, but I don't think Clem really cares that much. A 6th base, by the way. Starts up here for Hero yet again. We have a 5th command center here too, but I mean, Clem finally is going to be able to continue money or mining here and try to get some more money here in this game. Army size, though, the Terran units still need to be respected. Cloak activated. We're going to go for some snipies. That's a few of the High Templar falling. Immediate counterattack yet again. Immediate retaliation here from Clem. He notices that there's not a lot of splash damage if there's no High Templar in the mix. I mean, the Colossi are, I guess, very scary. But they do need a bit of a buffer in front of themselves. Medevac drop. Well, flying in formation towards the right side of the map. We get that V shape on the minimap. Planetary Fortress in the middle now. Yet again. Can you jump this, hero? You've done it once before. The majority of the Terran units seem to be loaded into the Medivacs, and they're going to be committing to the counter here. Recall. Oh no, what are we recalling? That's so dangerous. It's the Colossus mostly. I wonder if we fight this. Do we not? I guess he's worried for the reinforcement showing up. Okay, tap the Nexus, go home. Fair enough. It's so dangerous to recall Colossi, because you never know where they're going to appear again after the recall completes, right? If you have 3 Colossi out here and 2 Immortals in the back, yeah, everything is gonna die. Counterattack here yet again. Hero gets everything in one big ball here in the middle of the map, but Clem likewise also has the units in place. Good blink there, preventing the Vikings from moving forward and sniping the Colossus. New command center over here as well on the left. Hero yet again starts up the base over here on the far right. All the army units, though, are condensed right over here in the middle, and that planetary fortress is lovely to have. Clem keeps falling back to it. We have an extra starport added into the mix now. That is starport number 3. Oh, are we fighting this? Are we fighting this? Mass repair is nice. Clem would like to go into Liberators. I wonder if Hero is thinking about potentially going Skytles, but it doesn't feel like a game where he can really reliably pull that transition off. I highly doubt that Clem is going to give him the time of day to be able to make the Mama ship, get the Tempest production rolling. The problem is if you don't here as Hero, the late game Terran army is exceptionally dangerous. He's mass expending because of it. This is indicative of him not wanting to go into any sort of Skytles. Instead, Hero wants to like play like a Zerg. Look at him. He just took the base over here right next to Clem. This is normally the 5th or so of the Terran. Hero is making all the bases all over the map. Because he knows that he is going to have a difficult time contesting Terran in a straight-up match. He needs to get that bigger eco. He would love to snipe this base in the middle. It would buy him so much time. But that command center has proven difficult thus far. Storm's trying to push back the Terran units. There it is. Fusion core coming up. Clem trying to get that slow transition going, right? Trying to go into the Liberators, trying to go into the Medivac buffs. Getting those late-game Terran upgrades that are so powerful. The Colossus count, though, is so bloody big. New command center over here. Big storm onto the Vikings. Still, though, most of the High Templar now without energy. That's another one getting sniped down as well. Clem will hold on to the base. This Nexus feels very ambitious to me. Do you recall probes towards it and just try to mine it out ASAP? Is that the plan? A lot of these bases are free pickings, by the way, for Clem. Hero knows it. So the idea is to keep the pressure up, making it pretty much impossible for Clem to actually go out onto the map and start roaming again. He is trying to get that mass eco. Now, Clem? He is trying to see if he can land his newly made command center on top of, well, whatever this is. You can see the wireframe of the command center. It's a little bit, yeah, it's going to be a little bit messy. It will force Clem's hands, though. He needs to do something. He's struggling using his main army here in the middle against that main army of Protoss. So, are you going to split off just one Medivac? Is that enough? Well, he's thinking about it. 4 Medivacs headed towards the top left. He doesn't know of this base, but he assumes it's likely there. He's going to find out about this base right over here right now. A little awkward as we have 1 photon cannon trying to get the job done. This is nice, though, for Clem. No mining here anyways, just a few probes. This base is going to disappear. Hero recognizes now that the main army of Terran must be thinned out because there's units committed to the top left. Nexus does fall right over here. Advanced Ballistic starts up. Hero only, by the way, on 11 gateways. Yeah, he's adding on a few more right now. I think it's the right call. Little hit squad here, moving in. In the meantime, though, we have the Protoss army repositioning itself, but Clem has been very quick on the mass repairs here. The base in the middle fell once. Since then, Clem has been defending really well. And that will be another Nexus down the drain here. Main army of Protoss moves in yet again in the middle. Vikings, though, start off this engagement much better. And that'll be the last of the Colossus. New ones, though, are going to pop out of the Robo facility in a moment. Clem is honestly playing this pretty much perfectly. I love the snipes. I love the small and... Or I love the slow progression out onto the map. It's gonna take a long time to be able to win this way, but I do think across the board, Clem is playing this very smartly. Planetary Fortress coming up right now. It's been working out nicely. A free about 1,000 minerals here as well, as the Zealots are gonna be caught way off guard. Not enough Protoss units now in the middle of the map to really be able to punish the Terran on the left side in the meantime. They've been recalled, I think, towards the bottom right instead. Terran army needs to run on over in this direction, and they're on their way right now. We have some... Ooh, Purification Nova's trying to move through. Clem decides to pick up. Blink forward here from Hero. Trying to pick off a few of those Medivacs before they can retreat. Colossus in the middle of the map misrallied. Careful with that sort of move, Hero. They're expensive. I think that's going to be a free Colossus pick. What a beautiful game. Right now, though, the bank of Terran is growing. Hero, he's not quite broke. He's got 85 workers and a lot of minerals. But it is starting to look a little bit more dire. This goes, by the way, 8 confirmed kills. Not too shabby. The trading here for Hero has been incredibly inefficient. That's the strategy, though. That's what he's trying to do. The plan is to try and overwhelm this Terran player and win in the long run. But up until this point, Clem is defending really well. Look at this. Whoa, that's pretty much a 2-to-1 trade here for Clem. That's crazy efficient. We do see some Zealots now running through. And this is where Clem is just the absolute best Terran player on the planet. It's a 2-to-1 ratio in TVP is crazy. We do see some more storms coming in. But Clem is microing exceptionally well, positioning his units exactly where they need to be. Recreating the opening cinematic from Legacy of the Void once more. But at this point, we need something better than Zealots. Hero has decided that apparently we are giving up on the main army of the Terran and instead we're counterattacking. He knows that the Terran army is going to be occupied on the bottom right corner, as he just scanned, and that base will likely fall next. Mass repair again on the command center in the middle. I really like the Terran actually prepared for it. Liberator's trying to fly in this direction as well. SCVs fall, and so does the Planetary Fortress. Loads of workers do die. They're honestly getting a pretty dang good trade. He's now trying to see if maybe he can push the issue. Decides to back off and use a few storms instead. Nexus in the far bottom right also is gone, and probes are going to pay the price here for sticking around a little bit too long. What about the Planetary on the left? Also, that one does fall. Another Colossus bites the dust. Disruptor's trying to flank this to the best of their abilities. Both players take a ridiculous amount of losses. Army size, pretty much identical over the last 10 minutes. Income, still heavily in favor of Hero, who now is more than doubling his opponent's income. He has 70 workers here versus 31 SCVs. Hero decides to commit again to a big counterattack. Those liberation zones are scary. Disruptor gets sniped here. Nice move by Clem. These guys are just on another level. Ridiculously evenly matched, right? Such a beautiful thing. Clem actually all army hotkeying a little here. Probably feeling the heat. He wants to go again for another move towards the bottom right. No Nexus rebuild over here. We do get a scan. Keep in mind, of course, that the Liberators can no longer see at the maximum distance. One of the adjustments in the most recent balance patch. It's making it impossible here for those Libs to actually continue firing at the probes. In the meantime, though, since there's so much happening, Clem is unable to fix it. Instead, he loses another command center at the bottom section of the map. Clem is maxed still, though. And what Clem is doing now is the good old Terran trick of not rebuilding workers. we are gonna get 175 or so army supply for Terran, and it'll be up to Hero to deal with that with multiple armies. Terran drop heads towards the main base. Medevac extremely low. Instant targeting there by Hero. Shield battery, you're also good enough, I think, to keep this Terran player pinned away. But, as the dust settles now, look at the supply count. Look at the income. Look at the amount of resources available. Clem doesn't have a whole lot of money. But somehow, some way, Hero has even less. And it's all because of the cost efficiency of the Terran player. Honestly, ridiculously good. Clem is trying his best to just not lose in the long run. And these are stressful games. We're like one storm away from it being an absolute disaster. One purification nova can change the tide of this game still. But Clem is playing this out absolutely masterfully. Yeah, and this is the type of game that you look at. You may think you're good at StarCraft, but then you see somebody like this. Clem has been defending for such a long time. This is extremely frantic defense, too. It's so easy to just take a storm to the face. But honestly, Clem is dealing with this all so well. The supply count right now is no longer lying. Hero wondering why this Terran player won't just lose. And all he's got now is long-distance mining on the far right. The base in the middle is drying up. This one that he took as his very first expansion is gone. Fourth Nexus, empty. Natural expansion, empty. Main base, no more mining. Now, of course, Clem is by no means rich. But his army is just so bloody big. Look at the army value in the top left. Yeah. So, if Clem can get an engagement against the entirety of the Protoss army, and I believe this may just be it, he is gonna destroy it. Yep, this is it. This is it. GG gets gold. Wow. Blue going up against blue. Two previous world champions facing off against each other. A best of 3 series where we're starting off on the map Mothership. We're in the top right-hand corner. Playing in, I guess, light blue, cyan, teal, aquamarine. I don't know colors. We're looking at none other than ByuN's main command center. Right over here, just playing the classical blue color, although this one definitely has a little bit of purple in it. We have Rogue. A lot of tournaments will actually force the players to just do the normal red versus blue type of game, right? And maybe every once in a while you can pick green or something a little bit more contrasty. And I do agree, for mirror matchups, say this is a Zerg versus Zerg, having 2 players that play in blue, having 2 players that play in red or whatever is kind of an issue. But in Zerg versus Terran, I think most people are going to be able to follow exactly what is going on just fine. So the ones that look humanoid, generally speaking, will be ByuNs. Yeah. All the ones that look like bugs, they will be rogues. And aren't they beautiful? Look at Otto. Otto's looking mighty fine. You know, it took me a long time to realize, and maybe I'm going to blow some people's minds here, that this right over here is the head of the Overlord, and this is not his eye. For some reason, when I saw StarCraft 1 at the very least, I kind of thought that the right side and the left side of these things are his eyeballs. Not the case. Not the case at all. Double engineering bay, or sorry, double barracks opener here for ByuN. I'm getting a little bit of an IRL distraction here. You want to hang out? You want to be here? That's a Reaper. Hold up, we got to follow the Reaper as it spawns. Toby wanted to say hello. Command Center will probably be following this here in just a moment for ByuN. Rogue will scout out exactly what's going on. Yeah, cats still rule the internet. Look, it may not be 2008 anymore, but in my mind, cats still rule the internet. It's a beautiful thing. Now, of course, the double Reaper opener, ByuN, he's very good at it. He's the one that popularized it a few years ago, and while it's not really his go-to anymore either these days, it's still a really powerful build, and one that can be difficult for the Zerg players to deal with in a very weird way, right? Like, this happens all the time in StarCraft, where a build order is very popular, and it seems to be a little bit too strong, But then players end up overusing it. And in a weird way, like if you're ByuN, for example, right? You have trained your main competition to be better at defending this sort of thing. So these days, the build order is not very effective anymore because ByuN has done it so much, and all the other Terran players too, admittedly. But ByuN popularized this threat, everybody started playing it. And now, yeah, the Triple Reaper opener is not nearly as nice as it once used to be. The main issue with it is that now you've done no damage. Maybe the Zerg's third base has been delayed ever so slightly, but whatever. You've done no damage, and you don't get any Hellions on the back of this. So we're probably going to see a starport, maybe a reactor on it, and then we are going to start pumping out the medevacs 2 at a time. But you basically get absolutely no map presence here for the next few minutes. And that means that the Zerg can start ruling everything they like. They can go across the map, and not until Stimpeg really is done is Terran going to be able to venture out onto the map aggressively again. And that's going to take forever. And forever, I mean 2 minutes. Which is a really long time. I think. At least that's what she said. Anyways, we should start seeing some creep tumors going down. With absolutely no Hellions out. It's pretty easy to get the creep going. Should be something that Rogue definitely wants to focus on now. He has been timing his queens a little bit differently here. The third hatchery timing is also slightly different. So everything is slightly out of whack. Oh, and we're going to start working on the debris really early. Now that's curious. Running Lings around the map, actually making extras here early on, just to destroy this specific set of rocks. I'm not sure exactly if he has some sort of aggression in mind. ByuN is looking around right now, trying to figure out where those Lings went. Oh, he may pick up on it. He does pick up on it. ByuN, by the way, following this up in an unconventional way. Rather than going into the double production on the medevacs, we go into the Raven. Very ByuN-esque to go for a suboptimal play, technically. But yeah, third Nexus or third command center here already done. We are going to go for the switcheroo eventually. Raven is going to be nice for a little bit of harassment, but of course it does make it a little bit more difficult for those Marines to go out onto the map. Blue does look really good on Marines. Like this teal, light bluey color. It's nice. I feel like that's the case every time I see players playing anything but the default colors. Does look nice. Okay, so this is just a little squad here to be hunting overlords with. To force the Zerg to make a round of Lings. Rogue goes back to finish the job that he started. We'll have to keep an eye out on this. We'll have to see whether or not Rogue is indeed going to try and use this as a line of attack a little bit later on. Or if ByuN is worried about it at all. Whether or not he maybe wants to expand over to the left side instead. No, he does not care. Third base is going to be flying a little bit down south, and he will attempt at the very least to grab that base. Now, Stimpeg is done. Combat shield's only about halfway finished. 1-1, likewise also not yet done. So I don't think we're really going to commit too hard here. He can just get overwhelmed by the sheer amount of Lings, but there's mostly room for everyone inside of the medevac. One queen does fall. But I think we fight, and then we pick up and leave. Yeah, we fight until there's 16 of you left over. Ooh. Well, there was room in the plane, Jimmy. But the plane was on fire. Probably had a little auto turret or something here down south. Yeah, we're gonna plant another one of those bad boys down. And while it's not a bad start here for ByuN, I don't really love it. It just kind of feels that with all the options available to Terran, this is certainly one of them, but it doesn't quite feel ideal. You can kind of tell, right, why, for example, Clem is very fond of just opening up Hellion Banshee most of the games. It just feels better across the board. It just has a little bit more stability. The follow-up is a little bit smoother. The amount of damage you deal to the Zerg tends to be a little greater. And while this is still a nice strategy to have in your arsenal of builds, not my personal favorite. Now, do we actually re-wall this, ByuN? He could, of course, decide to re-wall here in a moment with some of his own structures. It's kind of far out, though. It doesn't really make a ton of sense. But any big Zergling run-by right now is going to be a slight bit more difficult. Rogue doing what we've been seeing a lot from other Zerg players lately. He is skipping out on Banelings, and he is opting to go Infestors instead. This is something that all the top dogs have been mixing in against the micro Terrans primarily. It's a theme against the likes of Clem, but also against the likes of ByuN. They're extremely good at targeting down individual Banes, and it seems that the Zergs have all collectively decided that Banelings are now no longer worth it. I'm not sure if I honestly agree. I think it's kind of a silly movement here in this matchup. So the big advantage of getting Infestors is that when you fungal the Marines, they will not be... Like, you can't pick them up in a medevac, whereas obviously if you play against Banelings, you can pick up the medevac or the Marines at the last possible second. Like now? Ah, that's nice. That's really nice. You know what? I'm sold. Yeah, when you can create this much carnage, then fungal growth is amazing. This may honestly be the reason. Thank you for the perfect example there, Rogue. That right there is the reason that Zerg players keep trying this build order out. I feel like that's the first time I've seen it go that well, though. Clearly, ByuN did not expect the fungal growth. Okay, and now suddenly Ultras are on the horizon. Basically what they're doing, right, since they're still going Banelings eventually, they're kind of turning the Baneling from an early game unit into a late game unit. Really getting the quick +1 armor upgrade going in the Evo chamber. So these upgrades are disjointed because he went for the +1 carapace really early on. Now we go Baneling Nest. It's an interesting strat. It feels like a Zerg build that needs a little bit more time in the oven, and I really don't believe it's that great. Similar, I guess, to the double barracks opener for Terran. It really does feel a little bit suboptimal, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is indeed here to stay. Planetary Fortress is gonna come up here in the middle of the map for ByuN. Adrenal Glands coming up for Rogue. Chitinous Plating, of course, added into the mix as well. That is the upgrade that makes the Ultralisk good. And these Ultras are gonna be fully upgraded very early on in this particular game. You can tell, though, that ByuN is a little bit more hesitant, too, right? When you know your opponent is getting Banelings, I mean, yeah, you gotta be careful. But against Fungal, if you miss it one time, if your pickup is not early enough, you are going to get destroyed. And I guess it... Even though Banelings are a very difficult unit to play against, I guess this increases the vulnerability for Terran in the mid-game. Another Fungal. Another Chain Fungal. There's a third. It's a lot of energy. In the meantime, Terran is now engaging on the left. Ultras are out, so that will be the main source of splash damage. He runs through the Widow Minefield. Okay. So, we are going to be playing a proper macro game now, it seems. I'm expecting to see the additional command centers coming up here for ByuN. ByuN does tend to have, there it is, a bit of a command center addiction. He's been working on it. He's a recovering command center. I don't know how we refer to command center addicts, but I have seen games, and this is a bit embarrassing maybe, but I've seen quite a few games where ByuN makes like literally 25 command centers, which is nice if there are an infinite amount of minerals on the map, but then he has all of the command centers. He wants to drop mules left, right, and center, scan basically everywhere he goes, but then the minerals run out. Like, there's literally a finite amount of resource on the map, right? So if you make so many command centers and you can't actually mine the minerals anymore, like, what's the point of the CCs? It's weird. It seems like the upper limit is, like, still high. I think the upper limit on command centers is maybe 20, but it is important for ByuN to not make too many of them. Action all over the map all of a sudden, though. Zergling run by here. We had a hatchery killed at the bottom. Big push here as well by the Terran going after that Zerg base. SCVs are falling. We have an Ultralisk trying to kill a barracks and succeeding in that regard. Now suddenly a bunch of Banelings do show up. Nice little bit of counter micro though here for ByuN, who did kill that base. In the meantime, we have still some SCVs dying, running around. Ultra still putting in some damage too. Looks like the Banelings did connect this time around. Chaos left, right, and center. But the Rogue is basically winning on all fronts other than the hatchery over here. But I think he can hardly be upset about this multitasking here. Very good work here, honestly, by Rogue. He burrowed right under vision of the Metavex. Decides to burrow a little bit further south. Okay, now what does Rogue like to do in the late game? I am half expecting to see a gigantic influx of Overlords here in a moment. We have Pneumatized Carapace coming up. Rogue tends to be a big fan of mass Overseer. I'm talking 50 Overseers, mass Changeling all over the map. And it'll be up to the Terran player to try and stop it. It's a strategy that not a lot of Zergs go for. We have seen Scarlet try to give it a shot. We have seen some other Zergs also, at least, yeah, attempt it, but it never really seems to be as successful as Rogue's versions. Maybe it's a little bit early for it, though. But I wouldn't be surprised if all of the Overlords are going to be joining forces in a moment. Okay, well, they're being spread out for now. The Grand March of the Ovies. In order to like really make this strategy successful for Zerg, you do look for double Nidus Worm, sometimes triple Nidus Worm. So until those are down, and until the Overseers are out, I think we're just gonna keep swarming. ByuN's economy, though, is still really strong, right? Despite the fact that he did lose a lot of workers, losing 27 workers when you have like 7 command centers is whatever. Or 23. Obviously, there are losses that you would rather try to, yeah, prevent. But when you have this many command centers, it's very recoverable. ByuN has decided that apparently the next move is to sort of like turtle up in his little starting quadrant. Taking basically all bases here on this side of the map. We'll probably have a bit of a war here, or maybe some more units defending this section. Making the transition, towards double upgrades as well for mechanical units, it looks like. And in the meantime, we have 6 Dropper-Lords. They're all in different locations. I don't really know exactly... Were those supposed to be Overseers? Usually you don't go for 6 Dropper-Lords in different spots. No. No. It's on purpose. More chain fungling. And that's another double Medevac drop biting the dust. Although not before killing maybe all of the... Okay. At least 2 of the infestors. Zergling drops are very scary. These are fully upgraded links. Adrenal glands, metabolic boost, +3/+3. Those are all the upgrades that Zerglings can have. And they do deal a stupid amount of damage. Now, I love this, though, for ByuN. ByuN already preparing a ring of missile turrets. There's no way! There's no way! He still commits anyways. He does not care. This is probably going to coincide with a bigger attack out front. At the very least, yep, there we go. This is usually what Rogue tends to do. Distraction in the back while hitting the opponent at the front. SCVs are going to get blown up. Planetary Fortress also in that same category. Now the Zergling burrow, incredibly annoying. SCVs die left, right, and center. Nidus Worm here on the back of this as well for Rogue. He did not care about those missile turrets. As a matter of fact, he killed them. Missile turrets are gone. A couple of Zerglings now burrowed as well in the natural expansion. Honestly, a beautiful game so far here. Especially from Rogue. This seems to be the more sophisticated, the more, refined mass Overseer approach. Rather than just bluntly making 50 of those bad boys, we are headed in that direction. Rather than just immediately going triple Nidus. Yeah, we are kind of headed in that direction too, I would imagine. But he's got multiple layers. Like an ogre, or an onion, or a cake. It's a beautiful thing. Being called an ogre is a compliment, right? Right. Shrek is love. Shrek is life. Extra command centers added here into the mix for ByuN. So, ByuN is entering the territory. He really needs to finish this one up. Did he just make a load of Overlords, by the way? Yeah, he did. So, these are likely all going to be Overseers in a moment. There we go. Speak of the devil. ByuN does now enter the territory where he does not really need to make any additional SCVs anymore. When he loses workers, since he has this many mules, he can replace them. Like, he can replace the workers with mules instead. AI is coming for all of us, okay? Sorry, SCVs. But mules have been predicting the future all this time. They took our jobs. Here we go. This is the Overseer, man. And this is insanely annoying for Terran. So again, the real strength of those changelings is that they show up as a regular good old army on the minimap for ByuN. So right now he sniped all of them, but there are so many moving parts on the minimap that are all in ByuN's color. As long as a couple of those changelings make it through the cracks at some point, it's gonna be okay. Plus, this is insanely APM intense for ByuN to do. It's a very frantic defense that you need to pull off here as the Terran player. Whereas for Zerg, you hold down the button to drop down the changelings, and you just right-click them one time on the minimap. This is really like the last bastion of free unit design in StarCraft 2. We used to have this a lot more with the old Swarm Host, and obviously the Infestors with their Infested Terrans and all the rest of it. It feels kind of broken whenever we see it, and I think this time around... Oh, no, it's gonna get spotted again too. This time around, it may be an issue. Now the real units of the Zerg need to be addressed. A couple of Banelings here. We have the double planetary, but... well, that's not going to keep the mineral line safe. Bunch of changelings have probably made it through in some locations here and there. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. And obviously, as soon as the changelings make it through, then we can go for the Nidus worms inside of the main base. We can start gobbling the Terran up from the inside out. The science fiction nerd in me, though, does love this. Like, this is just... It's exactly the way that I imagine... not just the Zerg, but also the Tyranids, right? Like, it's just relentless. Anytime you do anything, look at the minimap. Rogue is gobbling up all of the stuff. Humans trying their absolute best to hold out, but... there we go. Double Nidus worm inside of the main base. Zerglings have burrowed. There's a bunch of defenses available, but there's units everywhere. You can even plant the changelings on the ramp, sort of like this. Yep, to create a force field. Oh, it's beautiful. It is absolutely gorgeous. Obviously, it's also incredibly resource inefficient for Rogue. So, yeah, he's never going to be trading efficiently. But in his mind, as long as he can take like 2/3 of the map, it does not matter. And for ByuN, taking these outer bases is going to become progressively harder. He effectively needs to spread out his army more and more. He has to leave units behind in the main base to defend against the Nidus worms. He has to leave units behind on the left side here, otherwise the Zergling run by kill him. And then obviously we have the same thing happening now on the right. The Corruptors attempting a caustic spray push. I really think Rogue may have found a way to break the Zerg late game. We don't really see a lot of the top level Zergs trying this out, but it seems awfully oppressive. I do not, like, I think in theory, right? Just like, if StarCraft 2 was an Excel spreadsheet, this seems like a winning strategy to me every time. Yet none of the other Zergs really play it, so I don't know. I'm probably going to be proven wrong at some point, but it is something that really needs to be discovered more and explored more, because it does just sort of seem insane. Now, of course, ByuN, what is his choice here? He doesn't need to mine out his half of the map. He could also attempt to go full bulldozer. And keep in mind, with 8 orbital commands, his SCV count can be very low. He's already down to about 50 of those bad boys. Maybe making a few more, fair enough. But he's going to have a significantly larger army than Rogue at any given time. So Rogue's defense against this maxed out push that ByuN can go for will be continuous remaxing. Rogue needs a big bank in order to fight this. Now, ByuN's bank is already more than reasonable enough. He can actually keep this sort of aggression going for a long while. It's just that carving your path through the creep is so difficult. But if ByuN can go for like a bulldozer attack straight through the middle, there is a way that he could maybe make it into the main base, into the natural, and cut off a lot of those Zerg reinforcements early enough. We've also seen, of course, that Ultras are, yeah, maybe quite powerful, but hardly the best unit. Honestly, all the Zerg late game units have their issues. Their real strength is in numbers and continuous reinforcements. So in a straight up army, like in a straight up fight, ByuN's army is definitely going to win. But Rogue's strength will be the reinforcing. And all of the relentless counterattacking. Beautiful game of StarCraft. I mean, if you're a Zerg player, that is. If you're a Terran player, this is starting to feel mighty painful. Changelings everywhere. ByuN is making more command centers. How many command centers do you need? He's trying to guard against the corruptors and all of the overseers here with mass missile turret too. I'm a little conflicted. Oh, big fungal over here. Changeling force field on the back of it as well. Now actually also force fielding some of the Ultralists, but the Ultras are pushing everything around. Lotus Zerg units do die, but those were already low HP Ultras to begin with. Corruptors also swoop forward. They're going to go after the Medivacs, a bunch of the Liberators. Nidus Worms are once more allowing Zerglings to be sent straight into the natural, and then also the main base. Oh. Man, what a beautiful game. Just StarCraft 2 in general. Such a great game. I'm very glad it still is around, dude. No other esport, and I checked out many esports over the years, but no other esport has this going for itself. The amount of skill expression in StarCraft really is just so ridiculous. Okay. And it's kind of glorious too, right? That, like, even though this game is not really updated very much, we still see continuously new strategies pop up. Like, if you were to not do anything to the game, we play the exact same maps over and over and over again for the next 5 years. Obviously, it would get kind of boring, right? Fair enough. But the strategies would continue evolving. People would still figure out new things. You would imagine at some point that it's all figured out. So cursed. The attack animation there on those ghosts. But StarCraft 2 is always moving. Yeah, ByuN is making an insane amount of command centers again. Here comes the Zerg. Most of his army is Overseer. He's EMPing Overseers. He's EMPing the Overseers. Is that the counter for Terran? Honestly, it might just be. Maybe snipe all of the Overseers down. It feels cursed to be EMPing Overseers, but I guess it might be the right choice. That was not a good fight for Rogue at all. As a matter of fact, Rogue's gas bank is gone. He has 6,000 minerals, but no Vespene. ByuN is still playing this out correctly. And I think this might be the time for him to strike. It's the creep, though, that's making all of this so tough. Every time he kills a creep tumor, it takes like, I don't know, like 45 seconds or so to, reduce the actual amount of goop out on the map. Overseers are also blotting out the stars. No more sun available right here. Widow Mines! Oh no, full surround. Mailings are rolling in through the back. He's blotting out the sun. So I guess we will fight in the shade. I don't remember the quote. But it is a very beautiful game here for Rogue. He's going to kill another planetary. He's going to kill even more SCVs. My only concern here for Rogue is his gas bank, or the lack thereof. He's going to need an insane amount of larva to be able to actually continuously reinforce this. More and more command centers, though, that are unfinished. They show up like this in the production tab when the production is not actually progressing. Another Nidus Worm bites the dust. Little snipey here on the drop alert is indeed going to destroy it. How many supply depots do we have? We have 13 supply depots. Actually, we're kind of at the point where supply depots are pointless. When you have this many command centers, you don't really need any supply depots anymore. I'm not sure how any of that information would ever be practical in a game of StarCraft, but one day there will be a game where that is relevant. Okay. Command centers will be finished up eventually. And the problem here for ByuN now is that, yes, he's got a bank. Yes, he's got all these command centers. But he has no mineral fields anymore to mine. He's just taken this one right over here. Mules mine it out ridiculously fast. He needs fresh minerals. Rogue is apparently taking this down, a couple steps. Slowing it all down a bunch. You really should take the extractors, though. There's a few more gases over here that are also not mined. I think the scariest thing right now for the Zerg would be Terran taking a fresh mineral line. But apparently we're going to solve that problem just by forcing more and more units out. We have a bunch of infestors getting the fungal growth off as well. Yeah, and how in the world do you micro and split your Terran units against banelings and fungal growth when like half the screen is covered with overseers? Keep in mind that StarCraft players cannot zoom out, right? Like, I zoom out while casting all the time, but this is the distance that they will be playing at. And there's a gigantic amount of interface at the bottom of the screen. So there's only really so much space that you can actually pay attention to. At this point, the overseer count is rather low compared to where it was earlier anyways. But when there's like 50 overseers out on the screen, good luck microing. It's not going to happen. Overseers not costing any supply. Changelings, as a matter of fact, they grant supply, but Changelings not costing any supply either. May just be kind of insane. Brilliant game, though, here by Rogue. Yeah, he's not going to give up this advantage, is he? Oh, I've got nerd chills. So much death on the side of the Zerg. 54,000 minerals. GG gets cold, though. Was it worth it, Rogue? Was it worth to kill nearly 1,000 of your Zerglings? I think he would say yes. Next up, we find ourselves on the map Ruby Rock. This seems to be the map we see in almost every best of 3 these days. Very popular. Ruby Rock may actually be the most popular map out of all the new ones. No surprise, because it's quote-unquote very normal. Double barracks opener yet again here for ByuN. Now, how do you deal with the infestor shenanigans, right? Because ByuN was on the back foot. I mean, we can talk about the late game, but how do you deal with the infestor situation when you see the Zerg player skipping out banelings and prioritizing infestors instead? Recently, what we've seen Clem mix around in his units compositions, right, is Blue Flame Hellbats. So rather than going Marine Marauder Mine or Marine Marauder Medevac Mine, he ended up going a lot of Marine Hellbat Medevac, which is super weird. It doesn't really make a ton of sense. It's, by the way, a triple barracks opener. My bad. This is going to be more committed here from ByuN than the one that we saw in the previous match. But I wonder if maybe that is something ByuN needs to mix in as well. If it is going to be Rogue skipping out on banelings until the late game once more. Kind of glorious, though, how Blue Flame Hellbats are now becoming a core unit for the Terran mid-game against Zerg. I mean, maybe they always should have been. They're twice as expensive as a Marine, but usually, well, far more effective. Unless you obviously get a bunch of banelings crashing into them, but when there's no banelings, what is going to kill them? Now, this is going to be Mass Reaper. Queen dies. Yeah, with triple Rex Reaper, normally we see it proxied on the other side of the map. ByuN has now proxied it in his own natural expansion. He needs to kill this third, I think, for this to really be justifiable. But it's okay. Like, as long as he gets at least some damage done, I think it's all fine. Queen going down, 2 links. Not terrible, though, for Rogue. Getting the third base killed would be amazing, but he decides to fall back, knowing that metabolic boost is out. He doesn't really want to risk it. You do have to be a little careful, though, as Terran, because these units do tend to be more and more useless the longer the game goes on. Kind of like Adepts for Protoss. Adepts rarely seem to be useful after, well, their window passes. But you guys still have cool grenades. I think they're going out for one final mission. Pay your respects to the Reapers. They are gonna go for one more YOLO attack. The Zerglings are gonna devour them before too long. And I highly doubt that they will be saved. Will they be saved? Oh, not enough links available. They will be saved. It's a dance. A very deadly dance, though. He doesn't want to wrap around with the links because he knows the grenades are going to be thrown at the feet of the Reapers. They would commit Sudoku just to kill the links. Okay, so now we have a hatchery that's like a sneeze away from death. Hold it in, Brenda. Don't think about it. I wonder if that means, though, that... yeah, we are just going to line every single attack from here on out towards that hatchery. I mean, you just need like a second here with the Marines to finish it off. Rogue not saving up any transfuse energy here. He needs to be hitting the injects instead. Makes a lot of sense. Maybe he's going to start saving now, though. But up until this point, he hasn't. Here we go. A couple creep tumors end up falling. Marines getting into position. This is now turning into a battle for the third. Speaking of a third base, though, we do not have one right here for Terran. As a matter of fact, ByuN now hits a supply block as well, and a pretty big one. He's at 69 out of 70, which is not very nice. Big wraparound here for Rogue. Phenomenal wraparound here for Rogue. Yeah. And while this will unsupply block ByuN, it is a disaster for Terran. Absolute disaster. Rogue is going to be given so much freedom now. I wouldn't be surprised if we even see a fourth hatchery start up. Can sort of treat it as a macro hatch for now. There's the transfuses finally coming in. Yeah, we have one over here in the top right. ByuN needs to do something about this soon. If he is not going to address the Zerg's economy anytime soon, he's going to get overwhelmed. Rogue is going to outgrow the Terran here very fast. Rogue is genuinely one of the very best StarCraft 2 players that have ever existed. Like, whenever we discuss who, like, the greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time is, I mean, these days the debate is pretty settled. But Rogue really should be one of the names that comes up. It's always between Maru and Serral, like 99% of the debates. But Rogue is also, maybe quietly, a StarCraft 2 millionaire. He has earned more than $1 million playing StarCraft 2 tournaments. He's a previous world champion. He's won basically everything. I think he's now currently the top 3 most winningest player. Can we use that term? I think the list currently goes Serral in 1, Maru in 2, Rogue in 3. Genuinely one of the very best players to have ever touched the game. But you know what Rogue does? He plays in weekly cups all of the time. There's very little mystery, you know? Like, Serral and Maru will always have this weird aura of just being untouchable because they only play the biggest events. It's their right, of course. I wonder if Rogue, in that regard, kind of dilutes himself a little bit. Shouldn't really be the case. But there's never really a drought for Rogue games out there. Infestor's coming up yet again here for Rogue. Skipping out on the Banelings. ByuN trying his best to make this game reasonable, but the problem here for the Terran is that it's a continuous 2-base all-in. Like, we are talking about so many Terran units on 2 bases, but economically speaking... Ooh, this is good. This is real good. No Infestors, right? No Infestors, no Banelings. Hold up right now. This is an absolute Zergling meat grinder and a half. Those 1-1 upgrades here for ByuN, incredibly valuable. Wait a second, how many Lings just died? 154 Lings in total in this game. Now the fight on the right continues. Okay, there is a fungal available here. Yeah, 1-1 upgrades are real good. There is +1 carapace for the Zerg. +1 melee and +2 carapace on the back of this as well, but they're not yet finished. But ByuN needs to get something done within the next minute or so. He's got a scary army, though. If he can kill this base and potentially get the snipe on the third, this game is back in his favor. Terran, of course, can fly the main command center down to the third base location, too. He needs to be dodging all the fungals. I think this fourth base is gone. What about the hit squad over here on the right? A little ambitious. Better be safe inside of your medevacs. Queens are dying. Whoa! Rogue! It's slipping out of your fingers. Fourth hatchery dies. And while Rogue has a decent economy, now you can't fungal this, it doesn't deal enough damage. Fungal used to deal way more damage than this. Ultra Cavern coming up. Whew. I mean, if he can get like 2 Ultras out with chitinous plating, this game is also very over. Honestly, even with transfuses, I think you maybe can actually go for just ultras. Maybe chitinous plating is optional. +2 attacks is going to finish up, though, making those Marines even more powerful. I think ByuN is going to go for an attack right now. Rogue has got 4 ultras and the armor upgrade for the ultras on the production tab right now. It's do or die for ByuN. He needs to dodge fungals. He needs to push onto creep. He needs to get something done sooner rather than later. Oh, he doesn't know about the ultras, though. That's the problem. Ultras against pure Marine. Well, I mean, there's a lot of Liberators, too, actually. Hold that thought. There's actually 4 Liberators. Big Zergling run by in the meantime on the other side of the map. Not going to happen, but as a wraparound, I quite like it. Ooh, really? Really? Oh, my lord. We're going to force our way up there? Ugh. Okay, it's going to work, but it's going to be very pricey. Matter of fact, drop over here, not really achieving that much. I guess Rogue's plan is to defend with the Ultralisks, the Infestors, and the Queens alone, and any reinforcing links that may pop out. Man, that was a lot of Zerglings gone, though. I wonder if Rogue just kind of threw away his advantage. Still, Terran is in this. Fungal? Doesn't hit the best. No chain fungal worthy. ByuN turns the corner. Moves into the main. Ultra, though, needs to be microed against. He decides to pick up and let the siege tanks finish the job. Pushing the upper right. Still microed as well. Oh. Oh. Supply count looking mighty good, actually, for ByuN now. Here we go. This is apparently when Rogue decides to pull the trigger. There's a lot of transfuses available, but not enough energy here. Actually, not enough creep here for the Queens to use up the energy, but does it matter? Ultras are still going to be able to chop up most of those siege tanks. Liberators up in the air, though. Fungal growth over here, but not enough Zerglings available. Now, suddenly, Rogue is cut off out of his own natural. Keep in mind that Liberators can no longer have vision of their anti-Liberator circles. Matter of fact, drop in the upper right. Ooh, actually catches all the Overlords. A lot of reinforcements here as well for ByuN, who, by the way, did make a 3rd base during all of this. Using one of the libs now to harass this base. He's gonna try and secure the 3rd. You absolute madman. 12 minutes into the game, ByuN is gonna try and see if he can take his 3rd. We have 36 drones. More and more of them are dying. 35 workers in total versus 52 SCVs. ByuN may have just done the impossible. He may have just come back in a game of Terran versus Zerg where all of the odds were against him. I gotta say, going for those Liberators, I mean, they're all dead now, but those Liberators were absolutely key. He doesn't go planetary here. He actually goes orbital command. Why would you not make a planetary at the 3rd base in this type of setup? That's crazy. You normally never do. He's going 2nd Engi Bay. He wants to go 3-3 upgrades. New hatchery in the upper right here for Rogue. Rogue really would like to fight, but I don't think he can. Oh, really? We're gonna YOLO drop? Is this the time for a YOLO drop? No, it's only 3 medevacs. He was thinking about filling them all up. Leaving enough units behind, I believe, to stop any Ultralisk run by. Not a lot of vision on this side of the map. Okay. +3/+3 indeed is coming up now for the Terran. Zerg getting the +3 carapace research. Drop inside of the main base has now arrived. Stimpack gets activated on all of these bad boys. Cheeky little Widowmine in the mix as well. This Spore Crawler is not going to live for very long. In the meantime, the rest of the Terran army is moving up north. Rogue does see it, but he cannot stop it. GG gets cold. It's ByuN who wins game number 2. Phenomenal series. I know this is just a best of 3 series, right? It's just a best of 3 match. But dare I say it? Game of the year? Yeah, I had one of those like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I don't know. Is it too early for another game of the year? But seriously, though, what a banger. This particular series is actually from a new Wardy Championship. So this is played in the group stage. Lately, though, high-level StarCraft has just been better than ever before. It's kind of nuts, right? Like, how does this game still get better? I don't get it. Like, every time I think to myself, okay, this is as good as it's going to be. Like, we're not really... I thought this like 10 years ago. Okay, well, that's it. We've peaked. Nope. Not quite. Game is still somehow, some way improving. Whether Blizzard likes it or not. And maybe they don't care much about StarCraft anymore, but... at least it doesn't feel like it. Luckily, the community and a lot of other folks out there still do. Game of the week? Question mark? I don't know. Doesn't really have the same ring to it. You know what? I will add this to the Game of the Year playlist. In case you're unfamiliar, I have a playlist on the YouTube channel with indeed Game of the Year between a couple of apostrophes. With all of the very best games of StarCraft 2 that have been played. At least the ones that I consider to be the very best. And I think this one is worthy. Game number 1 was an absolute banger. Game number 2 maybe even more so. And now we are on Winter Madness. It is kind of sick, though, how many people are still interested in the game. Over the last few months, the amount of views on the YouTube channel has gone up. Like, the amount of people interested lately seems to be growing. Which is, again, thank you guys very much for watching. It's kind of incredible to me that there are so many people still interested, but... yeah, it is, interesting to, like, notice growth in a game that, like, if you go to, like, the Battle.net forums or, like, any of, like, the random places where the community gets together, there's always people talking about dead game this, dead game that, whatever, right? But, yeah, when you actually look at the numbers of the amount of people interested, there seems to be a lot. I think across all of the YouTube channels, as far as, like, monthly views go right now, like, I think, an educated guess would be probably about 10 million monthly views. Most of those views will be like, not on my channel alone, obviously, but I mean like all of the other StarCraft channels combined. Maybe 10, maybe a little bit more. And most of those views are like, not just going to be like shorts or whatever, right? It's not going to be like a 30-second view. I would imagine the average StarCraft view is longer than the average, like, Roblox view, right? The average Minecraft viewer. I think most people watch for at least a little bit. So as far as, like, the amount of, like, lost productivity goes, that all the StarCraft creators combined are causing, I think we are doing a pretty good job in that department, you know? Imagine if all those hours wasted would have actually... not that I would say that any of you are ever watching this content while at work or whatever. Like, I know nobody would ever do that. I know that never happens. No, but seriously, it's kind of amazing. So many people still interested in StarCraft. Cheeky little Hellion run by here for ByuN. At least attempt it. Three drones? Yeah, I don't like this. I mean, we get 3 drones. 3 drones, 4 Hellions, and a Reaper. Why? I mean, I know that when you, like, close your eyes as a Terran player at night, you see dollar signs, and the dollar signs are drones dying to, like, 3 Hellions, but it never actually works out that way, man. Like, Hellions are kind of like the crypto scam of Terran. You always believe you're gonna kill all of the drones, but then you end up killing basically nothing meaningful, and you lose your money instead. But maybe that one time, you know? Surely the next altcoin is gonna change everything. It'll make all the difference, dude. You'll kill like 18... I think there's a game that ByuN played when he was like a new Terran player. Back in 2010 when he made 4 Hellions and he killed like 37 drones. And he still dreams of that. He's still trying to create this. We need to do a little bit of StarCraft 2 therapy to get this out of our system, man. We wouldn't be YOLOing in so many Hellions all the time. Anyhow, the Hellions were just a stepping stone to go towards the good old Marine Marauder medevac. Third command center lands on over at the third base location. Lair's about halfway done at this point for Rogue. Now, will he go for a Baneling Nest? Nope. No, he's not. It's once more double... Well, we're going to go double Evo here, I'm sure. But he's going to go single upgrade for now, 1 armor. Second Evo will probably be coming up in a moment together with the Infestation Pit. Make like 3 or so Infestors, go into a quick Hive, and skip the Banelings entirely. I would love to see ByuN actually focus on Blue Flame Hellbats here. I think it'd be really good. It's what Clem has been going for lately, and it makes a ton of sense. Still though, Marines are also good. And this is a lot of commitment actually. He did add on the extra barracks here quite quickly. We have the armory in the back. Yeah, so we are all the way up to 5 wrecks already. Infestation Pit now coming up for Rogue. For now though, I think the Lings and the Queens alone are going to be enough. Good transfuses right there. 70 workers here for Rogue. Important for ByuN to actually not just let the Zerg player get away with all of this. Infestors. Oh, we're even going Hive first now. Hive, +2 armor, second Evo chamber. Man, he's not even building the Infestors now. Is this too much? I don't know, dude. I think, yeah, okay, he fires them up now. This, I feel like I'm getting deja vu, though, from the previous game. Yeah. No splash damage. You just start taking so much damage from those freaking 1-1 Marines. ByuN once more spots an opportunity, and he strikes while the iron is hot. He's here right before the splash damage for the Zerg player comes out, and the Marines, they may be overstimped, but they deal so much damage. Queens are all gone, and that means that the drones are going to be next. Zerglings that pop out of their cocoons are indeed also sniped immediately. More StarCraft? Yeah, more StarCraft. It's time for a best of 3. A Zerg versus Protoss. We're in the upper left. Playing in red, we have the world champion. And he goes by the name of Serral. Down in the bottom right, playing in blue, playing with Protoss, we have Zoun. A good old best of 3 between some of the very best players in the game. And I'm excited for this one. Mostly because I'm a massive Serral fanboy, and as you probably know, there aren't that many Serral games out there. Although, I will be honest, in 2026 so far, he has been participating in way more tournaments than he did after winning the World Cup. Back in, when was this? August? September? I think it was August. Either way, I heard that this particular series is absolutely phenomenal, so we'll have to find out together exactly what ended up going down. I'm going to be putting my eyes mostly on Serral just because he has been reinventing pretty much every single matchup, it seems. Zerg is in this weird spot where either they play super greedy early on and they just absolutely dominate the opponents. So we see this, for example, in Zerg versus Protoss quite a bit, where the Zergs make a ton of workers early on, and then in the mid-game, Protoss just doesn't really have his chance. This is a style that we've been seeing from the likes of, for example, Solar. He plays very greedy, cuts a lot of corners, and then if he gets away with it, he wins. But Serral has been going for these very weird, complex build orders. So I'm wondering what he's going to be cooking up here today. Is he going to be opening up quick +1 melee? Will we be going into a quick Roach Warren? Because I think what you can't really do right now as a Zerg in the current meta is play this middle-of-the-road type of approach. The approach where you are effectively safe against everything that Protoss can throw at you. And obviously Protoss, well, they have many different things that they can throw at you early on. Most of the time, it's still Oracles. Most of the time, it's still going to be Stargate builds, but we've been seeing Twilight Council aggression again in the form of Adepts, even Zealots with Charge First. Obviously, Blink is very popular. Dark Templar builds are back. We've been seeing Archon drops. There's a little bit of everything, and it seems to me that if Zerg tries to be safe against all things Protoss, they automatically fall behind. Maybe Serral has figured something out, though. It's going to be a Stargate opener here for Zoun. He's been scouting on the other side of the map, trying to figure out what it is that the Zerg is going for. Thus far, he hasn't seen a third hatchery yet, so he's checking up north, checking over here. There's technically a third option on 10,000 feet right over there on the left. Right now, though, the drone is going to be moving in this direction, and I believe that Zoun, yep, he will see it. And that's one of the things that you always do want to see as a Protoss player, because I mean, you could technically fake it, I suppose, but not getting a third base as a Zerg player would make things very, very funky, and it would mean that Zoun has to change things up a little bit. Stargate is done. Should be an Oracle. Could be a Void Ray. Could even be a Phoenix, which is something that some Protoss players are enjoying, but Oracle indeed is going to be the name of the game. Nice shade over there by the Protoss. Gets a single worker kill here so far. Okay. Now, when is Zoun going to be taking his own third base? He's opting to go for the second gateway before building the third nexus. It's one of the things that Protoss players have been greeting with as well, right? So obviously Zerg, they're known to be very greedy, but Protoss players have been going for like a 310, 315 or so third nexus. They've been cutting the third gateway unit. They've been cutting the second gateway. No Overlord on this particular high ground, because Serral is sending it around the site. But yeah, not something that Zoun is going to be able to deny, it seems. Either way, this is all very, very standard. About a 345 third nexus. Not opting to go for the one here horizontally. Instead going for the forward expansion. Okay, a little bit risky technically. Serral, by the way, hasn't been spotted yet with this Overlord. He's looking around. I think seeing the gas geyser here alone is already giving Serral the heads up. Yeah, he's seen the third nexus. He's seen the second, or at least the second base with a little bit of gas. I think that's already giving him enough information to know that he is going to be safe to drone up for a little bit longer. Like, you're not going to go and take these additional gases at this point in time if you are, I don't know, going for like a Zealot all-in or something more gateway focused. Are you safe here with this OV? No, doesn't look like it. This is dead space, apparently. I think this is fine. Okay, double Oracle. It takes two Oracles here to one-shot a worker. There's 1, 2, 3. Nice work here by the South Korean Protoss. Roach Warren right now on the back of this for Serral. And inside of the main base. Okay. We're going into Blink together with the +1 attack. Fourth hatchery already coming up here for the finisher. Nice sniping here, though. I gotta say, Zoun seems very sharp so far. Can't really detect any real mistakes. He hasn't lost anything up to this point. His timings seem to be, yeah, very sharp. Robo facility right now. This is a super normal build. So I do think that at this point in the meta, Protoss has a ton of variety. We see a ton of different build orders in general from Protoss in PvZ, but this is all quintessential normal Protoss versus Zerg. Blink follow-up here. I wonder if Zoun is going to move before the Blink upgrade is done. That's something that the European Protoss players have become very fond of, where they move out at about maybe 80% or so of the Twilight Council research being finished. Serral going into an Infestation Pit together with a Hydra then, and then also Roach Speed. Okay, so what he doesn't have yet is an Evolution Chamber. Already we've got a 5th hatchery building up as well. Cutting the Evolution Chamber is interesting to me. Most of the time we see Zergs opting to go for a quick +1 melee. Very frequently do they follow it up as well with a quick +1 missile. But now Serral's not going for any of it, and he's effectively spending his money instead on an Infestation Pit. Hydras are going to be getting their ranged upgrade, okay. And I wonder if this is going to be straight for a Hive. Is this like a 6.5 minute Hive? Serral playing the big macro game here. 12 drones, extra gases. That hatchery in the upper right is going to be absolutely critical. I think Serral will be opting to go for 10 gas here before too long, and apparently, even though most Zerg players really try to avoid the late game, it seems, Serral is gonna try and see if he can fight it straight up. Very quick double Colossus follow-up here for Zoun. So if you look at this from Zoun's point of view, right, he has seen a Roach Warren, but he hasn't really seen Roach production. Even though there is a Roach Warren, it doesn't really mean that Zerg's plan on going for a Roach-based mid-game. Going into just good old Stalker Colossus is really good. If instead Zerg is going for, say, like Hydraling Bane or like Hydra Zergling in general, there's a lot of value to be gained. Colossi, of course, deal bonus damage to light units, and, well, at this point, with no roaches out, those Colossi are going to be able to roast quite well. So Zoun, though, he sees indeed that there is a Hive just about done already. The Observer gets killed, but he knows about the Lurker transition. Single Viper coming up. I think if Zoun moves out very soon, he has a real shot at dealing critical amounts of damage, but instead he decides to go into a Fleet Beacon, a second Stargate of his own, and then the fourth Nexus is already finishing up. So Serral apparently accepting to play the big macro game, and now Zoun is doing the exact same thing. We are effectively cutting the early game and the mid game short. We're going straight late game. Okay. Look at this as well. Straight into a... Where is it? A Templar Archives. Are we going to go double Forge? Will we begin the Twilight Council upgrade? Actually, do we already have a double Forge? Am I blind? I'm sleep deprived, but not blind, right? No, we only have a single Forge. Okay. One of these days, I'm going to be looking for something that's right in the middle of my screen. And I can't tell if it's because I've been sleeping only a handful of hours here and there, or if it's because I'm stupid. Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Bella. Bella gives me the perfect excuse. I used to miss things in the middle of my screen all the time, but I had nothing to blame other than my own stupidity. But now, you know... Yeah, shout out to Bella. We can give her the benefit of the doubt. Now, this is a cute little position, and one of the reasons why a lot of Protosses don't really enjoy the forward base. Terrans, for example, with siege tanks can hit across this little crevice here as well on 10,000 feet. Already, though? Yep, we've got ourselves a Tempest or two. Viper is out, but I don't believe there's enough Hydras available. Only 4 of them out at this point on the map, too. Really contest this. 6 Dropper Lords coming up right now. Ultra Cavern on the production tab. Tectonic Destabilizers. We are just about to pop off. Action is going to be all over the map here momentarily. Up until this point, both players are just trying to survive and out-strategize each other. But soon, we're going to have to rely on speed. 540 average actions per minute here for Serral. That is the equivalent of 9 buttons a second. Should we have a little bit of first-person view? This is what that looks like. You can see his selections in the far bottom right. He doesn't really know exactly where all these units are located, though. There's the Dropper Lords being loaded up. He does notice the little stasis ward. Tries to reposition right now the Lurkers. Hold position on a bunch of the units, too. Starts up the Ultralisk Chitinous Plating upgrade. Overlord drop in the meantime. Heads towards the main base. He's going to be unloading there in just a moment. Adrenal Glance is seconds away from being done. It finishes right when the Overlord drop arrives. And this is going to be extremely annoying here for Zoun. Zoun is going to be able to win the fight right over here, but he's going to take a ton of damage. Nexus, though, looks like it will stay alive. What about the drop inside of the main? Good warp in there as well by the Protoss. Okay, Serral decides to evacuate. And you know what? Let me take control of the camera again. That was handled really quite nicely by Zoun. He does end up losing the Nexus in the end. But I think the losses were very acceptable. Yeah, Serral's supply count takes a nosedive. He's going to be able to rebuild it immediately, but I don't think Zoun is all too unhappy about how this is going thus far. I love as well that he's already begun the Immortal production. I don't know if he has seen the Ultra Cavern. He has not. Ultras are still going to be super useful as well. Big circling drop, but... Ultras are still going to be super useful as well against, or Immortals rather, are going to be super useful as well against Lurkers. If you don't have anything, though, against the Ultralisk, you just get torn apart. 3 Hydras and then about 40 Lings go diving in the main base. We even have the good old Parasitic Bomb upgrade. No, what is it called? Microbial Shroud upgrade coming up here as well for Serral. These Lings now, though, are getting to the point where they can actually start beating the Zealots quite reliably. Push again as well on the left, but Tempest here, together with some High Templar, are keeping those units at bay. Okay. Nice defense, though, here, by our Protoss. This is the type of aggression that many Protoss players will succumb to, because it's so easy for things to go horribly wrong. It's one of those things as well, right? Where Zoun right now is fully maxed out. He's at 200 supply. So if a Zergling drop now arrives in the main base, he can't warp in a bunch of Zealots to try and deal with it. Extremely annoying. And indeed, that is what he's going to have to deal with again momentarily. Photon Cannon's not yet done. The Zealot run by, though, over on the right side, on the 3 o'clock position, is going to be able to get some work in. Lurker rather, burrowed right now behind that mineral line just to be a nuisance. In the meantime, though, Zoun is going for his first dedicated attack. Ultras are here, and we also do have a ton of Infestors Fungal Growth together with Microbial Shroud, baby. Making it very difficult for this Protoss army to deal damage. And you know what? Ultra's normally a terrible choice against Protoss, but with the power of the Microbial Shroud, Serral just destroyed the army. I mean, he's gonna need an answer here for those Tempests, but it looks like the Corruptors are on the production tab. Zealots in the main base, in the meantime, did clean up the drop, and the Lurker over here secured 5 kills, but nothing all too much. But I am surprised about how effective those Ultras ended up being. That was a ridiculous engagement there for Serral, constantly switching. At this point, the Lurker count has been reduced to just the 1. All right, Tempest will have to recall on out of there. And I wonder if Zoun here is thinking about how this all went wrong. Like, how did you... Didn't everything go perfectly according to plan? How did we just arrive in this situation where Ultras, of all units, ended up destroying the Protoss army? Crazy cool fight. And you know what? The Infestors are only going to get better from here because now we're entering the good old Neural Parasite as well. Okay. Time to back up. What do we have right now as Protoss? Well, the bottom left base ended up going down. And the problem here for Zoun is that at this point, right, the Zork aggression is going to be relentless, but his money is going to start running out. We're coming up on the 15-minute mark, and at that point, the main base is going to be pretty much dried up. The natural expansion is going to be dried up, and even the third won't have a lot of mining remaining anymore. Brute Lord transition here from Serral, my god. He's absolutely relentless. Yeah, I don't know what Zoun can do here. I mean, he still has a banger of an army, right? But I don't think he has an army that can beat the Zerg players straight up. And I believe he's gonna need to have enough mining to constantly replace the lost units. So he needs another base up sooner rather than later. The one Lurker from the bottom left-hand corner decides to join in yet again. By the way, what unit has Serral not made so far in this game? He hasn't made Banelings. He hasn't made Swarm Hosts. I think that's it. There might be another one. Maybe another 2. But Zoun has been forced to switch and change his style of units up all the freaking time. Kind of crazy. Now, it is nice, though, for Zoun that this is one of those, like, jack-of-all-trades type of unit compositions. This is not a unit comp that's weak against anything in particular. Kills a hatchery over here. He's already did shut down the base as well on the right. What's a little sketchy now, though, for the Protoss here is that this base in the far bottom left is absolutely critical. He needs it. But at the same time, he can't really leave a ton of units behind here to try and keep it around. So he's going for a push, leaving that base in the bottom left entirely exposed. Push as well towards the top right. I love the movement here, though, by Zoun. It has to be said. Zoun actually doing a great job here over these last 2 minutes. Trying to target fire down the low HP Ultra. He's trying to see if he can bring some of the heavy hitters in this direction instead. This hatchery is unlikely to survive. Yeah, that's just gonna get absolutely destroyed. Zealot run by in the left. Okay. Brute Lord's trying to keep this army at bay, but nice maneuvering here yet again. And now the bottom left base is finishing up. Now we're getting additional Skytools upgrades. We get a second Cybercore, additional Stargates. This fresh mineral line is going to be really sweet, and right away, the probe transfer is coming. A load of workers are making their way across. It is about time we continue mining yet again, and in the meantime, Serral is chasing a bunch of Zealots around. But I think these last 3 minutes for Zoun have been just about perfect. Don't think you could really hope for a lot more. Maybe a little bit of first-person view right here for the Protoss player. 362. Ooh, APM. He starts up the mothership right there inside of the natural. My god, what is this army movement? Zoun, stop! Ah, pain! Is he a mini-map dragger? I don't know what's going on here, dude. He's using a lot of camera location control groups, but this is absolutely nauseating, Zoun. I think he's recreating camera control groups, and then he spams the recreated control group immediately. Jeez, okay, sorry. I don't want to have anybody throw up here while watching this game. That was disgusting. Some players have some really funny control groups. So most of the players out there, right, will have like F1 for the camera control group of their main, F2 for the natural, F3 for the third, etc., right? But some players, especially Protoss players, like to set up control groups for the actual locations where fights are most likely to happen, for locations where the army is currently located. And once you build up the muscle memory, it gets very confusing. Protoss obviously has, by far, like the slowest moving army in this matchup, so Zerg doesn't really, making control groups or camera location control groups for Zerglings just doesn't really make a ton of sense. I'm kind of surprised, though, I have to say here, by how passive Serral has been ever since the, drop aggression in the main base and the lurker run-bys and the fight in the middle. He's basically just been macroing up. His bank is plenty big. I really don't think he needs to be playing this any slower. Kind of feels to me like he is letting this slip out of his fingers. Not that long ago, he had Protoss exactly on 4 bases, but now Zoun is moving up to 6. I mean, obviously, it's not like this is a bad spot here for Zerg whatsoever. He's getting full upgrades. He's getting a massive bank. He's getting all of the economy in the world. But now he's dealing again with a maxed out Protoss. A Protoss player that has a decent economy as well to boot. So, let's see if this is something that is gonna bite him in the butt. More Stargates coming up, by the way. We're going up to 6. 6 Stargates in total. Okay. That's always one of the big advantages for Zerg. The fact that you don't need a ton of tech. Like, this is effectively all of the tech that Serral has built in this game. Zoun has spent more on his Stargates than Serral has done on literally all of the things. He's fishing for a lucky hit. Feedback, though, on a full energy Infestor will one-shot it. Okay, let's see what Zoun looks like while he's actually in a fight. More gateways coming up. We already have 12. Bottom left. Storm over there. Recall on a bunch of the Immortals and Archons. Pushes forward on the right side as well. Immortals are indeed going to chase down the Ultralisks, and that should be relatively straightforward. In the meantime, the hatchery at the 3 o'clock position dies yet again. Now, the forward third is now pretty much mined out. The Brute Lords and the Lurkers have been trying to reduce mining here for a while, but there it is. It's one of the big advantages, I guess, of taking it early. Now it's no longer really a problem. Obviously, you still want to keep the positional advantage, but... Ooh, Brute Lords, actually, that's a lot of Brutes. 11 Brutes on a little attack path of their own. This is never really what we see. A Brute Lord drive-by. And you know what? Zoun already used Recall a little bit ago to try and deal with the Ultralisks. So that means that the Tempests are not gonna, be close by. Instead, he's using them for the counterattack. So, base racing a Zerg is always a little bit sketchy. But I guess against Brute Lords, this army is significantly quicker. The Tempest numbers, by the way, are massive. We're up to 11 Tempests. Ultra's now moving in as well. Microbial Shroud used yet again. I can't believe Microbial Shroud is an actual core component to Serral's army. We have not seen any Zerg player really use it consistently. But in this game, it doesn't look like a joke, you know? Like, oftentimes when we see Microbial Shroud, it's Zerg players trying to get lucky, but it looks kind of ridiculous. More and more Infestors coming up, too. Well, there's actually only 3 of them remaining. Nice movement, though, here, yet again by Zoun. Taking down that base in the upper right is great. And I think he's got his eyes set on this 3 o'clock base himself as, like, his next base, if he can get it. The only problem with taking it is that the bottom left base is so far away. And positionally, it's going to be hard to defend both locations at the same time. Alternative choice, though, for Zoun is to go north from here. He's a little worried about engaging on creep, because he knows that those infestors might be tunneled underground, but this is great. Oh, yep, take it down. Lovely work. Zoun is actually playing spectacular StarCraft here. It needs to be said. I think everybody expects Serral to win a series like this. That's not because Zoun is a bad player or whatever, but because Serral has just been so dominant for such a long time and he never really has an off day. But Zoun is maneuvering this about as good as you can really expect the Protoss to. Got ourselves a Dark Shrine right now on the back of this too. Base attempted for like the 7th time or so here on the right side yet again. Upper right base has been retaken. But if Zoun can take the 3 o'clock expansion, we are effectively at a split map scenario. And in a split map scenario, usually that works out great for Protoss. This is by no means over yet. Even though Serral has the bigger bank, Zoun is pretty much maxed. His upgrades are still rolling in. He needs to be careful though. Like if we see a round of neural parasites, this is not good. Those Archons are gonna explode if you're not careful. If we see a round of neural parasites though on these important Protoss units, these battles can be absolutely disastrous. Fungal? Ooh, the dance between the Infestors and the High Templar. So the feedback ability of the High Templar deals half a point of damage, depending on the amount of energy that the unit they're feedbacking has. So an Infestor with 90 HP can be one-shot if it's full energy. Oh, neural parasites, couple of Corruptors swoop in. Luckily right there for Zoun, he did get the recall down reasonably quickly, but now his army is very disjointed. Corruptors immediately swoop in, and this could be big right here for Serral. There are some storms going down, but he knows that those units are not part of the main clump. And without the Archons nearby, suddenly the rest of the Tempest just end up going down. Still though, I feel like this is an overextension. Lovely feedbacks. Really good kills as well on some of those Broods. Oh, crazy fight. Massive Stalker warp in right now for Zoun, who's transitioning into carriers right now too. What's nice about the Stalker follow-up is that he can actually capitalize on this. It's gonna take a while for Serral to, get all of his units together once again. He needs a lot of those Brute Lords to be morphed in. He only has like 5 of them remaining. If Zoun can actually press the issue, this could be a problem for the Zerg, but Zoun doesn't really want to engage too deep on creep, and Nexus on the right does end up going down yet again. Okay. A scary engagement for the both. Ultimately, they decide to back off. You know what? Fully upgraded Stalkers. Not so bad against Ultralisks. But I guess you can't see him. Yeah, sorry, lads. Gonna need an observer. Protoss actually don't get a ton of observers in this matchup anymore. Okay. It used to be very common for Protoss to get a ton of observers in this matchup. I was watching Grubby play a little bit of StarCraft 2 the other day after he basically hadn't played it for a very long time. And I was reminded about how back in the day Protoss players would just get observers left, right, and center. Grubby was getting so many of them. Not really the case anymore in this matchup these days. It's just too much dedicated supply, and the robo units are just very useful for other things. Anyways, the base in the upper right goes down, but maybe the same can be said as well for the base in the bottom left. Fungal growth yet again. With fungal growth, you cannot back up with the Stalkers. Blink is not allowed. He decides to blink forward, goes after one of the Infestors. The rest of them burrow, though, and that is a lot of losses there on the side of the Protoss. But still, the majority of the Protoss army is moving in on the left flank instead. That's going to be a hatchery down in about a second or two. What about the Nexus here on the right? I don't think there's enough, Zerg close by to really shut it down. Zoun is honestly managing all of this really, really well. Okay, look. Zooming out, right? We are now at a spot where Protoss has half of the bases on the map, and Zerg no longer does the same. Serral's bank is bigger, and that's the real issue here for Protoss. He can keep this going for a long time. But economically speaking, positionally, Zoun is not in a bad spot. Problem is, though, does he have enough units to actually contest this Zerg player? Because Serral just still seems to be everywhere. Base in the far bottom left in a world of trouble. I think that may be the end of it. These Zerglings hit so freaking hard. Rest of the Stalker army here is going to have to get recalled out. A single Immortal in the mix, too. Where's all the Skytles? Okay, here it is. I think this is going to come down to one massive clash between these two armies. Zoun needs to dominate that fight, because Serral's going to instantly remax with a ton of Corruptors. Maybe some Ultralisks. Maybe some Brute Lords as well, if he still has some leftover Corruptors. But it's going to be a fight that Zoun needs to win. Now, his army is huge. 152 army supply. Serral's army is massive as well, but a little bit more complicated, I suppose, to micro. It really all comes down to the dance between the Infestors and then all of the High Templar. If the High Templar can feed back the Infestors, that would be massive. Likewise, though, if the Infestors can Neural Parasite the Carriers, or, God forbid, even the High Templar themselves, this could become absolutely disastrous for Protoss. Serral retaking the base over here. Retaking the upper right as well. It's not going to happen, though. Protoss now heading on over in that direction. Big Zergling run by in the meantime, but Zoun not actually leaving all of his units with his main army. Obviously, though, he can recall those Stalkers and Zealots as well towards the Mothership. I wonder if that's what he needs to do, man. That's a lot of dedicated supply for defense. Oracle is gonna fall, it seems. Yep. It took a couple of fungals, but ultimately it ends up falling. Serral losing so many hatcheries now. It's a weird problem, right? Because for the Zerg, you have 10,000 minerals, you have 5,000 gas. With all of the hatcheries gone, you do run into the problem that you need the third resource more so than the other two. We're gonna have to see larva. I wouldn't mind seeing a few proxy hatcheries going down, just so Serral can actually remax. 19 larvae is really not that much. What about this, though? That's one Brute Lord going down, but Neural Parasites as well. We see fungal growths left, right, and center, and a ton of feedbacks on pretty much all of the Infestors. Here's the Corruptors right now swooping in. They're trying to make sure that they are spread out so the Archons don't deal too much splash damage, but the Neural Parasites are kind of nuts. Serral's trying to remax desperately. Not enough larvae to really get the job done. Now the Zerglings join in as well. Those Stalkers that were part of the base defense decide to join in the middle of the battle. Mothership does end up falling down, and there's enough Brute Lords still in the skies to shut down the remainder of the Protoss army. My God, what a spectacular game. Absolute cinema here from both of these players. Really solid work in this particular PvZ. But this is now looking like a solid Serral victory. I do not know what Zoun can really do against this anymore. The only problem here for Serral, again, is the larva, but it looks like with a few more injects going down, he's now actually making queens. I think he only just now realizes the larva problem. With those queens now joining in the fray, he's going to be able to sort that issue out long term. Nexus in the bottom left ends up falling yet again. Yeah, at this point, Serral is maxed with plenty of resources to boot. Zoun still has a decent number of Stalkers, but obviously Stalkers alone are not going to cut it. He decides to recall when he sees the links coming in, but that now means that he is stuck behind all of the Infestors and then also the Brutes. Fungal growth would not be a bad idea, but I think he's busy looking at other things. Zoun, though, trying to create as much chaos out on the map as he possibly can. Looks like he will be able to snipe the left side base. This is obviously a good trade, though, here for Serral yet again, because he's the one with a bank. Ultra's now actually a phenomenal choice again, too, right? When you only really have these gateway units, Stalkers are not really going to have a good time against, well, Ultra Ling. Here go the Brute Lords. Straight towards the far bottom right. They're headed on over towards the main base, the soft underbelly of the Protoss. And I think at this point we are watching Zoun process the loss, because there is about 0% chance that he is going to be able to get a win out of this situation at this point in time. Serral's feeling confident enough to counterattack right here with the Brutes. He's got plenty of units remaining to be fighting. Ooh, you know what, Serral? It's important not to fall asleep. Okay, that was like a 9 Infestor donation. I don't think it really matters that much. Oh, army hotkey here. He cancels it. Serral's panicking. He cancels the caustic spray. He's sending the units back home. Oy, oy, oy. I mean, I still do not see how Zoun could possibly ever win this. Just because Serral can remix so many times over and over and over again. But these last couple minutes, I mean, the ones after the big fight have been very good for Zoun yet again. Brenda in the main base dies. It looks like the Stalkers, fully upgraded, they're going to start working on the Hive. Fungal growth here, though, and now an Ultra is going to join in. Okay. Yeah, margin for error is still absolutely minuscule, it seems, for this type of Zerg army. But GG gets cold. It's Serral who wins game number 1. We find ourselves on a Winter Madness. I'm ready for another banger. But I don't know if the players are. You know, you could kind of feel Serral starting to slip a little bit after the main engagement. Zoun is certainly not going to do the same build again, because now he decides to open up with a Twilight Council first. Okay. So let's talk about the options. The most common one would be a Glaive Adept opener. So rushing up to Glaive Adept, very strong, especially if Zerg decides to skip out on the Roach Warren. Alternative choices, very quick blink, very quick charge. You can go into a Templar Archives and then do a little bit of Archon dropping, right? You can do some juggling with that and a Prism. You could go into a Dark Shrine as well. So the Twilight Council alone, it just, okay, gives you loads of choices. With this one though, straight blink being by far the most uncommon one. Robo facility on the back of this. I'm not even entirely sure what to make of this. So, if Zerg opens up with, I mean, let's say a +1 melee build, right? Which is pretty common right now. We see this all the time, especially from Korean Zergs. You lose as Protoss to this sort of thing, I'm fairly sure. There's about 0% chance you're going to be able to hold. Now, obviously, +1 melee for Zerg wouldn't start up until right about right now, so maybe the timing is a bit of a mismatch, but yeah, we're going for, I guess, a 2-gate Stalker all-in. How many gates do we make? So he is now making 4, he's already got 2, so this is a 2-base 6-gate all-in? What year is it? I have seen this a few times lately. I'm not entirely sure who popularized this. I think I've seen Trigger do it a bunch, the Canadian Protoss player, but it is a curious build. The strength of it, I suppose, is that Zergs are just not prepared for it at all. Like, this feels pretty far off the beaten path. And this may just be the latest flavor in 2-base all-ins for Protoss. I kind of love it, though. Let's see. This is a build that I quite literally haven't seen since, I mean, other than like over the last month or two. I haven't really seen this since like 2011. Back then, though, the entire game was very different. For example, the Warp Gate research was incredibly fast. And things just, yeah, didn't really work out very well. But let's see. Serral's making Pureling Roach. If Serral can buy enough time, the 7-worker advantage, the 6-worker advantage that he's got is going to be phenomenal. But Zoun is already knocking at the 3rd base. This is a 2-base all-in. Remember when they were last popular? It must have been with, like, Immortal Sentry. Lovely trapping so far, though, with the Blink Stalkers. The drones are dying real quick. Serral trying to make a few Ravagers, but Stalkers are super powerful already. Nice transfusion there by the Finnish Zerg player, but this is not looking all too hot at all for Serral. Wait a second. He needs to get one big surround. Okay, Zergling's around, and then I guess he wants to get the Corrosive Biles in the meantime, but the Stalker Micro, the Prism pickup control is excellent. He has lost one Stalker. He has lost one Stalker so far. Wait a second. This may be the perfect Protoss game. Oh! Micro is really good. Is that the 2nd Stalker dying? 3rd Stalker dying? Yeah. So 3 Stalkers right now for all of this. And at this point, the momentum becomes a huge problem here for the Zerg. He's trying to desperately reinforce this as quickly as he can. Some of the Stalkers are low HP, I suppose, but the shields will regenerate. More and more warpins. Obviously, that does mean that the Prism needs to back up for a little bit, but GG gets called. Zoun just destroyed Serral in game number 2. Okay, and that means that this series comes down to the map White Rabbit. Now, I want to talk about that Stalker build a little bit more, because that was a very normal opener for Serral. Right? Like, that was a triple hatch opener. As far as I noticed, he didn't really cut any corners. He did make a whole lot of units as well, so that wasn't even really Zerg being super greedy. Zoun went for effectively a scoutless 6-gate push, and he just destroyed him. Now, how do you figure that sort of thing out as the Zerg? That's the real question, right? Because I'm sure that Serral has a way of countering the strat, but how do you figure out that that is the push that your opponent is going for? Like I said, even when you see the Twilight Council, there's still like 6 reasonable choices for Protoss to go for. Maybe the Glyph, the depth timing is the most popular, but with really good micro. You can tell here that the Stalkers are good as well. It is not so straightforward. I guess one big tell, though, for Serral is the fact that he did not see a Skytles unit. So usually you kind of expect an Oracle to be on the Zerg side of the map at, like, say, minute 4. Or at least Protoss to, like, attempt to take a 3rd base by, like, 3:45 or so. So those might be little tells there for Serral that he needs to be paying attention to. But yeah, that is a very cool build that I fully expect to see more down the line. One thing to keep in mind is that all of these games, so this is from a $10,000 tournament, all of these games will be checked out as well by the other pro gamers. Pro gamers, generally speaking, watch a ton of StarCraft as well. Maybe not so much, for commentary. Maybe not so much for entertainment purposes, but mostly for studying, right? And I think that game that we just saw from Zoun is one that we will see studied quite a bit by other Protoss players out there. If you can shut down the world's very best Zerg player playing the most normal build out of them all, I guess that's a pretty good sign that you may have something up your sleeve, right? Something that might just work consistently. Okay. It's going to be a Void Ray first this time around here for Zoun. So not going for the same build multiple times. By the way, as far as like Zerg players countering that build goes, I think there's a few options. You might actually be able to skip out the Roach Warren with this particular style, although obviously you'd be in trouble against any sort of Glaive to Death push. But I think the real key for Zerg is to not drone so hard. So Serral decided to drone up to, I think when Zoun attacked, there were like 48 workers. I think if Serral would sit at like maybe 42, it's not that big of a difference, but if you would have like 5 more roaches, or maybe like, maybe 12 or so more Zerglings by the time that the Stalkers move in, I think that's probably a significantly better spot. So the amount of changes that he would have to make are relatively small, but you can't really make those changes if you don't know. And that's the tricky thing. All right, Void Ray though, followed up right now by an Oracle. Twilight Council on the back of this again here for Zoun. Infestation Pit, or... Did I just call... Nice. Nice, very, very nice. Shout out to Bella. Shout out to Bella for sleep deprivation. I appreciate that, yeah. I meant the Forge. Protoss going for a 4.5-minute Infestation Pit would be very impressive. Roach Warren coming up. Serral, by the way, droning straight past the number that I just discussed. But I think it's because he already saw that there was a Void Ray out. You know, it'd be kind of cool if that Stalker build would actually become very popular for Protoss players to purposely save up like 3 Oracles and then move across the map. Basically, make it look as if it's a Twilight Council-based build order, but then it's actually Stargate and you just end up zapping everything to death. Zerg is going to stop droning at like 42. You end up with a significantly better eco. That's the type of meta game that you can end up in if the Stalker build indeed ends up being really solid. Anyhow, a Robo Facility right now on the back of this as well for Zoun, who's once more preparing to play a little bit of a macro game. 4th hatchery coming up already. A little bit of a different timing, actually, on the 4th hatchery compared to the 10,000 feet map. Second Robo, though, together with a Robo Bay. Blink together with the +1. +1, of course, researching inside of the infestation pit. Oh. By the way, I've been editing player stats into the YouTube videos. I haven't really talked about it very much, but I've been trying to edit in some additional stats. The head-to-head score between the players, I think, is very cool. Curious to hear your thoughts on it. Let me know. It does take a little bit of time for me to edit it in, but I think it's nice to have a little bit more information, right? Zerglings here trying to get some damage in. Nah, they get a Stalker or two. There's the Forge. The Forge for the Zerg. +1 ground, though, is going to be done here in just a moment. 5th hatchery already coming up, too. Double evolution chamber. Wait. Serral decides to cancel the infestation pit and start up a 2nd evo chamber instead. What is this? Is this a Zerg timing attack? Stalkers once more get surrounded, but with the Oracle up in the air, it'll be difficult to achieve much. I really wonder what this is for. This is looking like a weird timing attack for Zerg. Is it 1-1 upgrades? Like +1 missile, +1 melee? Are we gonna go pure Hydra with Carapace? Like, what is... Yeah, okay, no, we're going full attack. So this is Glass Cannon Zerg. This is 0 survivability and all the damage output. Normally, Zergs would do this sort of thing, like a year or two ago with Hydraling Bane, but Serral does not have a Baneling Nest. So I think this is gonna be pure Hydraling instead. Pure Hydraling, though, against a Colossus-based opener. I do not think that this is a good spot for Serral at all. If Zoun can drag the fight on, just for a few seconds, really, if those Colossi can get a bunch of hits in, they're just going to be destroying everything. Oh, nice cancel in the end. But they're just going to be destroying everything, Zerg. Now the infestation pit starts up yet again. Overlord drops coming up. Okay. So what Zoun has seen so far is very reminiscent to the first game. But, I love this. He has an observer in the main base. He knows that there is no hive. And when Serral, I mean, he sees it now, but when Serral, look at him. Oh, he's so sharp. I love that. Zoun is honestly playing phenomenal StarCraft. I know I've said this a bunch of times already, but that hive started and he instantly noticed. That's so sick. Anyways, the fact that he now has seen the timing of the hive, he must be anticipating some sort of mid-game push here by Serral. Keep in mind, in the first game, it was like a 6.5 minute hive. Now it is several minutes later. Where has Zerg been spending their money? Well, he needs to be careful, though. If Hydra Link can come in from every side... Oh, that's, I think, what we're trying to get. Yes, Serral's trying to go for the surround against the Colossi and that many Stalkers. Is there enough firepower right here for the Zerg player? This is a crazy engagement by the finisher, but I think it may just be narrowly working out. The Prism falls with a Colossus inside of it. The Queens join in as well, and Serral ends up shutting down one of the unit compositions that really is supposed to counter Hydra Link. The only reason that worked there for Serral is because of the positioning. As a matter of fact, I'm a little bit afraid that there's a half dozen Diamond League Zerg players looking at this and they're like, oh, Hydraling against Stalker. Yeah, Hydraling against Stalker Colossus. It's a phenomenal comp. This is... You need the perfect positioning for that to work out. I think even Zoun was a little bit surprised. He could have recalled. He could have recalled and gotten out of there, but he figured, yo, this is pure Hydraling. Why would I not fight? Okay, Colossus indeed coming up yet again. A massive dip, though, in the army size. Infestation Pit right now coming up, or Lurker Den Roller right now coming up together with that hive being done. Vipers added into the mix, and now the Overlord drops are going to hit. Zoun is in a world of trouble here. He's going to be able to keep roasting. Not a lot of anti-air in this army. What about the Hydraling push up north? Oi, 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 oi. Ah, beautiful game here. Really lovely strategy by Serral. I was assuming it wasn't gonna work. Generally, when you see mass Colossus production into Hydra Ling, it's absolutely atrocious for the Hydra Ling player. But positioning is everything, right? Reducing the splash damage that those Colossi can potentially deal is huge. And also, I guess that one Colossus being caught inside of the Prism, Zoun was trying to reposition it, but Serral ended up getting both the Prism and the Colossus in one hit. That is massive. He wants to continue fighting, though, but soon there's going to be Lurkers out, and now the Ling drops are still inside of the main base. Adrenal Glands, by the way, is very soon done as well, together with the +2 melee. This positioning here on the Hydras is awesome as well here, because Zealots alone are not going to cut it. What about the fight in the meantime on the other side of the map? I mean, Blinding Cloud to slow things down. The Lurkers, though, I think are going to be enough. I mean, it's not that many Lurkers, I will say. But I think the best case scenario here for Zoun is getting one base. And the problem is, he is losing his own main. The Nexus is already gone. Here come the Zerg reinforcements. Lurkers trying to see if they can potentially catch up. Seismic Spines, the ranged upgrade for those Lurkers is nearly done. Main base of the Protals, though, has disappeared. And now the Robo Bay is gone. That means no more Colossus production. These Colossi, though, are still getting about as much value as they ever could. But I don't think that Zoun is going to be able to cut across. Yeah, there's no way he's going to be able to get across into the natural expansion of the Zerg. And there it is. GG gets cold. It is Serral who gets the job done in some spectacular games of StarCraft. The two greatest StarCraft 2 players of all time are facing off against each other in a best-of-7 grand finals for the lion's share of $10,000. Hello everyone, my name is Lowko. Spotting right here in the top right-hand corner, playing in red, we have none other than Maru. Down in the bottom left, playing in blue, we're looking inside of the main base of Serral. A best-of-7 series that is the grand finals of the Lilu Cup. So this was played recently, and I haven't seen it just yet. As a matter of fact, these two have actually played against each other a few times over the last month. I believe they played against each other twice in the Pigsty tournament right after this particular series. So as soon as I get my hands on those replays, I will certainly go ahead and check them out as well. Because whenever these two have played against each other historically, it's always a banger. I mean, okay, hold up. It's always a banger with a little asterisk right next to it. Because a lot of the excitement is leading up to the series, leading up to the games. They've had some very anticlimactic matchups in the past, where everybody was super excited for it, everybody was hyped, and then it turned out to be a pretty one-sided victory. Right now, though, at this point in time, both Serral as well as Maru look very strong. Maru's Terran versus Zerg has been looking excellent. Serral's Zerg versus Terran has been looking very strong too. So a best-of-7, I mean, it should give us a very good understanding as to where these two players are currently at. Now, one little thing to note is that this was played online. So that does mean, of course, that there is going to be a little bit of ping, but honestly, it shouldn't really matter all too much. It's going to be a hedge gas pool right here for Serral, opening up with a very quick low ground expansion, and likewise right here as well for Maru. He's going to do the same thing, but after a barracks. No SCV scout leading ahead of this Reaper. The Reaper instead will go straight across the map, and I think it's the smart thing to do against Serral, because what are the odds of Serral not going for a hatchery first? When's the last time you've seen Serral go for any sort of early game cheese? He does mix it in from time to time, and I honestly think he should probably mix it in a little bit more frequently, because players do go for a lot of command center first, a lot of SCV scout skips, and quite a lot of greed in general. Maru especially is somebody that will abuse that type of information if he gets it, so he's going to be quite happy to see, though, that it's just going to be a hatchery first for now. No sneaky Zerglings hiding off to the side. The Reaper will start working away at whatever it can hit. Not going to be able to achieve all too much, though. Yeah, Brenda's out. She's going to inject the hatch. Spore Crawler gets cancelled. And I'm assuming we are going to be adding a drone to the third base location soon. Actually, I say that. Serral had got... Okay, he's got up to 100 gas already. He has not moved the drone in either direction, nor has he started up Zergling speed. That is very out of character. Now, he did pull one drone out of gas. You can see this Reaper looking around as well. There's technically 3 third base options right here on Tourmaline. A couple of Zerglings did go across. I'm wondering if we're going to go for a super quick lair. Maybe a very fast Roach Warren. That's what Maru is looking for right now as well with this Reaper. But sadly for him, the Reaper ends up going down. In the meantime, he also loses 2 SCVs in the natural expansion. The 3rd command center gets delayed for a little while. And Serral decides to immediately put down a lair. What is this build? What are we going for? Roach Warren out front. Okay. There is going to be a 3rd hatchery eventually. But this is certainly a little bit of an oddball of a strat. Maru is going to try and figure it out, right? There's a couple of different options. Either this is just a super defensive opener for Serral, right? Or it's going to be something like a roach push, very quick mutas. It could even be like a Nidus Worm all-in. Either way, that really nice and comfortable early game that Terrans usually have. Well, at least against macro Zergs, right? Usually against Serral, you're just going to be able to attack all the time. Right now, he's going to have to start thinking about potential counter attacks here too. Evo Chamber gets added into the mix. A lair is just about done. So what are we going to do with it? Extra gas is being taken. He starts up a roach speed. No Spire. No +1 yet started either, though, which makes all of this a little bit disjointed. If you want to go for a timing attack with roach speed and +1 attack, you do need to start up that +1 a little bit sooner. Kind of looks to me like an Evo Chamber here. Yeah, that's just going to get an upgrade going and then is going to finish eventually. It's also important, though, here for Maru to consider that this might just be a macro build. Even though it really very much so to him looks like some sort of aggression, it really doesn't have to be. And I don't think it is. Serral's just droning. This looks like a hyper-safe roach opener where Terran is not really going to be able to do all too much. And for Terran, this is tough. How committed is the Zerg to aggression, and how committed is the Zerg right here to economy? Like, what has he seen? He's seen a delayed 3rd base. He has seen Zerg stuck on 2 bases. He can't really just commit to, like, a scan on the other side of the map. So he needs to basically be safe against all things. Because of that, we go into a bunker right now. Siege tank production has kicked in. Stimpack is done. I would love to see combat shields added into the mix. I think Maru right now, though, has realized. Oh, well, he was at the very least thinking, contemplating moving across the map. Serral is going to send a few of the queens right now, too. He is pumping out a lot of roaches. Okay, are we just going to go for a roach speed timing attack? Well, you know what? I started off this series saying that sometimes Serral is a bit predictable. But this is a build that is certainly a little odd. He goes back to droning right now. Starts up a bunch of Ravagers, cancels one of them. The thing that's really throwing me off, though, is this +1 carapace. Like, it's just not going to be done in time. Maru is checking out front. He knows that this push is coming. He has seen the Ravagers morph in. It takes about 7 corrosive balls to kill a bunker, so there's not enough Ravagers to just straight up one-shot this. He is going to commit. But how hard is he actually going to commit? It kind of feels to me like maybe he's just going to chill a little bit while droning behind. And he is indeed throwing down an infestation pit as well to, I guess, go straight into a hive here momentarily. And he goes back home. Okay. You know what? This is, even though it's a little weird, and I'm questioning a lot of the decision-making, I do believe that this is precisely what Serral needs to be doing more frequently, because sometimes his opponents really do take him for granted. Now, luckily for him, he can just out-macro and outplay them, so oftentimes he can still win regardless of the opponent's, well, really playing against his image, but this right here is a weird strat, and one that is certainly going to be something that Maru needs to analyze by looking at the replay after the game. Bailing Nest starts up right now. Hive indeed begins. We have the 2nd Evo Chamber inside of the main base. So really, this is just another one of those strategies that will lead to a very conventional late game. But the way in which Serral is getting there is very odd. Double council right here on that 4th. Seeing the 4th base, though, is going to be quite nice. Maru's 3rd base is now going to be delayed, though, because of all this creep. So I guess that's why the queens were here, just to, well, delayed is a little while. Look at him. This is Brenda walking her dog. Yeah, her dog. It's a cute dog. It can fly. She's got it on a little leash. You can't see it. It's like fish wire. It's practically invisible. All right. 4th command center fires up right now for Maru, who should be able to navigate this quite nicely. 2nd factory right now out over at the 3rd base. +2/+2 fires up. Maru is trying to now guide this game back to, yeah, a spot that he has seen before. Man, I kind of love this. There's something very cute about it to me. Maybe I watched too much StarCraft that I think this is kind of adorable. But look at Brenda waiting right here. The Overlord is going to poop a little bit of creep again. There we go. Brenda takes a bit of a shower. We put down a few creep tumors, and then we move in another direction yet again. Honestly, this is kind of straightforward, though, because you can just sort of right-click the Overlord onto the Queen, and it will just start dropping. Anyways, if you like cute things, look away. Brenda, no! All right. Well, Maru hates pets. And he hates the Queen, too. Ultra Cavern, though, in the meantime, is coming up. Adrenal Glance is about a third of the way done. +2, we have +2. Carapace finishing up. I'm assuming we're going to go straight into +3. This is honestly a very scary setup right here for Serral. The thing about this, though, is that for Maru, it's still kind of a difficult read. How do you know when you're going to have to transition here to, say, for example, Ghosts or Liberators or all the rest of it? If you're just stuck on Marine Medevac Tank by the time that Ultralisks come out, it can become very sketchy. Like a big Ultra timing attack can actually just straight up catch you off guard. This is Serral's favorite move lately, though. He's going to go into 5, sometimes 6 Dropper Lords. And I guess the plan is to drop off Lynx, maybe some Roaches inside of the main base. Up until this point, it's been relatively passive from the Zerg. But soon, all hell will break loose. Oh, fungal, fungal, fungal! Oh, that's a big, juicy fungal. Okay, fantastic start for this particular fighting. There was a little bit of an exchange as well out front, it looks like. But really, this is opening up supply for more Ultras and Zerglings to come out. Roaches that die right now, sadly for them, will not be replaced with more Roaches. The era of the Roach is over. I think it's becoming very important, though, for Maru to get these units out. He's queuing up a couple more Medevacs, but I think more Liberators here would be beneficial. He's got 7 Medevacs as it is. Liberators and Ghosts. That's what he really needs right now. Spire coming up as well. We're just going straight into a big macro game. All right, here we go. You remember those pets from earlier? Well, they brought their friends out for revenge. Brenda is still with us in spirit. A couple corrosive balls right here. Should be 3. Yep. Onto the siege tank to shut it down. Maru honestly is doing a good job, though, navigating all of this, right? Like, it's an oddball of a game for him. But he has now brought this back into a tried and true setup. Pesky Zergling here being annoying. What about the Overlord drop? Excellent denial right here by the Terran. There's a mothership, by the way. Crashed on the right side of Tourmaline. The Protoss were here once upon a time. Well, this is the first time, though, that Ultras come out. A couple of snipes are available. Liberation circles are also set up. The Planetary Fortress is nice, but no mass repair. Is it a little bit too late? It is not. Perfect defense right here for Maru, honestly. Considering he didn't know that this was really coming, I don't think he really could have hoped for a lot more. Like, that was effectively Serral saying, haha, this is what I've been building up all this time. Maru says, okay, cool story, bro. Fires up 4 command centers. +3/+3 coming up as well. We are going straight into a big macro game here. Okay. Baneling transition on the way right here for Serral. He starts up the +1 missile upgrade. I mean, I would have preferred seeing +3 melee, but... Oh, actually, that's because it's started over here. All right. I guess we're going to maybe still add on something like Hydras eventually if he feels like that's what he needs. Vikings looking around right now, trying to see if maybe they can find those Dropper Lords from earlier. Well, this is I think, what the cargo of those Dropper Lords was a little bit ago. Seeing those units standing out here, I think, is already giving him quite a bit of intel. All right. Now, this is a map, though, that can become quite difficult for Terran. Because where do you expand to right now next, right? Like, the top left-hand corner is, I guess, a base that is somewhat acceptable for Maru to take, but it feels really far away. Likewise, the 3 o'clock position, it also is kind of a jump. Like, the problem is if you take this one, you have to spread your defenses very thin, and then suddenly this base in the upper left of your bases is going to be, well, susceptible to Zerg aggression. I guess he's going to be trying to get this base up and running here eventually. That's exactly why Serral's trying to deny it. Serral trying to hope for a couple of lucky corrosive balls there. Not going to happen. Nice Widowmine hit. In the meantime, we have a Nidus network coming up. Yeah, and Maru is just basically trying to win this by like minute 30 at this rate. He's trying to go up to his beloved dozen or so orbital commands. At that point, SCVs become optional, and the fog of war can effectively be disabled. At least, for a few seconds at a time. Building armor fires up. 5 command centers. Okay. Well, I think this is the type of series, though, that everybody would love to see between these two, right? Big macro games between the two players that are widely considered to be the greatest of all time. Tactical nuke? All right, sure, bring it in. High-sec auto-tracking as well right here for Terran. That is the ranged upgrade for planetary fortresses and missile turrets. You know, it's very good. Don't get me wrong. But it is a luxury upgrade. Let's see, though. Banelings are starting to roll through. Yeah. Backing up again, though, is Maru right here to the safety of that planetary fortress. Always such a nice anchor to fall back to. Base over here at the 3 o'clock gets denied. Command center in the upper left does now indeed see that there is again a hatchery building. Hatchery does finish up. Okay, alright. Maru is now making the transition, though, to that very deadly late-game Ghost army. A lot of Zerg players don't really enjoy playing against the Ghost anymore. They're very powerful units, but really only when they're controlled at the absolute highest level. I feel like when we see other Terran players, use Ghosts, they don't really seem to use them as effectively as, say, like the Marus and the Clems of this world. They are very counterable, especially when the Zerg player here is Serral. Just takes like 1 fungal growth to, well, basically destroy everything. Nidus Worm right now, though, into the main base. Liberators probably need to turn back around, although actually they're going to be using their entire attack to go after that Overseer. Nidus Worm, though, is not going to pop up, and here's Maru trying yet again to take another base. Let's see. Can we actually grab it? Yeah, so the problem with this one, right? Like I was trying to say earlier, if you start taking this base out onto the map, it's relatively accessible. But now you effectively have to pull defenses from the upper left towards the right side of the map. In order to apparently set this up a little bit better, though, for Terran, Maru decided to go double planetary fortress here. Obviously, the fortresses don't cost any supply. Serral sees it right now. Is this something you can just overwhelm? I think as soon as Serral realizes that this is actually an attempt to take the base over on the right side of the map, he will certainly be thinking about just blowing up the bases on the left side of the map instead. An eye for an eye, so to say. Factory transition coming up right now, though, for Maru. He'll be going from Bio into Ghost Liberator into what looks like Ghost Mech eventually. Serral starting up a couple of Overseers here. Okay. How many do we have? We're going up to 14 Overseers. Obviously, we've seen... Oh, tactical nuke coming in. We have seen a Rogue mess around quite a lot with that sort of shenanigans, right? Ghost right over here. Yep, nuking up towards the high ground. Does Serral see it in time? I think he noticed it a while ago. He actually just waited with pulling the workers. We are min-maxing the mining over here against nukes. Sure, why not? Man, these guys are so freaking good at the game. It's actually stupid. Like, how do you even do anything here? There's this weird part where when the players are too good, sometimes it can kind of feel like a stalemate. Like, even though there's a lot going on, right? With Nidus Worms and nukes and both players trying to outsmart each other and stuff, neither of them really wants to commit. Because obviously Maru doesn't want to push deep onto creep. He's just trying to establish bases. But likewise, Serral doesn't really want to pull too far off of creep. Yeah, this is an absolute treat, though. This is excellent. Now, how many command centers do you make? Like, when do you cut it off? Because we're up to 12. We have 16 plus a couple more, right? It is a lot of CCs. Command centers are 400 minerals. Orbital commands 150 on top of that. So basically, I guess on average, you can say that like the command centers are like 550-ish resources each. I mean, when you make like 20 of those bad boys, it adds up very quickly. And it's one of the big advantages for Zerg in the late game. Zerg just doesn't really need that many structures. These Marines and Marauders are going to get sacrificed. Greater Spire coming up right now as well for Serral. Maru wants to go and make a bit of a move over here. He really wants to grab this base in the far bottom right. Planetary fortresses, I think, are going to be set up here in key locations. Tactical nuke right now as well, used for zoning purposes. And that I do really love. Maru is hoping to either catch the army on the advancement or on the retreat. Serral, though, is not going to take the bait. Instead, he blows up a bunch of the units there. Fair enough. A couple of snipes here, but not all of them finish up as the Ultralisks moves out of the max range. I think ultimately, though, it's kind of looking like this hatchery will go down. Serral really wants to keep it alive. Yeah, but he decides to retreat. I think it's a smart move. In the meantime, we have a secondary Zerg army moving around the left side of the map too. The top left, that is. Baneling's trying to roll through into the mineral line. A bunch of the SCVs will indeed die. Planetary number 1 also falls, and planetary number 2 is not going to be falling far behind it. So maybe Maru takes out a base right over here in the far bottom right. That is base number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He takes down base number 9, but loses base 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for it. Maybe I missed one. Anyways, point being, that is a trait that Serral will be very happy with. Serral fires up more Overlords right now. Are we really gonna go full rogue? Is that the plan? Do we just keep on adding more Overseers into the mix? If that's what we go for, I think we should also go into a secondary Nidus network and just try to flood the map with changelings, try to get into the main. Look at the scanning, though. Maru's like, yo, where are you? Come out and play, man. Where are you? Playing hide and seek with Maru is the worst. He's just going to sit in the living room and scan the house. Absolute disaster. Okay, pushing the upper section of the map yet again. Problem is, Maru's army right now is very much so on the wrong side. Serral doesn't want to use up all of his Banelings, decides to just sort of, force the lift off here and then back up. In the meantime, that entire Terran army is cycling back towards the upper left-hand corner now. I do believe it's important, though, for Serral to deny this base, if possible. Command Center actually maybe 1 square off axis here. I think it's, mispositioned. Okay. Okay. Lots of upgrades, though, still coming up. +3 arrow weapons also coming up right here for Serral, even though he hasn't really had a lot of flying units. When he does want to make the transition here to, say, for example, Brute Lords, they're going to hit very hard. Already, though, in case of Brute Lords, Blue Flame here coming up for any sort of Hellbat transition. Maru makes a move towards the upper left, tries to get a couple of nice hits in, not going to happen. And this base over here is actually very scary for Serral. So ultimately, right? Oh, as we do now, hold that thought, as we do now have the Zerg trying to break this position yet again. Maru is on the run right now with all of the ghosts. Liberators are going to get balled down. Corruptors are also connecting. Siege tanks trying their absolute best. Snipes there will not finish up. Not a trait that Maru will be happy with. His army there takes a pretty significant nosedive. Nidus Worm goes up into the main base once more. Okay, so usually, right, Terran is the more cost-effective race. So if you look at the resources lost, you can already see that Maru has lost significantly less. If Maru can somehow, some way, mine half of the map's total resources, and he's currently got half of his side of the map taken, even though some of those mineral fields may have been mined by the Zerg a little bit, it's mostly negligible. If he can mine out 50% of the total map's resources and then remain cost-effective, despite the fact that he's been the ones taking a beating over the last, 5 minutes or so, he can still win just based off of that alone. So as long as he can mine out this base, I think this one is the important one. If he can mine this base out, it is still certainly a game that Maru can win. And I love how Maru, he's actually forcing the mining in the bottom right-hand corner rather than over here at the 3 o'clock. Now, Serral right now thinking the same thing. He decides to make a move towards this bottom right. He knows that this base needs to be denied and, well, say goodbye to the SCV count. Yeah, maybe that's why you normally not see that army move towards the bottom right. In the meantime, though, Maru did also take down the hatch in the bottom, or the top left, rather, but Serral did evacuate the workers. He put them into the network, I believe, and managed to get them out. The SCV's not so lucky. Ooh, look at all those Ultras. So low, Serral decides to pull back. Cool guys don't look at explosions or at buildings that are burning down. I think that'll be the end of that planetary too. Maru now using this, though, as an opportunity to go out. Serral's got a bank that any Zerg player will be happy with. But likewise, Maru also has a good bit of cash. Another hatchery will fall right here in the middle of the map. Fungal growth onto some of the biological units. I'm actually a little surprised we don't have these upgrades yet. That's crazy. I didn't even pay attention to it. But not having a fusion core until like a half hour into the game is kind of nuts. Absolute no-brainer. Caduceus reactor is super powerful. Advanced ballistics, likewise, also a very nice upgrade, especially when you have a bunch of liberators. Maru now, though, using this as an opportunity to push in. We do have the Zerglings unloading inside of the main base. Bunch of drones, actually. Those are the ones I think that were in the upper left-hand corner previously. They tried to evacuate and accidentally moved into the main base. They even attack moved onto one of those barracks. In the meantime, Serral's trying to push his army away. Maru, though, has got a really lovely setup here. He's now making a transition towards a bunch of Hellbats and then also more Marauders. This fungal growth, though, onto the Medivacs is juicy. That'll be the end of a lot of the Terran's healing right when the Caduceus reactor upgrade finishes up. Zorkling in the upper right-hand corner still available. It's going to be used as his vision can still provide another Nidus Worm in the main base. Drones right now in the upper left once more. Serral did retake the far bottom right. Yeah, and even though, right, like I don't mind this position for Maru that much, but it kind of feels like a very difficult spot for him. That's a gigantic reinforcing army, though. It's just that how in the world do you beat somebody that has twice the bank that you have? How do you pull that sort of thing off? Either way, it's critical that Maru denies the corner bases. Here he goes again. The drones immediately run away. It's one of the nice things about the Nidus Worm. One problem right here actually for Maru making this transition right now to additional starports is that he never really got a lot of air weapon upgrades. So Serral is fully maxed out with all of the upgrades you can have. You can see it over here in the bottom section of the screen. Maru is lacking some air weapon attacks. So if he wants to go into this starport transition, I mean, Liberators are still powerful. They're not really a unit that need a lot of attack upgrades, but it is something that is certainly noteworthy. Maybe he's just going to use those Medivacs for new, or those starports rather, for new Medivacs though, because they are the ones going down constantly. Denying this base in the middle is pretty sweet. Serral going in for a Zergling counter in the meantime on the right side of the map. Fully upgraded links can actually take care of planetaries by themselves. Ghost activate their cloaking ability, though, to make sure that they don't fall. We do have an Overseer nearby, but it's not going to live for long enough to really do any damage. A couple of siege tanks will be killed on their way out, it looks like. And the Blue Flame Hellbats, they're trying their best to close the distance, but... Well, Serral just making... so many tanks actually dying. A little bit of friendly fire there, too. That group of Zerglings was so much more successful than I thought it was going to be. It's kind of crazy. That was like 30 Zerglings killed like 7 tanks. You know what? These apparently have heard the legend. Yep. Splash damage here. Look at them. They're killing each other. Ay, ay, ay. That's another tank falling here. Little minigame. Little siege tank Zergling minigame. In the meantime, the hatchery in the middle of the map did get sniped. Guys, I'm starting to get nerd chills. This is so freaking good. These guys are so ridiculous. 450 average actions per minute here for Maru. 509 on average over like the last half hour for Serral. These Zergling hit squads are kind of nuts though. Like all jokes aside, siege tanks are expensive and Zerglings kind of feel like they are practically free. Maru cannot afford losing that many tanks. He's lost 22 in total, and I feel like the majority of them have died over, make it 23, over the last couple of minutes. Bunch of Widow Mines set up in the middle of the map. I think that's nicer. Hatchery in the middle. Ooh, okay, it is not gonna get denied this time around, but I think it'll always be a difficult one for Serral to actually mine. Base in the upper left is gonna be retaken here by the Terran yet again. They've been sharing the mineral fields. That's love. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Well, Serral doesn't like his mineral field smelling of SCV. He hates the smell of Terran, so he decides to shut it down yet again. It's a very salty, cheesy smell. Nobody likes that. Ooh. Well, you know what? There are a lot of ghosts behind this. Are there enough snipes available? I don't know if this fight really is that great for Serral, but the ultras are sketchy. Yeah, it's difficult for the Terran to really stand and fight, and that's the issue he's running into. More and more Lings going to town as well. Man, this series might actually just take 4 hours. I hate to break this to all of you, but this might be a 4-hour series. Do you mind? You probably don't mind. There is an infestor, by the way. There is an infestor, by the way. Fungal. Oh, EMP does get landed just barely in time. That could have been an absolute disaster for Maru. I mean, it was still pretty bad, don't get me wrong, but how quickly he EMP'd that infestor was absolutely critical. He could not afford his entire ghost squad there getting fungled. Okay. Liberated numbers are growing. 6 of those bad boys coming out at a time. And one really nice thing, of course, for Maru when he plays this type of late game is with this many orbitals, he's got 12 of them. He really doesn't need... he really doesn't need a whole lot of additional SCVs anymore. So that's opening up a lot of supply for army alone. Maru now at 28 workers versus 61 for Serral. That is something that is very nice for Terran. Here we go again, though. Zerg wants to collapse on top of his army. Not the entirety of the Terran army is present. Maru's forces are very disjointed, and I think that's exactly what the Zerg player is looking for right now. Corruptors are getting some freebie kills here onto the Liberators, and while Maru will defend, I think Serral's very pleased with how that engagement went. Yeah. Maru's army supply count got basically cut in half, and while he will replenish the losses very quickly, his bank is starting to dry up. Serral did spend about half of his own bank, maybe a little bit more than half. But he still has 11,000 resources available for him, so he can keep this going all day. And right now, these outer bases, these corner expansions are starting to look desperate. There's nothing anymore Maru can do about the bottom right. It is all about these final mineral fields here in the upper left-hand corner. Now, Maru does make sure, though, that there's no creep in this area. He's also got a really lovely spread here on the units that he does have. Infestor can, by the way, fungal from the high ground. Needs to be careful that he doesn't walk accidentally within range of the missile turret. He walked in range of it. Does not matter, though. Serral decides to pull the trigger yet again. Corruptors are swooping in from the side. The ghosts are trying to stutter step backwards. Not all of the siege tanks were sieged up before this engagement began. Serral jumps the gun earlier than what Maru anticipated and say goodbye to a lot of the ghosts. Right now, we have 109 supply available for the South Korean Terran player. Serral is basically fully maxed. He's got a bank that is still more than good enough. And I think the finisher, yeah, I think he's just clutched it yet again. Brilliant game from start to finish. Very technical early game, very confusing early game. But just across the board, absolute beauty. Maru's not going to go down without a fight, but this right now is his last legs. Another fungal growth does hit the army. It's his Hail Mary play, but it's not going to be enough. Serral's going to keep reinforcing this for a while to come. That means that game number 1 is going to go in favor of the world champion. Game number 2. We find ourselves on the map Tato Citadel. Okay, I think the tone has been set. Both players are not messing around. It's very clear that they're trying to play to win. Now, sadly there for Maru, he just fell short. But admittedly, it is quite difficult to break a position like that. I think there may actually also be a little bit of a disconnect, because usually Maru will find himself winning the late game against all other Zerg players out there. It seems like a lot of the Zerg players at the highest level even don't really want to play late game that frequently against Terran. But Serral is a bit of a monster, and maybe taking him to the late game is just not the main goal. Now, obviously, or maybe it shouldn't be the main goal. Obviously, there are a lot of aggressive pushes that Maru can go for before that point. Because of the weird build, though, that Serral did, he kind of felt like his only choice, I guess, was to just play the macro game out. It's not like he fell super significantly behind, I don't think, but he just... Yeah, because of the weird roach opener, he didn't really have a crazy timing attack to go for, or, yeah, a really weird, like, 8-Rex all-in, or anything along those lines. He decided to try and get comfortable, and he got comfortable, but so did Serral. And suddenly you're playing a half-hour-long match. I feel like Serral is pretty much always favored in that regard. I wonder if that's the reason why he decided to go for that, well, really fake push, right? With the roaches and the 2-base opener and all the rest of it. Because ultimately, all that Serral really wanted to do, it seemed, was play the macro game. He really faked out a timing attack. Didn't even really go for a timing attack. Started spreading creep in weird directions all over the map. And Maru was like, well, I guess if that's what we're playing against, I'll just put down a second factory, go into a fourth command center, and macro my way out of it from there. All right, well, it's going to be a Reaper start yet again. It's also once more not an SCV scout leading ahead of the Reaper. I do always feel that for a series, though, it's always better if Maru wins map number 1. Because he starts getting very greedy, usually. Either with, like, proxy barracks on the other side of the map, or with multiple command center first. Maru, though, decides to just play identical strategies to what he did in game number 1 so far. Serral this time does add on a third hatchery much quicker. He did pull out a gas fully. And here's that third hatchery already building up. Maru's gonna scout it here in just a moment, and he will know that this is all normal. Yeah, that's what you want to see as a Terran player. Terrans actually, it's a bit weird, right? Like, we see Terrans trying to deny Zerg third bases all the time. But at the same time, Terran don't really want to play against 2-base Zerg. So you want to deny their third base for a little while, just because that means you are, well, messing up their plan a little bit. But you also really don't want to deny it for so long that now Zerg is playing a 2-base opener. Even though technically Terran is slightly favored, I think, in that regard. It does just make the game so much more complex. Early game Zerg is very predictable. Mid game Zerg, though, has about a dozen viable build orders, and I think across the board, Maru will be pretty happy with seeing that third hatchery right over there on the low ground. Speaking of low grounds, he yet again fires up the third CC in this same location. It's a little bit odd. I guess the idea behind it is that normally an Overlord scout will go in from the side of the main base, just like what Serral is doing on this side. Usual scout is between 4 minutes and 4:15. So I think that this particular OV scout is still going to see the command center. But I guess if it's in the main base, it's guaranteed to be spotted. Serral right there, though. Oh, no. Reroutes it. He sees the timing there on the Hellion production, and he decides to just back up. Double engineering bay right now as well for the Terran. Tech lab number 2. No shenanigans here with cloaking field this time around. Lair starts up here for Serral, about 4.5 minutes of in-game time. All of this is very normal. I'm expecting to see probably an Evo chamber and a Baneling nest here in just a sec. Although he could go for like some of that more common, I guess, lately. That more common infestation pit type of style. Not the case though. Serral goes straight into a Baneling nest. For a couple weeks there, a lot of Zerg players were, especially against like Maru, against like Clem, against like ByuN, the absolute top dogs, they were not going into a Baneling nest nearly as quickly, and they were kind of treating Banelings like a late game unit. No more over the last few weeks. We're going back to the good old Baneling speed opener. Banshee now goes around. Spore crawlers coming up. No cloaking available this time around though. 4 barracks all at the same time here for Maru. Building up to a total of 5, and ooh, Serral's gonna be building a spire. Well, let's see. A little bit of Mutiling Bane. Not something that he usually goes for a whole lot. Mutiling Bane cannot be played as passively as the style that we saw in the previous game. With Roachling Bane into like Ultras and stuff, usually your main goal is defending. But with Mutalisks, you do have to go out onto the map and get some sort of damage done. Changelings, though. I'm gonna scout out exactly what is going on here. And the main thing that the Zerg will be looking for at this point is whether or not there could be like a 8 Rex all-in imminent or anything else along those lines. Like, is everything normal here on the side of the Terran player? So far, it appears to be. Overseer is gonna live for now, but it did take a bit of a bruising. No evolution chambers, though. So that means we are gonna get quite a few mutas, I believe. Yep, 7 of those bad boys fire up. Bailing speed about halfway done. And I guess that's the main thing that Zerk will cut here. The timing of the Evo chambers. Now, Maru has already finished 1-1 before Serral even starts up his own. That's crazy. I would love to see Maru, yep, there we go, fire up the +2/+2. So now he's beginning 2-2 before Serral starts up 1-1. It basically means that Maru for like the next 20 minutes or so, okay, maybe slightly less than that, but until Serral finishes 3-3, if he even ever gets to that point, Maru will have a timing attack potential. His Marines are just going to hit so bloody hard. And will the Mutas actually be able to make up for that? There's 8 of those guys available right now. They wanted to go across the map. Instead, he decides to now send them back in. Siege tanks, though, in some really spicy locations. Maru is going to commit to a push here. Keep in mind that this is by no means all in for the Terran. Ugh, okay. Yeah, Mutiling Bane is so fast to engage. Reinforcing Terran units here are indeed a necessity. Maru will have clicked on one of those links by now, though, and he will have noticed, okay, that is very quick Muta play. That means very delayed upgrades. 4th Command Center fires up. 2nd Factory right now out front. In the meantime, he's pushing up to the high ground. Queen's here in a world of trouble. Banelings are coming up yet again. Muta's trying to swoop around the site. Serral is going to lose some of them, though. Nice splitties right here by Maru. He is having a difficult time engaging on creep, and with more and more Banelings coming up, I wonder if Maru does need to go home for just a sec. But across the board, not a bad trade here for Terran at all. Any ways to keep those Mutas off of your side of the map are good, right? Like, you can start up some missile turrets now defensively. He even fires up a Thor. We have the Drilling Claws research coming up as well for Widow Mines. Maru using this time here to his advantage. In the meantime, though, Serral's sneaking out a base. All the way in the far bottom left. It will be something that Maru needs to take into consideration, because, of course, we do have a gold base here on Tato Citadel. Barracks 6, 7, and 8, though, coming up already. And that is really going to make this Terran production pop. He's finishing 2-2 already, 9 minutes in, right as Serral's finishing 1-1. That's so good for Terran. I can't emphasize enough how nice that is. Serral decides to just cancel that base. As soon as he gets spotted, he's not even going to try. Maru will be trying to go for a planetary fortress in the middle. I think he's about to prepare with 3-3 research as well in his engineering base. I think we should at the very least. There we go. Thank you for making me look good, Maru. Appreciate that, dude. Planetary indeed in the middle. Okay, Mutaling swoops in around the left side of the map. The natural expansion is wide open. Big Daddy Thor popped out of the factory, is immediately going to get sniped. Zerglings right now in the mineral line, though, and they will also be used to deny the advancing here of the Terran army. Missile turrets being sniped. So far, the SCV losses have been kept to a minimum, but you have to be very careful. Serral targeting those bad boys down to try and open up an opportunity for the Mutas to go in. It looks like, though, these links will not really achieve that much, and well, yeah, I think that was a pretty good opportunity for Serral to get some damage done. The defense there from Maru was excellent. Okay. 4 SCVs for all of that? Yeah. I don't think Serral's happy with that at all. Okay. Maru will be very pleased with it. He didn't yet go for a Ghost Academy, so for now it's going to be probably just Marine Marauder. Base in the bottom left fired up yet again. Mispositioned, though, by Serral. He's definitely feeling the heat. Targeting down, okay, the starport? I don't know, sure. Okay, he kills it. Kind of annoying, I guess. In the meantime, there is a fight as well happening off creep. That will go way better for Maru across the board, who's now trying to make a beeline for that base yet again. I think Serral should just cancel it. He does not cancel it, so that'll be 275 minerals plus the drone down the drain. Immediately repositioned it in the right location this time around, but I mean, while this is all happening, Maru is on virtually an identical strategy, right? Or an identical economy here, but with much better upgrades, with a far superior army. The creep really is what is allowing Serral a little bit of wiggle room still. But I wouldn't be surprised at all if Maru is going to start, well, taking care of some of that in the meantime too. Into the choke point, the little alleyway here. Dangerous. Muta counterattack though, and the numbers here are growing. Now there's 25 of those bad boys. And this is an amount that you need to respect. Previously, they were targeting down a starport. Now even the command center is no longer safe. 7 SCVs fall down. Okay, Serral actually just targeting structures. Kind of odd, right? Like, normally we never see Zerg go for structure damage like that. Double missile turret inside of the main base's mineral line. Bunch more SCVs will likely fall as well. In the meantime, this advancing Terran army has made its way towards that middle base. Bottom left-hand corner expansion, though, will finish up soon. Maru has finished 3-3. Serral, still at Lair Tech. That means that he's not even going to be able to start up 3-3 until Hive is done. So Maru is effectively roaming the map here with 2 additional upgrades for at least like the next 4 minutes. That's really, really nice for Terran. Effectively, any main straight-up engagement between these 2 armies is going to be significantly better for Terran. So Serral wants to deny that to the best of his abilities. He's just flying around the map, setting up Zergling counterattacks and all the rest of it. He does not want to have a clash between the armies. Missile turrets, though, are now also protected with a bunch of Widow Mines. Main base, though, does not have any new missile turrets built, and I do not see any Widow Mines in this area either. Zergling run by here, now over at the 3rd base, and this is where Maru can very rapidly fall apart if he's not careful. Base in the bottom left did go down. That's a nice snipe, but these units also do have to fly away. Zergling burrowed underneath. Marines trying to intercept this. Javelin missiles of the Thors are flying after the Mutalisks. The defense here is good enough by Maru. You gotta be so careful, though, here as the Terran. Because, yeah, you've got the Zerg exactly where you want them, but this can still spiral out of control. Like, if you don't respect the Mutas, if you then feel like you have to go and push deep onto creep, and now you're fighting against Roly Banes, it's very dangerous. Serral's hanging in here, but he still does not have his 3-3 upgrades. Hive is done. Fires up the +3 carapace now. Maru is going to take out this expansion a second time around over here in the middle, it looks like, although Serral wants to deny it. Stimpak gets activated. Maybe we should have done that a little bit ago already. Move commando here from Maru into the Banes. Not what should be done. It's because he's busy trying to micro over here. Serral, though, not pays attention, and that means he's going to lose a bunch of Mutas. Now, 16 of those guys have died in total. We've got a few different control groups of Mutas as well, it looks like. Serral, he wants to hold. He knows he needs to buy time. This planetary fortress may very well fall. Hatchery in the middle, though, is going to be denied, but the hatchery now in the far bottom left is available. Bunch of changelings out into the map as well to see if Terran is moving in this direction. Serral may be working a miracle here. Like, nothing's really gone his way. Yeah, I mean, nothing is maybe a little harsh, but many things have not gone his way so far in this game. And it kind of felt to me like he was starting to run out of juice, but Maru is struggling actually closing it out. Every time he's ready to move in with a big attack, Serral moves into the main base. It's so dangerous here. Pushing onto creep when you know there's banelings around every corner is just so scary. Adrenal glands coming up right now as well for the Zerglings. That's a big damage buff. And the upgrade advantage that Maru once held is starting to close. Another starport dies. Man, so many of those production structures have died. I guess it really is taking the wind out of Maru's sails here. Like, Maru wants to keep pushing, and he's still doing exactly that, but losing those structures, they need to be replaced. We'll probably see this hatchery start up again in a moment. Middle base here available right now again as well for Serral in just a sec. Maru, though, wants to snipe this expansion over here, and he still has an upgrade advantage. This is exactly what he's been looking for this entire time. Those Marauders can tank banelings for breakfast. Okay. Those are the types of fights we want to see. At least if you're a fan of Terran. New starports now added into the mix. When you lose one, make two. The mythological Hydra strategy. There's not enough Marines available to go after the Mutalisks. +3 carapace will finish up. Adrenal glands just moments away from being done. New command center being set up right now on the left side of the map. What about the fight over here in the middle? Not enough creep in this area. So Maru is once more going to try and push forward. Banelings try to slip through the cracks. Yeah, Maru splits are too good, man. Now the Mutas join in as well, though. And this is obviously where that Zerg army is so powerful. Quickly repositioning and joining together. They may have started the fights on opposite ends of the map, but Zerg can obviously get these units together so rapidly. Maru needs to be careful he doesn't get too split up. He wants to deny the creep over here, though, and he's doing an excellent job with exactly that. Base in the bottom left right now is being retaken again by the Zerg. Big Daddy Thor now in the front as well, ready to take some Lings and Banes. Marauders still live, and that means that this hatchery will go down very rapidly. Medevacs fully out of energy, by the way. Big counterattack now with both Zerglings as well as Mutas. Okay. Maru's supply count is looking somewhat healthier than the Zerg, but he's only got 44 workers remaining. No Widow Mines in this base, but Serral doesn't know. He sees the amount of missile turrets, decides to back up. These guys are so good. Sorry, I know I've made that same assessment like 14 times already in this particular cast, but seriously, dude. These guys are so closely matched. Oh, it's a treat. No missile turrets over here. But Maru is probably going to lose the base in the middle, but take out the base in the bottom left. And Serral really is desperate for minerals right now. The Muta numbers are also not as high anymore as they once were, making it all difficult for Zerg to really commit to these counterattacks. Small pockets of Marines can no longer really be, easily killed. 5 more Mutas, though, will definitely make that a lot easier. And while there were 4 SCVs dying, Maru got an entire Zerg base for it in return. So I think that's pretty good. Maru ready to lay down the law yet again. He scans all of the outer bases. He knows right now that the only base that Zerg can really take is the one yet again in the middle. He has not really Serral that has been able to mine that one for very long in this game at all. Maru needs to be careful. Yeah, he decides to split up his units right now. This is clever. Careful, though, against those Banes. You gotta stim your units. Yep. That was close. Muta counterattack in the meantime picks up a bunch of the reinforcing Terran troops, but again, another hatchery dies. The Muta numbers, though, are big enough yet again to really start, well, hammering this Terran army at home. They are now also opening the front door for the Zerglings to run through, and obviously the Zerglings can very quickly take care of all of those missile turrets. That means that Maru needs to now fully fall back home. The main base here of Maru is going to get denied. We even have a contamination used on top of the factory. Slows down the production right there of that one Widow Mine for a little while. Maru is not even at the time to add on any reactors onto those newly made starports. I guess that never really was the intention. Okay. Dude, what a game. Keep in mind, and this is a bit of a stretch, okay? But keep in mind that professional gamers are human. Oh, God. Case in point right over here. These games are tiring to cast. They're tiring to watch. So imagine playing them. Right? Like, this is not going to be the first set that these two are playing on the same day either, I don't think. Usually you'll have to play a couple of series. So they're probably already many hours in. Meaning that as we progress, if we keep having macro games like this, I do expect that things get a little bit messier. Big engagement over here, pretty decent for Serral, but Maru's got so much money that he can replenish the units very quickly. Yeah, I can only imagine, man. Playing 2 of these games back to back, and you're playing a best of 7? Many of us would have mentally checked out already. Hatchery's gonna get denied another time around. Missile turrets, though, in the back over at the 3rd base. They are going to go down, but Serral realizes where this game is headed. He just has not been able to get his feet under him, economically speaking. Maru's just denying bases over and over and over again. And that means that Maru evens up the score. And just like that, we find ourselves on the Celestial Enclave. A beautiful map. It needs to be set like that. Actually, I feel like lately we haven't seen the Celestial Enclave as frequently. This is a very macro-heavy map, it seems. Well, at least in theory it is, because there's just so many bases that are easily accessible. You can technically take, like, the first 4 bases without all too much trouble, but I guess because of these, well, especially the mineral-only path over here, we've seen a lot of players use that to their advantage to get some cheeses going, try to gobble the opponent up from the inside out. I'm actually just going to look up the win-loss ratio on this map specifically for this matchup. Because I feel like it's not really been that common lately for Zerg versus Terran, but it could just be the series specifically that I have been casting. According to Liquipedia, this map has a 46% win rate for Terran against Zerg. Meaning that Zerg wins the majority of the time. It's not super lopsided, but I guess it's not a map that Terrans will be all too fond of. Likely then, Serral's map pick. Usually the way that tournaments work, by the way, when it comes to map order. Usually when you're playing, in this case, a best of 7, there's 9 maps in the StarCraft 2 map pool. The players will both veto 1 map each, and then they will take turns deciding what map order is going to be played in the series. So obviously, if you're playing a best of 5, you will have 2 vetoes each. If you're playing a best of 3, you have 3 vetoes each, and that kind of explains why we seem to get the same maps repeatedly over and over and over again, especially in best of 3s, because there are some maps that will float to the top naturally. Celestial Enclave, I feel like has been a little bit less frequent lately, but it could just be my, I don't know, my gut instinct, I don't know, could be wrong. Then again, it is a nice map. I do like seeing it. Factory coming up. A Reaper into Marine. No SCV Scout. Hatch gas pool here for Serral. No, actually, I take it back. We do have a single drone dying here. Hello. It is not a hatch gas pool. This is a hatch pool hatch. Serral going straight for that pocket expansion really early on. He's going to be able to get 5 of those mineral fields going nice and early. Maru scouts right now and it will notice, okay, there is nothing over there, but does this mean that this is a 2-base opener, or does this mean that there is a very quick 3rd hatchery over on this side instead? He wants to see some creep. Can't see any creep just yet. We'll have to come back a little bit later when the hatch is actually done. Better keep cycling around. Keep the Reaper alive, though. Or maybe you can try and make a beeline. All right. The other way around, sure. And he will now know exactly what he's playing against. This is a big indicator, though, that Zerg does not have any gas. 2nd drone dying right there to the Reaper. That's sloppy. You should really not be losing a single drone at this level to a Reaper. Getting 2 kills is absolute best case scenario here for Maru. Anything more than that, you're just being greedy. He decides to celebrate as well, though, with a very quick 3rd command center. And then also a very quick 4th command center. This is a 4th base at the 3.5 minute mark. Let's go, Maru. If Maru gets away with this, he is gonna just skyrocket ahead. These are 4 bases, all building on location. This one is so easy to kill. There's nothing. But you know what? He has seen, okay, he didn't go gas, therefore there's no metabolic boost. What are the odds right now of Serral sending out slow Zerglings to try and kill a base that I am building out there? There's nothing Serral can do about this. He's making a Roach Warren, I suppose. He does have a little bit of gas right now, but he used most of it to go into a lair. Serral is autopiloting into playing his beloved macro game. He will not even be checking for this sort of thing. I'm hoping Maru is gonna go 4 orbital commands. 4 battles. Yeah, he has to go 4 battles. It has to be done. If you're gonna be this greedy, it's the only play. Serral, though, making a whole load of drones all at the same time. But I'm honestly a little bit concerned for, like, the first big attack that Maru has got lined up with this. If Maru goes for an attack, right as all of the economy kicks in, I mean, it is just going to hit like an absolute banger. Serral, though, being super greedy himself, too. Like, he basically has no units. Actually, remove the word basically out of that sentence. He has no units. He's got 1 drone on walling duty. But that's it. He's not made a Zergling. He has not made a Zergling and he has not made a Roach. We're 5 minutes in. Not a single attacking unit has been produced for Zerg up until just now. That's nuts. Overlord is going to scout out roughly what's happening. I don't know if this is enough intel here for the finisher to realize that there is another base. Maru indeed did go for the Orbital. You'll love to see it. Armory already in the back of the Terran's main base to fire up the 2-2 really early on as well. This is effectively like a gentleman's 5-minute no rush type of thing. Both of these guys are being so ridiculously greedy, and they probably believe they're being so smart as well, right? Like, ha, my opponent never guesses I'm so greedy, but when you're both being super greedy, who's really... Like, if you're both greedy, is anybody greedy or is it just normal? Like, if the whole world is greedy, would we even consider that a word? I don't know. Anyways, that'll be a discussion for another time. But when both players are this greedy, how do you decide what to do? Well, we have Roaches with +1 carapace done in just a moment. I guess Serral is about ready to send it. Barracks 6, 7, and 8 right now coming up as well for Maru. Does he have enough units to prevent this push from really dealing critical amounts of damage? I am not so sure. Is Serral gonna try and go in through the back door? I guess so. A little bit risky. Maru will see it though. He will notice, I think at least, that the rocks are being knocked down, although maybe he hears it rather than he sees it. Here we go. Serral's ready. Siege tank sieges up. We have barely any units though. SCVs are pulled right now. The positioning of the structures is excellent. They are creating a bit of a wall here. Marines and Marauders are having a bit of a tough time as well getting through this spot. Serral decides to disengage for just a moment. Maybe he wants more and more reinforcements to come up. Maru decides to lift up the wall, saves a bunch of the production structures. Now he stims through it all though. And you know what? Maru actually is doing a remarkably good job shutting so many of those units down. Wait, did Maru just... I mean, there's still a 50 supply advantage or so. Okay, less than that. 30 supply advantage right now for the Zerg. But Maru just absolutely killed it. That's crazy. Look at that. 50 supply worth of Marine Marauder killed 120 supply worth of Roach Ravager. Serral's now going to try and move around the other way. Keep in mind, though, that Terran has double upgrades done on those units, and 2-2 is on the horizon. As soon as 2-2 finishes, I think Serral is super dead. But honestly, he might not even need it. Maru absolutely shuts this down. I don't even know how he just pulled that off. That's insane. Alrighty. That takes us to White Rabbit. Game number 4 in this best of 7 series. I'm still kind of blown away that Maru defended that seemingly easily as he did. He was so far behind in supply. I guess it was just Roach Ravager and it was kind of like bumping into each other at like that choke point, right? So it wasn't ideal positioning for the Zerg. But Serral managed to catch Maru off guard, at the very least with the positioning of that fight. And Maru just absolutely murdered it. I think those 3 barracks, actually, that were, like, sort of slicing that area in half. The fact that Serral was just kind of clumping his units all together and a lot of the Roaches weren't able to fire, that really helped him out. I wonder how much of that is an accident, right? Like, did he actually intentionally produce those 3 barracks right over there because of that potential attack? Or did he just run out of space in the main base and he figured, oh, I guess I'll, you know, I've got some room over here, I'll just plant them down in that spot. I would like to say it's intentional, but sometimes there is a little bit of luck involved for sure. Because that was an oddball of a game. Like, that's not really very repeatable. When both players are that greedy, I'm not really sure if you can prepare for that too easily. Either way, worked out brilliantly for Maru, who's now looking at a 2-1 lead. White Rabbit, though. Another one of those macro maps, usually. You know what? We had a look at the win-loss ratio of Celestial Enclave. What about White Rabbit? It's a safe assumption Serral then picked the previous map. This map apparently is about 50-50. Yeah. I mean, I don't think all of the tournament maps are, all of the tournament games rather, are logged into Liquipedia, so you can't really have all of the info. And sometimes there is like a bit of a map meta where initially a map is considered to be really good for one race, and then it turns out it's actually much better for the other race. You just have to figure out the build order or the strategy that should be played. Either way, White Rabbit is a map that apparently has a about 50-50 win rate for both of the races here, for Zerg versus Terran. We haven't, by the way, seen Maru play any mech yet. I wouldn't mind seeing him mix a little bit of that in. It is a lot of fun to watch. Maybe Maru doesn't really like playing it so much, though. I feel like he could certainly go ahead and pull it off. Yet again, third command center down onto the low ground. It's kind of nice, right? I mean... There's this really funny Overlord command center meta. So what Maru is trying to do is deny the Overlord from seeing the third command center. Now, because Zergs want to see the third command center, usually they fly the Overlord around the other side, so they can commit to a scout at like 4 minutes of in-game time. Maru now pulled this trick off a bunch of times already in this series, so Serral decided to just put the Overlord again in what is normally considered to be the normal path. Like, this is the standard path for the Overlord. A lot of the top tier Zergs, though, like to send it in other ways, just because they want to guarantee the scout at the third hatchery or the third command center here. Yeah, now just apparently the most conventional location for the Ovi to be is where he's also going to be able to see the command center start up. Not a lot of maps actually feature these sort of pervert pillars anymore, where Zerg can just sort of watch. Yeah, you know what? Because he can watch, he can also send in a couple of links. Snipes the SCV, snipes another SCV, maybe even a third. Not bad. Scout of the main base here too. Absolute disaster here for Maru. Almost loses a fourth SCV as well. But yeah, this is an annoying location for Terran to have to deal with. He'll definitely kill it in a moment though. I don't know if he realizes yet that the Overlord has been peeping on him. But I guess when he flies the command center down to the third base location, he will certainly get the confirmation of it. Hellion Benchibo opener here for Maru yet again, so no surprise in that regard. He fires up Stimpek. That means no mech. No mech! 4.5 minute lair for Serral. We'll probably go Baneling Nest. We'll probably go Evo Chamber. And we'll probably go +1 Carapace. Double Engineering Bay behind the main base's mineral line here for Maru. I'm starting to get a little bit of deja vu from the previous games. Otto is gone, by the way. Yeah. Otto, the Overlord, is dead. Hit like and subscribe for Otto. Oh, wait, no. Moment of silence for Otto, please. Okay, that's enough. He wasn't that important. He was... maybe he didn't know, maybe his family didn't know, but he was sent out there to die. That was... yeah, that's why he was out there. He was there for vision, and if it wasn't for him getting sniped by the Marines, he would likely fly himself into the base at some point and then just YOLO in. Yeah. Not a good time to be an Overlord, really. Hydra Den. Is that the first Hydra Den in this series? I think it is. This is pure Hydra Ling right here for Serral, so no Baneling Nest. Double Evo right now in the main base, but those are relatively late. Pure Hydra? We'll probably go Banelings at some point. But this is a bit of a gamble here for Serral in a way. I always feel like these very quick Hydra Ling openers, they're just so flimsy. Like if Terran goes for a big attack or if you accidentally overextend, you're just in a world of trouble. So far though, Maru doesn't know. He hasn't been able to see any of the natural in a while. He doesn't know that this is indeed a follow-up. And we even have +1 missile. So +1 missile right here, +1 Carapace, and then a Hydra follow-up. So we're really trying to make as many of those bad boys as possible. Pure Hydra. And then eventually Lingbane. Okay. We'll have to keep an eye out here. Is there like a timing attack potential? We did see some timing attacks recently. Who was it again? Was it a Rogue versus Clem, maybe? We did see a Zerg player attempt a Hydra timing attack against Terran not too long ago. And I was very excited for it, and then it did absolutely nothing. Yeah, it just got absolutely destroyed. So maybe Serral will show us the way that it's supposed to be played, but I'm a little bit concerned that yet again the Hydras are just gonna fall flat. Maru using this high ground advantage over here to go in. Nice scan as well to get rid of some of the creep tumors. Yep. Oh. For some reason did not quite get the kill on that one. Hydras do need their upgrade. What? Maru! This gotta be a misclick, no? He just landed a mule onto the queens. Is it 2011 again? Are we trying to Batman the opponent? Well, if he did, I think that was a mistake. Because I don't mind this position here for Terran, but it certainly does not feel like a game-winning one. Still, though, the Hellbats now are available. 2-2 has already been fired up on the other side of the map. Serral's reinforcements are going to be able to clean this up. Yeah. We actually sometimes see Terrans making that mistake. And I have also seen Terrans actually write in the in-game chat the fact that they didn't mean to, or you know, they apologize for, because it's considered very bad manners. Back in the early GSL days, this is what players used to do, okay? When you're winning the game so hard, scanning your opponent's base and dropping a bunch of mules. It's like basically the StarCraft equivalent of giving your opponent a finger. In StarCraft culture, generally frowned upon. The Zerg players would then respond sometimes by building hatcheries inside of the opponent's main base. I thought those were always kind of funny. Pretty difficult to pull off, though, but sending a drone in and just building a hatchery. Yeah, the problem is these guys are... They generally get along too well. The thing is, both Serral and Maru have, you know, they've played against each other so many times. They have been so successful over the years that making enemies for no apparent reason just doesn't really make a lot of sense. The amount of drama in the StarCraft world really has gone down over the years. There used to be a lot more of it. There used to be a lot more of it. Remember the Naniwa days, for example? There's a lot of drama. There was a lot of Stefano drama as well for entirely different reasons. A lot of Idra drama. There was always drama. I guess... Oh. Hey, Brenda, leave him alone! Alright. I guess a lot of the professional gamers got a little bit older too. Yeah. One medevac goes down here. Maru trying his absolute best. Just YOLOing in, though, is rarely the right call. Okay, Ghost Academy coming up right now. Dude, I remember some of those photos that were taken of Stefano. Where he, like... What was it again? He got, like, arrested in Sweden or something? He looked like an absolute rock star. It was so funny, man. Like, all the StarCraft guys, generally speaking, are, like, the nerdiest individuals you can find. And then you have guys like Stefano who are just treating the game like, no, I never practice. I don't even care about it. Where am I going to take these winnings? I'm just going to go to the bank. There's so many cool moments. Oh, well. The most financially successful players in the end, though? It's the nerds. Yeah, it's the nerds like Serral and Maru. That's a compliment, by the way. I say this as one of the nerdiest people out there. Anyways, Maru going for a big full frontal attack. Marine Marauder medevac. And then a bunch of siege tanks in the back. Lurker Den coming up, by the way, here for Serral, together with a Nidus network. So there's a little bit of a different approach. We haven't seen a lot of Lurker play as of late. Planetary Fortress here is real good from Maru, though. Oh, that's a Zerg meat grinder and a half. Look at that defense. Maru really wanted the Zerg there to commit. That would have been a lot of dead bodies, but needs to carefully back up right now, though. There's a retreat here, of course, so He knows that these units can join forces together really rapidly. You do not want to get all of these units surrounded. Stimpak gets activated. Maru wants to try and get the juicy hits. Does not quite get it. Serral does not take the bait. But even when Zerg doesn't take the bait here, I think it will still work out favorably for Terran. Yeah. Maru is the master when it comes to bait. He's the master. Wait, hold on. No, hold up. Okay, Drilling Claws coming up. Ghost Academy is now indeed kicking in, and we have the Ghost coming out. He doesn't yet know about the transition towards the Lurkers that is imminent, but you can kind of smell it, right? When there's smoke, there's fire. Yep, and yet again, we are now headed into a situation similar as the first games of this series, where Maru is trying to build up the command center count. Serral wants to grab about 60% of the map and then run with it. Now, this is a different map, though, than what we saw earlier on. A lot of those bases are maybe slightly more accessible. You do have to be careful, though. Like, the main issue, I guess, for Zerg is that these bases are reasonably close to each other. Being able to control the high ground is a big advantage as well. Building armor coming up yet again. 3-3 already done here for Maru, by the way. That's pretty quick. He's always on top of those upgrades. I do quite like the Hydrolling Bane style. So Hydrolling Bane into Lurkers. Now, what's kind of weird is that we have had Lurker tech all this time. Serral got the upgrades for the Lurkers as well. But he didn't make any... Oh, okay. He didn't make any Lurkers just yet. I guess he wanted to finish up all the upgrades before even really starting up the production. Now we have a double Spire as well in the back of the Natural. Could just be for double upgrades on Corruptors. Could also be for a big Brute Lord transition. Overseer numbers are coming up. Yeah, it's a very refined Overseer style. It's a little different than that mass Overseer approach from Rogue. This one is a little bit more elegant. Let's see, though. We're gonna try and push in yet again. Man, this positioning is so nice. I love this. This setup, if you're a Terran player, I think you just need to copy this exact layout. It is perfect. The missile or the supply depot over here, I mean, Zerg just cannot penetrate it. Yeah, really nice stuff. Okay, push in the meantime on the right. Tactical nuke also coming up here for Maru right now. Nidus Worm in the back of this base just to try and evacuate the drones if it needs to be done. Well, Maru is navigating this map brilliantly. Here we have the Lurkers now trying to break open this location, though. After the Hydrolling Bane army couldn't do it, maybe the Lurkers can get a little bit more work done. SCVs will be tried for defense. Hatchery indeed over here. It did already end up going down. We have a new command center taken over in the bottom right-hand corner, but the Ghosts are now needed in this location. Both players have already built up a nice little bank yet again. I like this game much better, though, for Maru. Like, in all of the macro games that we've seen so far, I feel like this is... I mean, all of the macro games, especially game number 1. Serral decides to pull through here. It's a very, well, juicy clump of banelings to be targeting down with your siege tank. Serral thinking the same thing, decides to use the disabling cloud on it. And now, finally, the soft underbelly with that Stimpak running out of the Marines was exposed. Maru does lose a lot of expensive units, but likewise, Serral also had to pay the price. Yeah, you can see that reflected right now in the resource count. Not a terrible spot here for the Zerg player, or for the Terran player at all. He's just been trading so efficiently. And what I like a lot better here for Maru compared to the first game of this best of 7 is that he's just able to go toe-to-toe economically much better. Like, those bases are not nearly as hard for him to snipe. Ultra Cavern now for Serral. Interesting. So we've had double Spire just for upgrades. And now Ultralisk coming up together with Infestors. So we did go Lurkers for a little bit, but we're already starting to make the transition away from it yet again. Fair enough. Now, I would love to see Maru starting up the transition as well towards Liberators, although yet again he needs to run. Siege tanks, though, are super nice. We have a couple of EMPs onto the Vipers. Backs up here to the safety of the siege tanks yet again. He did EMP the overseers too, by the way, which is kind of neat. Lurkers now coming in around the side. Hyderling Bane trying to break this position open. I think eventually this command center will die. Yeah, fungal growth here attempted. Siege tank is going to, okay, try and get some final hits in. And you know what? The mass repair is expensive, but it's just barely good enough. So Serral right now is able to make a transition to basically anything, right? He can go Ultras, he can go, well, into Brute Lords reasonably well. He's ready to transition to all of the stuff. But Maru seems to have the bases covered. Like, he seems to be able to counter all of the stuff really well. I would love to see a fusion core a little bit sooner this time. Maru not really trying to get those, well, going all too quickly, it seems, throughout this series. At least getting them later than I would expect him to. Planetary Fortress up on his high ground again too, man. We have the double planetary defense now. This siege tank is not going to live for very long, it seems. But there are plenty of defenses ready to go. Serral now making a move again for this planetary over in the bottom right, though. And this time around, Maru sees it coming, immediately pulls the SCVs. He knows that this base is toast. Maybe he can take an eye for an eye. At least it seems like he's making a push in this direction. Serral, though, already has the units set up to try and defend it. Fungal growth together with blinding clouds and parasitic bombs, abductions, all the rest of it. It's a very scary combination. Okay, here goes Maru. He's testing the waters for now. Siege tank able to shoot across this little crevice. Nidus Worm into the main base. Hatchery goes down, though. Is there enough Zerg to really push all of this away? We do have some parabombs. A lot of Marauders get blown up, but the Baneling traits are not too cost efficient. Nidus Worm in the main base does go up, but there's no units inside of it, and the siege tank from the low ground had been helping out for a while already. Maru does lose a lot of expensive units in the meantime. Yeah. But he did take out a base. This little location is wonderful, by the way. 21 confirmed kills. Yeah, Maru's building positioning, it's something that isn't often highlighted, but it's really good. Maru's bank doesn't seem that big compared to Serral, but it's because he's been building up the orbitals. He's still adding on so many command centers. We are just a few minutes away from the command center count effectively being maxed out. Like, he doesn't really need any anymore after I think these additional 3 are done. And at that point, his bank can grow really rapidly. So this is a healthy amount of resources for Terran to have at this point. It is important not to get addicted to the command center button, like we have seen from, for example, ByuN in the past, where he seems to just make like 50 of those bad boys, and he just doesn't have any cash. Okay, 50 is an exaggeration, more like 25. But it's still too much. Another base over here gets the Knight, though, and this time around 18 SCVs also full. It's a bloody war. But I like this position for Maru a little bit better than the one in game number 1. Now with +3, though, firing up, Serral also decides to go into a Brute Lord transition. Or at least a potential Brute Lord transition. The issue here for Maru is that Zork just has so much money. How do you fight this, right? Like, every time he seems to take a reasonable trade, there's another wave of Zerg on the back of this. Tactical nuke, though. Oh, I caught the tail end of the smoke. Tactical nuke moving in. Serral finds it, shuts it down immediately. It's just a tiny red dot. But usually, if you're a Zerg player here and you're wondering, hey, how in the world do they find those nukes so quickly? Usually it's the most exposed bases. The ones that are easiest to attack. Blinding Cloud onto the planetary? Nah, we're too cool for that sort of thing. Not worth it. Another base falls. But while this base falls, we do have the Terran now making a move towards the left side of the map. So these minerals will smell like drone. It's kind of disgusting. But at the very least, this is a mineable expansion now for the Terran. And Maru is already starting to set up shop. Getting a bunch of defensive units here in place. Serral is going for a Nidus Worm in this direction to maybe go for a counter-offensive. But Maru now retakes the base over here at the bottom yet again. The siege tank spread is really, really good. But here's the mules. And this is where the mules are so nice. Using them to quickly mine out a base like this. Well, you know it's the shared one, right? Like, it's the one that requires you to get to the 50-50 mark. Such a powerful tool. Well, such a powerful tool. More and more siege tanks die. Planetary over here, though, is done. Okay. I'm expecting the Terran bank to go up quite significantly now. Good fungal growth over here. The ghosts cannot run away. Juicy hits for Serral. Serral making all the right choices, it seems. Couple of Hydras here to finish off another command center. And while we will have a bunch of mules landing over here too, got a feeling that this orbital is in a world of trouble. I'm assuming Zerk is going to be back for more momentarily. Those 2 Hydralisks. I don't know if it's a punishment or a promotion to go from a Hydra into a Lurker, but either way, they're going to be able to continue harassing here in just a moment time. So I was going to try and see if he can break this position open right over here. Blinding Clouds onto one of the tanks. Another planetary fortress will fall. Man, we have had so many command centers die. How many are we? It's actually only 4. I guess the ones in the bottom right, I mean, there's been a lot of orbitals. They've been lifted off and they've flown away and then returned. 12,000 resources, though. Lost more, it seems. A little less, I guess, with the gas, but a very significant amount of resources lost here. A difference, that is. About 10k more on the side of the Zerg. Maru's still able to max out. Finds out that he can make another command center, so, you know. When you learn you can make a command center, you make a command center. It's the Terran golden rule. Serral now is going to be able to get that Sky Zerg transition going. And interestingly enough, the first time that these air units hit the battlefield, they're practically already maxed. It's rare that we see that. +3 armor is coming up, +3 attack is already done. So this is like the first proper air unit, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, not a single Corruptor have died. They spawn with 3-2. Widowmines here set up yet again. Banelings are trying to roll through. Serral decides to back up. So many tanks, though. Blue Flame upgrades also added into the mix. 11 Brother Lords coming up. Brute Lord Infestor. A unit composition as old as StarCraft 2 is. This was like the first broken thing in the game. Since then, Infestors have been nerfed about 17 times. But back in 2010, this unit composition was so utterly OP. I think the Infestor is probably the most nerfed unit in the entire game, and it's still pretty dang good. I don't think anybody would say that Infestors are weak. Alright. Yeah, and this is the first time the Brute Lords are seen. And they just hit like absolute trucks. I kind of like, though, that we have so many orbital commands. Like, planetary fortresses are strong defensively, but they can't fly. Against Brute Lords, against Lurkers, maybe it's better to just get orbitals going. Maru now, though, he realizes that the majority of the Zerg supply is in the bottom left, or the left side of the map, so you may as well test the waters in the middle. Gonna be able to take care of that base pretty quickly, it seems. You need to be careful, though, with this group of roaming units. Losing all of the ghosts is not what you want. Serral's gonna try and take the base again over on the right side, and in the meantime, Maru will probably try to see if he can retake the base over on the left. Fusion core coming up. Thor production starting to kick in right now, mostly because of the, well, long-range anti-air option. Look at the resource counts right now, though. Look at the banks. Both players are starting to get to a spot where it's nearly identical. So even though Serral was leading that very significantly not too long ago, as we see a lot of snipes going down, great EMP as well onto the Infestors. Slowly but surely, Maru is closing the gap. And I think actually at this point, after the exchange here, the gap has been closed. Yeah, Maru's army size is growing. He's replacing the lost SCVs with more attacking units, whereas Serral is having a difficult time remaxing it out. Drones trying to make their way over here, but it's an absolute bloodbath. 16 drones fall just like that. Now suddenly it kind of feels like Zerk is all in, man, in a weird way. He needs to get another base up and running soon. Otherwise, he's gonna fizzle out really quickly. This man used to be rich once upon a time, but now he's running out of cash. It's like the Zerk lottery winner. He still has a banger of an army, though. It's just not that big anymore. Tactical nuke. Yet again. A couple of Thors are stuck inside of the main base. Oh, careful. He knows that there's a nuke coming over here, right? Like, I mean, this is the easiest red dot to spot. Well, Brenda and Karen did not get the memo. They're gonna get nuked. A couple of Zerglings underneath as well. Running to their same demise, but... in the meantime, Terran has taken over the base that was previously the Zergs on the right side of the map. And this is an absolute masterclass from Maru. Serral did not play poorly whatsoever, but he's getting destroyed. Maru's just owning it here. We still have two good... we still have two Thors stuck inside of the main base. But Maru does not need them. GG. Welcome to the Ruby Rock. Actually, the scoreboard is not accurate. This is a 3-1 advantage right now for Maru. And now that Maru is on match point, we go for a... okay, an SCV scout? We don't. This is not an SCV scout. This is an SCV proxy. Do we send the third? Ay, Maru. Maru is ready to put it all on the line. After we have played 3 near half-hour long games. Actually, I think the first one was over a half-hour long. We are now gonna try and see if we can get the job done in just a few minutes. I mean, he's got a bit of wiggle room. Worst case scenario right now, he loses the map. It's 3-2 for Terran. Not a bad spot. I mean, if you do this build 3 times back to back to back, what are the odds of Zerk defending it every time? I honestly don't really like Serral's chances in that regard, to be honest. Like, unless he starts hard countering it, I suppose. But if you go hedge gas pool, the margin for error is so small. And it really is. Like, the critical part here for Zerk is that he sniffs out that this is coming. And right now, he does not have an Overlord even remotely close. This OV is going to be protecting the high ground. The first one has gone straight across the map. He will know that something fishy is going on when he sees that there's no command center building. But at that point, it might already be a little bit too late. Then again, though, this is an absolute world-class Zerk. He has defended this type of shenanigans many, many times before. And I've seen him defend some ridiculous proxies. But this is always scary. A very committed all-in here for Maru versus a very normal early game for Serral, but he does not know. First bunker starts up. It's important to start up the bunker before the creep spreads too far. Immediately, drones are pooled. Serral needs to make sure that that bunker gets denied, but likewise, he also needs to make sure that the drones here live. He's trying to get a surround on some of the Marines. Not ideal. Nice targeting here by Maru. He is going to lose a few of the Marines right now, though. In the meantime, we did have some Zerglings getting produced. 2 Queens are coming up. Okay, that SCV goes down. There's still a bunch of them remaining, though. Okay, command center, bunker over here gets cancelled. 2 Queens just about to pop out. And this is one of those defenses yet again, man, that looks really nice. Yeah, you paid a price with a bunch of drones. But I mean, as the dust settles, is this such a bad position here for the Zerk? Well, I don't really hate it for Terran, don't get me wrong. Maru's actually just doubling down. He does need to finish up this supply depot ASAP. Maru's actually just going to go all in. Wait, are we going to pull the boys again? I've seen him do that a few times as of late. He might just. Because he's still pumping out the units. Yes! Oh, he does it again. He does it again. He did this not too long ago as well to clutch out another series, leaving pretty much everybody behind. Maru is going to try and do one final all-in for all the marbles. There will not be any bunkers, but there will be SCVs ready to tank the damage. And this is so scary for the Zerk. Serral did go for link speed, but all he really needs right now is bodies. He just needs links. He's been making non-stop links, though. He has not added on a single drone, I don't think. Here we go. The SCVs arrive. Serral apparently could smell this coming in from a mile away. The positioning here, though, if he can actually wedge his units and reduce the surface area, it looks really good for Maru. The hatchery itself is taking a bit of a beating. This is when Serral decides to pull the trigger. The queens, they are in a decent position, but look at those SCVs tanking the damage. Pretty much none of the Marines have died, and just like that, Maru gets the job done yet again in the dirtiest way possible. Serral gives him the GG well played. Hello everyone, my name is Lowko, and welcome to a best of 5 series of top level StarCraft 2. It's time for a Zerg versus Terran. We're in the upper right hand corner, playing in blue, we have none other than Reynor. And all the way in the bottom left, playing in red, we're looking inside of the main base of Maru. Now, of course, I recently had a look at a series between Maru and Serral, and I think, without spoiling all too much, I think we can all conclude that Maru's Terran versus Zerg is phenomenal right now. He really has been ranking up once more again, right? Like, obviously, he's always been one of the very best players in the entire game. He's one of the very few, well, StarCraft 2 players that have earned more than $1 million in tournament earnings alone. So he's always been successful, but there was a time when he was struggling a little bit more, and it kind of felt like he was maybe not playing as much. I think it's all fair to say that right now that is not the case whatsoever. Maru has been playing some spectacular StarCraft, but really the same can be said as well for Reynor. About a year or so ago, Reynor definitely wasn't playing a ton of SC2. He was actually streaming a ton of League of Legends. I believe he actually still does. Anyways, there was this running joke in the StarCraft community that if you play too much League, apparently you start getting bad at StarCraft. Now, it was very clear though that after a few months of that, Reynor got back to SC2 and he started crushing noobs left, right, and center once more. And at this point in time, Reynor is looking sharp. But after that series that Maru played against Serral, I am gonna favor the Terran here. Maru has just been looking on another level, even surpassing Clem, at the very least in the last few series that I've seen him play, even surpassing Clem in this particular matchup. What makes Maru so scary is that he's not afraid to go for these weird and wacky builds. We've seen him play a lot of Terran mech lately. He's been going for weird strats. This, for example, is a command center first, and, you know, even though I think Clem is an absolute monster, probably the best Terran player on the planet overall, he's relatively predictable. He likes doing the same thing over and over and over again. Maru, though, is not afraid to mix it up, and I feel like going command center first in game number 1 of a series is already a pretty good example of exactly that. Just getting all of those, well, SCVs out nice and quickly, dropping the mules 2 at a time nice and early. It's a bit of a gamble. If you go up against the spawning pool first, you could be in a world of trouble. But really, what are the odds of Reynor going for a pool first against Terran? They're never quite 0, but I would probably put him in, yeah, I would probably put him at less than 10%. Triple hatchery build right here from the Italian Zerg, who, by the way, is playing in the Basilisk Korean clan. As you can see, that I believe is his, well, account that he uses on the Korean server. Reynor's been spending a lot of time over in Korea, so I'm assuming, therefore, that there is not going to be any ping for either of these two players, because they will both be playing on the Asian server. SCV is here forced to run around for a little bit. Quite annoying for Maru. He does take a bit of a hit in potential lost mining time, but as long as you don't lose anything critical, it is all fine. He does kill 4 of those links, and obviously that means that usually Zerg will be forced to remake them just to not take any damage from any of these early game units. Still though, Zergling speed is already on the horizon, so I don't think the Reaper can stick around for all too long. He's likely going to be grouping up with his buddies in a sec. His buddies, there they are, the fire trucks. Or, well, they're like the opposite of the fire trucks. They even have fire on the side of it, dude. Do you think fire trucks in real life should have like little flames painted on the outside? Maybe in some countries they do. Over here in the Netherlands, they definitely don't. Sadly not. I think that's an absolute, it's a missed opportunity, really. Anyways, Overlord Scout is going to reveal the timing of the 3rd command center, and Reynor will be quite happy with that. Now, we do already have double gas inside of the natural expansion for the Terran, so I wonder if we're going to be seeing some additional factories planted down here in just a moment, because, well, Maru is already starting to stack up quite a bit of Vespene. He's started off here with some Hellion Banshee play, nothing out of the ordinary at all, but there's no second tech lab onto that barracks, and I think after this Overlord is gone, we're probably gonna see some additional factories. A little bit of Terran mech to start the day off. Okay. Lair coming up right now for Reynor. Roach Warren also coming up for him. That's nice. Oh, look at this. Double armory? This is double armory before factory 2 and 3. This is a very greedy Terran mech build. Like, look at what the Terran actually has at this point. We're 5 minutes in. He's got 7 Hellions and a Banshee, and really not a lot of unit production at all. Hyperflight Rotors coming up right now as well after the cloaking upgrade. Now, quick little Spore Crawler morphs right there from Reynor are gonna keep a lot of this around. He did pull the drones nice and early as well. Oh, transfusion onto a worker too, just to keep everything alive. So very clean defense here from our Zerg. But he has no clue about the switch into Terran mech just yet. Those factories are coming up. Maru will be pumping out what will likely be a bunch of siege tanks here momentarily. And at that point, he will be reasonably safe. But look at this. We already have a 4th command center. So this is triple command center after a CC first, double armory, then finally additional factories, and then we go in straight into a 4th command center too. It is a greedy build, but I think he's gotten away with it. Right now, Reynor will see the timing of some of this. He will notice, okay, additional Hellion production, no combat shields on those Marines or anything along those lines. So even though he hasn't really seen the additional factories here, he will already know that this is 9 times out of 10 going to be a switch into mech. Armor coming up right now for the Carapace, right? For the ground units. And I guess at this point, there's not really a whole lot that Reynor can do about this anymore. Yeah, so his best odds are to drone up. Try to fight greed with greed. The Banshee hit squad going in. I still feel like Hyperflight Rotors is one of the most underused upgrades in the entire game. It's so cool. So that's the speed upgrade for the Banshees. These guys hit so freaking hard, man. They're nice. Yeah, even killing a gas geyser is good here. Doesn't even take that long. Do you think it's fair that, like, Banshees are... Even though they're played very frequently, I still kind of feel like they are an underrated unit. We definitely have not quite seen the bottom of it yet. I think there's more to be gained. Oh, look at that. They're going to be able to snipe a hatchery up north as well. At least delay it. Now, that is the 5th base of Reynor. He doesn't really need it that quickly. Instead, yeah, getting the gases going here at the 4th will be super nice. Blue Flame coming up here for Maru. Double upgrades already finishing. 7.5 minutes in. 4 command center Terran. It's 4 orbital commands as well. He doesn't even bother putting the planetary over here. Maru is so greedy, dude. And somehow he keeps getting away with it. Like, he can't keep getting away with this. Reynor could have gone for a lot of different pushes early game. Anything Roach-based, anything Zergling-based, anything Baneling-based would have been enough. Reynor could have gone for a Queen drop. He could have done many things to shut this down. But the problem is you're always dealing with limited amounts of information. And Maru is always mixing it up. So I don't believe we're going to be seeing this strategy again later on in this best of 5. And that's what makes Maru so scary. Zerglings here. Ooh, they would like to get the wraparound. Blue Flame is now done, but I don't think it really matters much. Nope. Nice cleanup right here by the Italian. Who's now just about to finish up his hive as well, by the way. Like, we're 8.5 minutes in. We have had quite a lot of action out on the map, but this is still a very fast hive. Baneling Nest as well added into the mix. I guess we're gonna go maybe a Greater Spire, maybe an Ultra Cavern. We have a bunch of Vipers coming up. 2 additional starports as well inside of the main base right now for Maru, who already has begun any sort of, yeah, Thor production right now. He's making multiples of those. Sometimes the speed, man, it still surprises me. Like, this is a game that's only 9 minutes long, and both players are already occupying so much of the map. They've already got so much economy and army and upgrades done, right? It's kind of nuts. Very few losses, actually, on the side of Maru. Maru in this particular series still playing under the Fatality team name. It was actually just recently announced that they did leave the team. I believe he's back to on-site now, so pretty neat that there are still, you know, organizations out there that are actively supporting StarCraft 2. Sadly, Fatality taking a step away. Obviously, a very large esports organization. Either way, he's still going to be representing them in this particular match. And Maru is going in for a banger of a unit comp, man. Look at this. He's basically maxed out. He's got all the economy in the world. Reynor, though, likewise has an insane amount of units. Zerglings come in and around the back. Blinding clouds going down onto the siege tanks. He's absolutely reading this Terran player like a book. Reynor shuts this down and makes it look pretty easy, although now is apparently the time that the Banshees come swooping in. Queens are desperately trying to chase it. They will transfuse whatever they can hit. Most players would be happy if they had half the amount of supply that these guys seem to be able to get by minute 10. Right? If you had half the amount of upgrades, half the amount of command centers, you'd probably be happy. Now, what do you do, right? Here's a little quiz. What do you do when you have just lost your entire army? Make 3 more command centers. Yeah, that was the correct answer. Now, you probably thought remake the army. You do that as well, but you also make new command. You turtle up from there. That's what you do. Feels a little bit counterintuitive, but Maru knows that this is not a Zerg ready to go across the map just yet, so that means more greed. This will be on the test, by the way, so I hope you've been making notes, or you've been taking notes. The end of year test is going to be crazy. Ooh, blinding clouds. Oh, very juicy ones as well onto all of the Thors there. Still, though, not enough firepower here for this Zerg army. I think the Banshees are likely going to survive this, but yeah, their numbers are not being replenished. Zergling run by right now going in. Over in the natural, over in the main base, over at the third. Reynor trying to run around and distract this Terran player to the best of his abilities, but there's blue flame hellbats set up in many locations. At the very least, they're going to be good at roasting the links. What about this main fight over here in the middle? Okay. Maru's going to be able to push it away. Base in the upper left is now done. Base on the right side of the map is coming up already too. We have +3, and then +2, soon to be +3 as well. We have a triple Evo build here from Reynor. Like, that alone is already weird. But so much has happened in this game that I haven't even really been able to highlight it. But this man has been playing triple Evo. We've had 4 battles, and now we've had 3 Vos. What else do we got? One downside right here for Reynor, though, is that killing SCVs is always nice. But, is it important when your opponent has like a half dozen orbital commands? Or actually, that's... I was thinking that's an exaggeration, but how many does he have? No, he's got 7 of them. 7 orbital commands right now, 1 planetary fortress, more CCs added into the mix. Do you even really care right now as a Terran if you lose a couple dozen SCVs? You can just rebuild them. The harassment is never going to be free for the Zerg player either. Well, the hit squad of Banshees, even though maybe they haven't really been added any... Like, no new ones really have been added into the mix. Many of these have more than a dozen kills each. That's pretty sick. They did get repaired, and they did find a few more snipes there onto the Lings and the Banes. My god, he keeps going. Yeah, if you give Maru a chance, he will just take 80% of the map. Be it Bio, be it Terran. Look at this unit composition right now. Like, what are we witnessing? This is pure Hellbat Thor? He's trading them out so aggressively, though, that he can also swap them into something else. Like, if he loses the Thors, he can go back to Siege Tanks. If he loses the Banshees, he can, for example, add in more Cyclones. He's got upgrades for everything. He's got a lot of production structures, too. Yeah, Maru is just such a monster. Reynor's playing some really stellar StarCraft. You know what? I actually think this is an advantage here for the Zerg. Well, not for these Zerg links, specifically. But, he is doing it really nicely. But I feel like we've never really seen Terran get played like this, you know? At least in my mind, whenever we're talking about Terran mech, it's this very slow, very methodical approach. The type of army that you don't really do anything with until you're fully maxed. But Maru here is making it look like a very nimble unit comp. One that you can just, well, switch into and out of whenever you please. We've got ourselves a bunch of infestors now added into the mix. Those Banshees, by the way, are still around. 10 kills, 17 kills, 10 kills, 18. Yeah, they're not messing around. Very efficient. And you know what? Maru agrees. He decides to add a couple more into the mix. Most of those kills have been Zerglings, Banes, and Drones, but there are some Ravagers, Queens, Spore Crawlers, and all the rest of it into the mix too. Banelings right now rolling into Hellbats. Keep in mind, though, that Banelings cost gas and Hellbats do not. Gas usually being the main bottleneck in the late game, so even though they're good at cleaning it up, Maru won't be all too unhappy about it. Oh, well, he will be unhappy about eating those biles. Blinding Clouds really disrupting the movement here of these big units. Man, I love Thors. They're one of my favorite units, but I also consider them to be like the absolute bottom tier for Terran. You know, like, think about the worst Terran units. In my mind, they're also like... It's weird because, like, the worst Terran units in the game, in my mind, are probably the Battlecruiser and then the Thor. They're also my favorite units. Like, as somebody who just really likes science fiction, I feel like big mechanical vehicles, big capital ships, you know, like those, just generally speaking, are always going to be my favorite. But Maru is more than happy to mix it in. And I did see a fusion core on the production tab earlier. Yeah, it's probably just going to be for Liberator range and all the rest of it. Admittedly, there are really no, like, quote-unquote weak units in StarCraft 2. Every unit has got its place. It's one of the great things about this game. Reynor's been very good, though, with the parabombs. Look at these infestors waiting off to the side. Oh, okay, sure. Reynor's so pissed off about him. He decides to now bring them over in this direction. And I think he's gonna stack them together to then Corrosive Bile. Yep. I mean, he's also binding some of his own troops. And you know what? This was clumsily done here by the Zerg. Takes a bit of a beating. Maru came in clutch there to try and save some of the ladies. That's where you know the Zerg has gotten a little bit upset, I think. So, how many did we kill? 5 of them in total. There are still 2 of them out. Alright. Cool. We're going into 4 additional Rexes now. These have to be for ghosts. It's the only thing that makes sense. So this is full Terran mech. Zerg actually decides to commit. Big blinding clouds going down. Wait a second. Reynor wants to go Neural Parasites as well. He does Neural Parasite a bunch of the Thors. Initially, they were underneath the, well, defense, I guess, of the cloud. So actually kind of hurting Reynor's performance there. That looked like an incredible engagement for the Zerg initially, but it didn't really work out that way. Planetary there helping out quite a bit. Those siege tanks already as an anchor in the back. Both players take a little bit of a nosedive, though, when it comes to the supply count. Yeah, the weird part is that Reynor threw down Blinding Clouds onto the Thors, and then he Neuroparasited the Thors that were underneath the cloud. Obviously, Cloud is considered neutral. It also benefits... Oh, that's another big one. Oh, Zerglings around the sides. Ravager Biles in the middle, baby. That's hot. You know, it blows my mind sometimes how we are so many years into competitive StarCraft 2. Like, this game has been around for 16 years now. And somehow the players are still getting better. Like, how in the world are you still improving? How are we still seeing plays that were just unheard of a few years ago? These Zerglings are going to be more than enough. They're fully upgraded. Yeah, there needs to be a bit of a Terran army here. Not in time, though. The Liberator switch is coming up, but they're a bit slow. Ravagers, in the meantime, together with Roaches and Lynx, moving down towards that 6 o'clock spot. And what was looking like an extremely dominant game from Maru may have just tipped in favor here of the Italian Zerg, who really just, well, he bought his time until it was the perfect moment to strike. Those Banshees, though, have been a thorn in his side. He's just hoping for some lucky Corrosive Biles to permanently shut them down. This is going to force Maru to now be a little bit slower. He has repositioned the orbital command from the natural expansion, moved it up a little bit further north. You can see that those SCVs are likely going to have to be re-rallied as well onto the fresh mineral line. Zerg, in the meantime, taking all of the bases in the upper left. The problem here for Maru is that he does not have a lot of minerals. So he's got 11 orbital commands. I would not mind just seeing a minute or two of, 100% muling. Yeah, I just mule it all down. Get that money up. Because of Zerg commits right now, you need to be able to remax. Reynor doesn't know, but right now would be a perfect time for him to strike. He was waiting for just a moment to get his, units together yet again. Fully upgraded links, still putting in the work. Greater Spire right now coming up as well, but we have another big engagement. Those Thors, man, they just keep getting blinded. So to clarify, Blinding Cloud is neutral in the sense that the Zerg units will also be affected by it. Now, obviously, Reynor is targeting where he wants those things to go down. But if he has ranged units underneath the cloud, they would also be reduced to 1 range. That's why even when you neural Parasite a Thor that's underneath the cloud, and the cloud is technically thrown there by the Zerg, it isn't suddenly going to be within range of things again. Maru now going for the max siege army, and he's got a lot of those ghosts out as well. Ghosts with snipe are going to be phenomenal. They're obviously also going to be nice with EMPs onto, like, say, the infestors or even the vipers. All of it is a very valid target. Siege tank goes down. Banelings roll through. Loads of SCVs will die. In the meantime, we have orbital commands being targeted as well by pure Zergling. Reynor trying to see if he can gobble up all of those Terran structures from the inside out. Playing some fantastic SC2. Reinforcing it with 72 additional links. Resources lost-wise, this has actually been a very reasonable game for Zerg. He has lost more than the Terran. Not really, though, the goal here. Zerglings, oh, yet again, man. They really are by far the best Zerg unit in this game. The Corrosive Biles, the Infestors, all of it has been fancy. But it's these little guys that are really stealing the show. 25 minerals each, they're practically free. I can't help but say, by the way, that, like, this game seemed better for Maru when he still had the Banshees flying around. Ever since the Banshees have gone down, we've had so much more movement here from the Zerg. Clearly, he was preoccupied, trying to just stay alive. SCVs did run away from that mineral line, but they're here to save the planetary for a moment, and it's not going to live for very long. Reynor will have to back up. Doesn't have enough links remaining in this area anymore. +2/+2 coming up here for the ghosts alone for Maru. He's just getting all of the stuff. Reynor slowly transitioning towards what can be a proper late-game army in the form of Broodlords and Infestors, but he's gonna need a load of upgrades from those Spires for this to really be worthwhile. I wouldn't mind seeing a second Spire go down, just to make that switch a lot easier. It's gonna take forever to actually finish it up all in just 1 Spire, and he certainly has the resources for it. Maru, though, still making himself look really big and intimidating. And truthfully, with 26 SCVs and this Terran player now being maxed out, his army is massive. The problem is, he can't replenish it. And rarely do we see Terran, well, 23 minutes into the game, with no money in the bank. You need to have some cash. That's what he's aiming for, I suppose. He does have a lot of orbital commands. Still 10 of them remain. So taking this base over here is really good. I don't think Zerg can really push into it. He may very well try, but it's risky. It's a gigantic Terran army. This is Maru's lifeline, though. Like, he needs these minerals. If he doesn't mind these minerals, it's probably game over. So if Reynor can shut this down, that would be absolutely massive. Honestly, I think it's worth it just to give it a shot here for the Zerg, no matter the cost. It's risky, though. Look at this army, man. It's not going to be one that will easily break. Zergling run by instead. It's a lot of siege tanks, though. Like shooting fish in a barrel. Links do try to go through. Not a lot of spellcasters, though, for the Zerg in his area. Corrosive Biles are really effective. But this Terran army is just so bloody massive that he shuts it down and goes in for the counter immediately. Man, we should really be mining this, Maru. We've had this base for like a minute, dude. Where are we dropping those mules? Are we even dropping any of them? Maru's basically just not mining. That's so risky for him. The ghosts right now, ooh, they have to run away from the Banelings. More and more blinding clouds, more and more snipes as well, though. Big Daddy Thor will stay alive. A couple of auto turrets for good measure. That is a base gone. The income advantage has been an absolute roller coaster, but Reynor has been ahead in that regard for quite a long time. Maru may have just secured, though. With this positioning over here, yeah, the bottom right-hand corner. This base is still untouched. The mineral line up here has been mined by the Zerg, so these minerals will smell like Zergling. It's kind of disgusting. It's a cheesy... That's not a good thing, but... Anyways, they're better than no minerals, right? Like, some money is better than no money. Links are going in around the back. I'm assuming we will go planetary here, but this is Maru we're talking about, so you never really know for certain. Here's the Brute Lord transition coming up for Reynor, but keep in mind that these are Brute Lords without any armor upgrades. And these are fully maxed out Thors. Thors in high impact mode, so Thors have 2 attack styles. By default, they spawn with splash damage missile. When it looks like this, when they have these little shields, I guess, on the top of them, they're set up to high impact mode, which is single target damage instead. It gives them, well, single target damage output, so really good against Brute Lords. But maybe more importantly, they also get an additional range. Really, really handy against those Brutes, because the regular Javelin missiles, well, it's really useful against, like, Mutalisks or other clumped up units. Not ideal at all against Brutes, because you just can't reach them. If we have a bunch of, I don't know, like, fire bats. If we have a bunch of Hellbats in front of the Thors to roast the Brutelings, and then stutter step the Thors forward in the direction of the Brutes, they can very quickly take them down. Now, Thors versus Brute Lords, it is a dynamic that is honestly not explored very much yet on the current patch. So, in the past, Brute Lords absolutely thrashed the Thors. Blizzard changed it, gave the Thors additional range, and suddenly Thors started trashing Brute Lords. However, since the most recent balance patch, the Brute Lords are slower, but they also deal significantly more damage. So I'm not entirely sure how it works out. Obviously, if we get some neural parasites as well, that would change the dynamic very rapidly. That's, though, why we have those ravens up in the air and why the ghosts are on the ground to try and EMP it. Zergling run by right now, though. Reynor mostly threatening to move into the left. Turned out to be just fake, and that does shut down a lot of mining. Zerg did take this expansion over here. Barra bombs super useful. Reynor is ready to go and fight it. What about this little push over here? Is there enough Zerg to kill this command center? I don't believe so with those reinforcing Terran troops coming in, but that is an additional 21 SCVs dying. Maru remaking 9 SCVs at a time. We are now going to... Yeah, we're now getting to the point where apparently my interface bugs out. We've got triple digits replaced by 4 digits here. So more than 1,000 lings have died, and it starts looking a little bit clumsy here on the unit's loss screen. Apparently, whoever made, this particular UI never intended for more than 1,000 units dying of a singular type. That's when you know you're dealing with an epic game. The guys over at Blizzard never considered that as a possibility. More brutes coming. Man, I think Reynor really missed out, though, on the upgrades here. Like, he still does not have any armor upgrades. Likewise, we do need a couple more for the Terran player. I think especially the Liberators could use their +3 attack. But I don't think that's as big a problem, because the Liberators are a support unit, whereas the Brutes are like the main damage dealers here of Reynor's army. Okay. Maru securing this bottom right is massive, though. The fact that he actually has a bit of mining again is huge. He was up with his back against the wall, but it turns out he's got a huge back. There's finally these upgrades coming up that I was talking about. Ghosts actually do benefit quite a lot from these basic attacks. It's not really why they're here. They're mostly here as like a spellcaster, but they're still putting in some work. Honestly, it comes down, yes, to the Brute Lords and the Thors, but the spellcasters are really going to make or break the deal. If Neural Parasites connect with Thors, if Neural Parasite connect with Ghosts, if the Ghosts connect, though, with EMPs onto the spellcasters of the Zerg, like, there's a lot of variables here that are very difficult to compare. So, let's see, though. The Brute Lord numbers are massive. We have 18 of them. Reynor wants to go in. He wants to throw the little Brutelings. Yeah, he needs to hit something, right? Like, he wants to see where he can go. Maru slowly tightening the noose on this hatchery, it looks like. Reynor again, though, sending reinforcements on over towards the right side of the map. So it's the spellcasters together with the brutes over here, and then the more mobile army on the other side of the map. They will be swooping in once more. Maru already anticipating this exact play. Cloak gets activated onto the ghosts. There are a bunch of overseers nearby, but SCVs will certainly get blown to pieces. An additional 17 end up falling. This time around, though, Maru decides to rapid fire out a bunch of mules. Yeah, I wonder if we should have done that a bit ago. Hatchery on the left dies. Yes, all the SCVs may have fallen. But honestly, even though we have nearly lost 100 of those bad boys, I don't mind this spot very much for Maru. I think his army is better in a straight-up fight. And I think his economy is good enough. Reynor, though, keeps collapsing on top of it. He will go to triple digits worth of SCV kills right now, too. Keep in mind that this is, by the way, game number 1 of a best-of-5 series. We're a half hour into this already. And it's very clear to me that neither of these two is going to go down without a fight. Absolute banger. The fact that Maru, though, is alive, he's not even just alive. I think he's thriving. After basically being stuck in his opening quadrant, the fact that he got this base up and running and then this base in the bottom right is massive. Reynor's been distracted by that expansion on the left for far too long. I actually wonder if he should have just let this hatchery over here slide and focus on denying the bases on the right corner instead. Because, yeah, he got this base going for a little bit, right? But in the meantime, Maru secured 2 full mineral lines. And then Maru simultaneously also killed his hatchery again. I don't think it's great. I don't think it was ideal. Brute Lords now, this time around, have moved on over to the right. Not a lot of creep, though, in this area, and plenty of scans available. The banks are near identical for the players at this point in time. Maru is basically inviting Zerg to come and join him. Come and join me off creep. See how it goes for you. The Brute Lord numbers are still growing. We're up to 21 of those bad boys. A whole lot of fire bats, as a wise man once called them. A whole lot of, well, hell bats? Sure, added into the mix. He's making them out of the factories right now, which is kind of ironic. You don't usually see that all too frequently. Loads of Zerglings, though, and a couple of Ravagers end up getting roasted. The Brute Lords will certainly make quick work of these units. But now, yeah, with the very slow Brute Lords moving all the way on the left side of the map, Maru is using this as an opportunity to move forward with his main army. Reynor's still chasing this, and I honestly think... Look, the execution from Reynor has been excellent, the macro has been great, the micro has been good, but I believe that Maru is out-strategizing him. Maru's movement just seems to be a little bit better. Over these last 10 minutes, Maru has certainly been winning the strategic part of the late game, out-positioning the Zerg very heavily. This is where the Hive is located, by the way. Killing it would mean that there's no more potential Viper control. Like, no more, well, Viper control, no more Viper production. He kills the hatchery here, too, that Reynor's been trying to get up and running for all this time. Couple of snipies. Yep. Pew, 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 pew. Funkles will land. And that will be quite a few dead ghosts as well. Ghosts may be small, but they are expensive. In the meantime, we do have a ton of Lings running around. For what it's worth, by the way, the lack of the final armor upgrade does not matter against ghosts. Ghosts will deal flat damage with their snipe ability onto the Brute Lords, no matter the armor upgrade. And now suddenly, Maru has got Thors in the main base. Roaches, Ravagers, and Lynx trying to go in for the counterattack. But look right now, down to the bottom of your screens. Maru is leading this game. He has got more money in the bank. And Reynor is fizzling out. His only potential mining base just got killed. There's still a little bit of money coming in. But honestly, I don't think it's going to be enough. All of these mineral lines have been... yeah, they've got more potential in them for the Terran player. He's also now taken some of these mineral fields that were previously mined here by the Zerg for his own, and Right now, it's Maru who's gobbling up more than half the map's resources, right? Like, that's been the late game goal of Reynor this entire time. Sure, you may not take the best traits, but if you mine more than 50% of the map, Terran will likely fall eventually. Maru's been taking cost-effective traits. He's had phenomenal upgrades. His positioning has been on point. His micro has been pretty much flawless. His macro has been perfect. And now he's mining 50% of the map out. What is the out? What is the out for Reynor? Honestly, at this point, I think the best chance for Reynor is Maru taking a terrible fight. If somehow, some way, he can get the neural parasites onto those units. There's that Raven, man. This Raven has been with the army for ages. That was the other one. That must have been the same Raven that also threw down an auto turret a long time ago. Yeah, remember the auto turret? It's the same one. This guy is seeing the burrowed units from a mile away. Throws in a casual anti-armor missile too. But it's preventing Reynor from being able to sneak up with the infestors. At this point, I think Reynor's very best chance is to hope that Terran makes a tremendous error. But that is not what Maru is known for. Maru's saving himself a scan. I'm sure he's got plenty of those available with 12 orbitals. This one is even maxed out on energy. Yeah, he can basically just keep scanning and disable the fog of war for a long time to come. Now, Reynor does have one fight in him, though. And this is a super scary Zerg army. Positioning will matter. Keep in mind, of course, that these Zerg flying units don't really care about the location very much. If the Terran troops get stuck on a ramp or in a choke point or something like that, it's a bit of a disaster for him. Right now, though, Maru is just fishing for free kills. If you're tuning in just now for the first time, Zerg did not spawn in the upper left-hand corner of the map, although it kind of looks like it. This is not a map that's top left to bottom right. Liberators trying to get a choke onto this base as well, and they will successfully get that job done. Big EMP. All right. Removing some of the energy. Gets the full energy on the infestor sniped as well. Yeah, Maru may just be a little bit too good at the game, guys. Super expensive army, though, for Reynor. Nearly 9,000 gas. And this is apparently the moment that he decides to pull the trigger. Man, those infestors are just not able to close the distance very well. We do see some nice blinding clouds, though. The Thors are gunning away at whatever they can hit, and the Brute Lord count is high enough. We do have another fungal being thrown through all of this, but I think it's more than good enough for the Terran. Game number 2. We find ourselves on the map Winter Madness. I'm still not quite over the fact that Maru actually managed to clutch it. Isn't that crazy? At minute 20 or so, it really seemed like Maru was slowly fizzling out. And I think he realized it too. He realized he needed to make a play. The key right there was him reducing his SCV count temporarily for quite a while, as we have some Zerglings running around here. Oh, this is annoying for Reynor, or for Maru rather. Annoying by Reynor. So in that previous game, we saw Maru initially going up to about 80 workers. He lost a whole lot of them along the way and slowly replaced them until he realized, okay, I need to start making a move out onto the map to be able to take that bottom right-hand corner. And he set on I think 25 SCVs for quite a while. When he had that section of the map secured, he lost a couple of Hellions, then he replaced them with additional SCVs again. I don't know if that was intentional, but oftentimes the issue you run into is that you just have a really hard time defending your left side flank, at least on that previous map, defending the left side flank while trying to take the bottom right corner. You just don't have enough units to really get that done. But once you have the positioning up and running, right, you have all of the static defense, the planetary, you have your liberators and your siege tanks in position, then you can start dedicating some additional supply to workers again. So I wonder if that was Maru intentionally lowering his worker count to try and, you know, use that to his advantage. Because I think it was exactly what he needed. Reynor opening up here with a much faster spawning pool, getting a little bit of work done, but not really killing that much. He did delay the Terran for a while, though, and obviously one of the downsides here for the Terran is that you have that Reaper opener, but it also means that you put on a lot of pressure, but you don't really get a ton of early game economy with this. Ooh, Brenda's on the run. He does cut off the retreat path, but nice grenading. Okay. Somehow, some way, the full HP Reaper died, and then the two that were originally the ones getting chased, they end up being the ones that escape. Cute move right there by the Terran. Now his natural expansion, though, needs to be protected by Jimmy and the boys. We have Jimmy. We have Jim. We have Jimothy. James. I need more names for the Jimmies. What other alternatives can you make with the name Jim? Jimathan? Jarnathan? Jimantha? Jimbo? Jerry? Jimfrey? Jimfreud? Jimbalaya? Anyways, the Jimmies are waiting in the natural expansion for the Zerg to come in for a counterattack. Sometimes people ask me what I do for a living. Please just send them those 10 seconds. It will explain everything. It's all they need to know. Hey, by the way, what are we going for? Are we going Terran Mech again? Wait a second. All right. Strap in, boys. We're going to be here for a while. The Jimmies are fake. Wait, are they? He is going for a very quick second factory here and then a very quick armory, too. There is a single engineering bay, but this is a confused Terran, man. This is both Terran Mech and Terran Bio at the same time. Like, bro has got Stimpak, but he doesn't research combat shields. Like, if this was a viewer-submitted game, I would be shouting about how bad this build order is. Instead, we're looking at the most successful Terran player of all time, so I'm gonna let it slide. But just know that I have double standards, okay? What? There's a second entry bay coming up. Drilling claws as well. Are we just going... Alright, we're just playing Bio. We're just playing Bio with Mass Widow Mine. Little Zergling group, though, putting in quite a bit of work. Oh, that siege tank! Bro, that siege tank did more damage than the Lynx did, I'm pretty sure. That is so much damage done by the Zerg player. Maybe Maru can get some counter damage done, but no. Hey, I hope you're real proud of yourself, buddy. 17 kills. Pretty sure about 12 of those were your friends. Oh, well. I guess it happens. Double expo right here for Reynor. Reynor having a flying start in this particular game. Also because this Terran build order seems a little bit confused. Reynor's going double upgrades with Ling Bane. Straight Infestation Pit 2, so probably going into Ultralisks here eventually. Man, he's going for an attempted Widowmine drop with Drilling Claws. Maru, this is not Terran versus Protoss, okay? Can somebody explain to Maru that Terran is usually supposed to play slightly differently against Zerg than they do against Protoss? Does he not know? Well, Drilling Claws is a really nice upgrade, though. But the problem is, right, even if you kill a dozen workers at this point, it's really, like, it's annoying, obviously, but Widow Mines are not cheap. And it's just all... Yeah, it's just slow going, right? It just takes forever to get this up and running. So, by the time you get across the map, sure, you can kill a bunch of workers, but you're likely gonna lose the Widow Mines, and Zerg can easily replenish them. That was quick. I don't know if that was intentional. Another Widow Mine drop going in. Wait a second. Do you think Maru is, bear with me here. Do you think Maru is playing this game for fun? Do you think he's just having, like, is he like, Is he trying to... Is he having fun? Look at it. It's relentless. It's like the only mech unit he didn't make in the previous game, but he's making up for it now. Okay, you know what? I think a dozen workers is okay. Now we're up to 2 dozen. I had somebody asking in the YouTube comment section the other day what I meant with a dozen. Am I am I... That's... everybody knows what a dozen is, right? I did also recently learn, apparently, that some folks can't read analog clocks. I think the person that asked what a dozen is probably also cannot read a regular clock. I mean, yeah. Who doesn't? Badoomts. Anyways. Hydroling Bane. Viper's coming up as well here for Reynor. And we do have a whole load of additional barracks inside of the main base here of Maru. So this is him just really making an insane amount of Widow Mines, putting in a lot of damage with them, but then also losing loads of them in the process. Like, this is obnoxious to play against, but I'm honestly not sure if it's that great. Let's look at the actual losses, right? So we've had 20 Widow Mines, 5 medevacs, and then 31 drones. I don't think that's worthwhile for the Terran. Unless you're trying to have fun. I mean, it is a lot of fun to do this sort of thing, I'm sure. But, you know, he's just going. He just keeps running. The amount of gas you end up losing, though, with this is kind of ridiculous. Reynor is now over-droning, anticipating he's going to lose some of them. I guess, though, this is releasing all pressure on the other side of the map. Like, if Maru was thinking about, well, being attacked himself, I don't think he has to be worried about it anymore. This is, by the way, factory number 3 coming up. Factory number 3? Now 3 CCs as well? Very odd strategy here from Maru in general. The ways in which he's getting here are off the beaten path. Like, roughly speaking, if you zoom out, it will look like a normal Terran follow-up, which is okay. But the details here are very different than the established standard. Man, an additional 13 drones end up falling, though. So much damage being done. Bunch of them over here. Bunch of them as well on the other mineral line. In the meantime, we have the Terran trying to sneak out another base. Maru has very strong main character syndrome, right? Like or very, very strong main character energy, I guess I should say. He really does look like Mr. Terran. He's him. This is the Terran. He can do whatever he pleases and still make it work. When Blizzard wrote about Terran for the very first time, they were thinking of Maru. Even though there's a chance that Maru wasn't even born yet. Because I think Maru was born in like 1998, and that's when StarCraft 1 came out. Anyways. Science fiction, I guess, makes everything possible. Nah, but seriously. Phenomenal style here for Maru. Even though I don't think it's all too efficient, the fact that he's willing to bring this out is really cool. This is, by the way, from a $10,000 tournament, so this is not Maru just having a bit of a giggle in a weekly cup. This is a serious event with serious money on the line. Here we go again. Blinding Cloud onto the planetary fortress, onto the siege tank as well. I think after a game like this, Maru is allowed to rename himself to Jim. Like, he can be James. Jimothy. Whatever he likes, really. Like, any of the names that I got to previously. Like, he can choose any of them. He is Jim Terran. Not a very Korean name. Let me actually look up what Maru's actual name is. Is it close to the name Jim? Cho Seong-yu. No. But there's a J in his name. At least, you know, in our alphabet. So, it's closer than mine. My name doesn't have a J in it. Actually, my last name does. Never mind. I could be Jimmy too. If only I was good at StarCraft. Double upgrades, by the way, here for the mech units. So I wonder if this is actually still going to be a transition to mech eventually. Hydraling Bane is putting in quite a bit of work. Another Blinding Cloud, though, onto the Planetary, and that will be another command center that says goodnight. 17 SCVs die. Maru's like, bro, I had to work so hard for 17 drone kills. That took me like 7 medevacs. You just run in here and killed him in what, like 2 seconds? We do have to repair this, Maru. Oh, no. Well, it's kind of a sad moment here. Oh, damn. He got it done. He got it done. Don't worry about it. Cool guys are not afraid. We do have a little hit squad over here of burrowed banelings. Another factory or two coming up. This is actually a transition to mech. Like, we are going to ghost mech yet again. The way in which Maru is getting there is wildly different. And I wonder if this transition here is going to be problematic for him because it's slow, right? And Zork is just going to have free reign out onto the map for a while because of it. Reynor over here using it to his advantage. But the command center count is now being followed up with a high factory count. And like I said, we already had double armory going for a while. So last game we went straight to mech, into ghosts, and we ended up with ghost mech. This time around we started off with bio, went into widow mines, went into ghosts, and now we're going into mech. So we end up with ghost mech. Like, the path we're taking is different, but the end result may just be the same. Tactical nuke on the production tab too. I don't think there's enough right here for Zork though, is there? Banelings are trying their best, but Cloak gets activated onto those troops. Bunch of the Jimmies do end up falling on the right side. We have a little hit squad down at the bottom, but Planetary will be able to take care of it for now. Not a lot of mining going on. High-sec auto tracking. Building armor. Yeah, Maru is actually just an absolute beast. Seriously. What a god gamer. Sure. Of course he sees it. Of course. What did I even think? Why did I think that maybe his units would walk into that? Of course, no. We're not going to do something so noobish as that. Of course he was going to repair the orbital command. Of course he wasn't going to burn down. We have another Zergling group, though, on the right side. And these were annoying in the previous game, too. Reynor's signature move for like a decade now. It is those Zergling groups. And he still may be able to just overwhelm the Terran with it. He's got the bigger bank yet again. He's got the better army yet again. And he's going to be able to run circles around all of these units for times to come. Like, this is extremely difficult here for the Terran to break out of. He's going to be able to kill a hatchery over here, it looks like. Maybe eventually. The problem is he's also losing a ton of workers at home. And creativity is nice. But the standard is the standard for a reason. Reynor is going for a tried and true build. Maru going for something that is a little bit off the beaten path. And while I think he's going to be able to snipe this hatch, Reynor is in a... Oh, we have a couple of units burrowed over here. Reynor is in a much better spot. The base over here at the bottom, though. Yeah, this is juicy. Rapid fire. Onto every single one of the mineral fields. For some reason, the one over here on the left doesn't get a mule. Oh, we have two over here on the right. Ugh. Look away. In the meantime, we have some mules as well on the right side. It's keeping Maru in the game. 66 workers though, right? Like, it's making it difficult for him to cover all of his bases. In the previous match, we saw him reducing the worker count at this point in time. Like, he just simply didn't replace them for a while. I wonder if that is what he's going to do yet again. Oh, that was the Baneling detonating there. Ghosts have enough HP, though, for that not to really be much of a problem. Hydroling Bane tries to break through this yet again. The siege tanks will be blown to bits. Orbital Command has to fly away. Maru's still maxed out, but I don't love this position for him. Far bottom left-hand corner now taken as well by Reynor. He is becoming neighbors with Mr. James himself. He's him! He's him! It's what the whole neighborhood shouts whenever Maru opens his front door. But then in Korean. I don't know how they... I have no idea. Infestor sharking around the right side. There is no detection over here, so this could be absolutely massive. Wait a second. If somehow, some way, we can see a fungal growth here, that is a massive set of fungal growths! Oi, 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 oi! It looks like the Zerg can just barely not close the distance fast enough. And while I think many Zergs around the world will have to get some clean underwear after that particular play, I hate to inform you all that it didn't actually do much. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was, it was hot. It was spicy. It was exciting. Maybe slightly arousing for some, but, yeah, it didn't actually do anything. The Infestor just kind of died and the Ghost ran away. Now this hatchery in the bottom left-hand corner is going to be next. Reynor, though, has got his sight set on new targets on the right side. More mules, more SCVs will die. Likewise, though, it looks like we are going to go into the double hatchery kill as well on the bottom left. Dude, and very similarly to the old Republic, this is a pocket in the far bottom left. Maru was kind of fizzling out of money here, right? But this little pocket over here has multiple mineral lines, and he is attempting to take all three of them right now. I don't believe this is as easy for the Terran to defend. Like, especially the one in the corner is not as reliable as the one on the old Republic. Like, it's just a little bit closer across the board. But it is something to keep in mind here for the Zerg, because if you give Terran 3 mineral lines, you may actually start losing the match again. This has all been going really well here for the Italian. I mean, if Maru can be Mr. Terran, I think Reynor at the bare minimum can be Mr. Zergling. This man's Patronus is definitely a Zergling. Ay, ay, ay. Ha! Snuck in a couple of units still around the side, got the final hit in. Maru is unable to go deep onto creep, though. It's not really something he can afford doing. Beautiful, though. Really, really solid StarCraft 2. Planetary Fortress now in the far bottom left. Very solid work. We have another Infestor. Careful, don't get within that circle. Missile turrets, of course, are detectors. There's another one over there. Fungal growth can change the course of the game very quickly. And here we go again. Yep, Reynor throws down a blinding cloud. Fungal growth will be thrown onto the Ghost yet again. And this time around, it does connect. Beautiful moves right here by the Zerg. He's going to be able to shut down this bottom left-hand corner. And with it, I think he's going to shut down the chances for Maru in the game. Maru has very little mining. This base should be next, though. Reynor may just need to go back here to, well, maybe not lick his wounds, but just to, like, reinforce this army. Because this base in the bottom left-hand corner needs to be next. Maru knows it. He knows that this time over here is limited. He needs to grab whatever he can. Probably send all of the units in this direction, too. Here we go again. Another Infestor taking up a position. New Banelings are being morphed in. Loads of them. Hydroling Bane is reinforcing all of it. And Reynor is going to try and take another base down. This one should be very quick. Infestor does get sniped over here on the right side of this engagement. But I think Reynor can go in, snipe the planetary, go out. Yeah. Loads of SCVs die. Planetary falls as well. You back up. Perfect. I think that's the perfect fight. What is Maru going to do? He doesn't have a base over here anymore. All of these mineral lines are drying up. There's still a bit of money coming in from this one over here. Still a little bit over here too. But this is a Terran player who's on his last legs. And he just doesn't have a lot of stuff anymore. Reynor has a lot more mining. Just across the board. He's not even bothered taking this rich Vespian gas geyser. He wants to go in for a move yet again. This may just be the killing blow. Hydraling Bane is sailing in. The ghost numbers, though, are still high. This is an engagement deep off of creep. Yeah, and that's a very efficient fight for Terran. Don't underestimate the fight here with the Jimmies, man. That was expensive for the Zerg. Reynor can still replenish this, but he really cannot afford doing that too frequently. He's lost 12,000 minerals more. Yeah, a little bit more gas lost right here on the side of the Terran. Okay. Not too bad. Reynor, by the way, not switching into any sort of like Ultralisks this time around. No Brute Lords either. We're not messing around with any sort of Lurker play. No Overlord drops. No Nidus Worm. This is just pure Hydraling Bane with some Spellcasters for support. The Zerglings really have been working their magic. Yeah, we're going up to 4 digits worth of Deadlings again. Back-to-back games where... Oh, hey, look, Lurker Den coming up right now to get over the Nidus Worm. I was just thinking about it. We may need something a little bit more sustainable in the late game. But Reynor, in a way, is kind of like creating a contain on this Terran economy. Maru, though, is doing a good job again, right? Like, notice how his worker count is low. He's not replenishing the lost workers. Instead, he's trying to max out and just get a gigantic army going, which is what he needs to ultimately secure his bases and then also take the bottom left-hand corner again. This is a good Terran army, by the way, against lurkers. Like, we have Liberators. We already have 11 Ghosts. Even if suddenly a dozen lurkers show up, it doesn't matter much. Blinding Cloud yet again. Marauders in the front do get surrounded. Another big fungal growth onto the Ghosty Marines, and then also some of the Marauders. This base is going to disappear yet again. Still, Maru's supply count is big. The sheer fact that he has 50 supply more available for army alone is what is keeping him in this game. It's not a great long-term plan, but Reynor has got 84 of his maximum 200 supply dedicated to drones. Maru has 31. So as far as the army size goes, even though his economy has been down the gutter for a while, he's still able to get a bigger army out than the Zerg. Those mules are allowing him a artificial economy, right? Like one that is still reasonably good. I don't know if it's a great long-term plan. He may need to. Yeah, look, he does it again, just like in the previous game. He starts adding SCVs in the mix again. So when he believes that this area may be somewhat secure, that's when he makes a bunch of units again that can actually mine. I think it's brilliant. We haven't really seen this before. This base was mined by the Terran about 4 times over. Now apparently it's going to be the Zerg taking the final scraps. Greater Spire coming up too, by the way, here for Reynor. So he's going to have multiple sources of siege damage. Lurkers pop out. And this is super annoying, though, I will say here, for Maru. He is not prepared to deal with this sort of stuff right now in the main base. It's the first time he has to deal with Nidus Worms, and now it's going to be a new unit as well that he hasn't played against yet in this match. If the Ghost cycle towards the main base, which seems to be what is the case right now, then Hydraling Bane might be able to make the move over here on the left side. Maru is forced to evacuate the main base out of here. Okay, absolute disaster right here for Terran. One of the big problems for Terran is that this is also extremely APM intensive. So, like, it's annoying. Like, maybe you can clean it up if you spend enough attention, but it takes forever to actually get all of this up and running again. As a matter of fact, I don't know if he's ever going to be able to get it up and running because all those bases are gone. In the meantime, Hydraling Bane makes the move towards the bottom left-hand corner. Stim activated, though, by Maru, who's trying to run it over in this direction. Obviously, he does have the Planetary Fortress nearby. Planetary, though, will go down in just a moment again, and 13 SCVs bite the dust as well. Reynor doesn't have any gas anymore. That was expensive. He can replenish this with a lot of links, but gas right now is his main bottleneck. He has started up this rich Vespian gas geyser over here. He will definitely have to take a few more of these gases. He's got minerals, but nothing else. Still, Zerglings have been the backbone of his army. And I don't think Reynor's too upset about needing to add on more of those bad boys. But he does need a little bit of gas. Maru is going to make another move for it. And look at this. This is the old main base. Turning Maru into a nomadic species over here. I'm starting to get nerd chills. He's using the barracks right now as a wall to make it pretty much impossible for Zerg to break through that location yet again. Some tactical positioning here. Really making it difficult for Zerg to break through. He is going to try and just go for the full frontal assault instead, though. Reynor knows that this is risky. Now with those infestors those lurkers out of the main base, he knows that the ghosts are likely going to be occupying the bottom left-hand corner again. And he knows, Maru that is, that indeed that is a very likely chance. Maru decides to run back, though. He believed that that push over at the front was just a distraction. There are now big packs of Lings running all the way around. Ghost Academy in the corner of the main base will also get sniped. That's certainly something that Reynor needs to do. Reynor now is thinking about, okay, if you're having your entire army in the bottom left, how about I move into your third base? Scan over here reveals, though, the positioning here of the Zerg units. Is this going to allow Maru to actually defend against this? Reynor decides to back off here for just a moment. Takes additional gases right now in the corners. Reynor doesn't yet know about the wall, but he's going to find out about it right here. Well, you know what? The wall is very efficient at keeping the Zerg out. Stim get activated on all of those units, even though Reynor wasn't planning on committing. Infestors added into the mix right now again, too, for Reynor. Now that he's getting a bit of gas income yet again. But you know what? Maru actually has the bases. Like these, right over here, are the final, mostly untouched mineral lines of the game. Hold up right now, actually. Reynor has been leading this game for like the first 30 minutes of it. But if we zoom out and we think about this, is this a bad position for Maru? Maru has effectively now taken, if he mines all of this out, I think he's taken about 45% of the total map's resources, mostly because this over here is shared. The cost efficiency will more than make up for it. All Maru needs to do is sit. Oh, I'm starting to get nerd chills all over, dude. Maru had a phenomenal comeback in the previous game. This one feels more of a comeback than the previous one, I suppose, but Fungal. There's no reason for Maru to be here, man. This is risky for him. This may actually be an overextension for him as well. Loads of expensive units here for the Terran will end up going down, and it's not the end of it just yet. The Hydralisks lunge forward, and well, Reynor decides not to chase the ghosts. That was expensive. Supply count right here for Maru takes an absolute nosedive. That was a mistake. He cannot really afford doing it. Maru now finds himself unable to remax out. But you know what? He's got some minerals still coming in. For the first time in a bit, yeah, we see a bit of blue again on the income graph. That is not because Reynor has lost drones, but because he has no more mineral fields to mine. The main is out, natural is out, third base, fourth base, fifth base, sixth base, seventh base. We have a little bit of mining over here, and then a tiny bit of mining as well on those leftover scraps that the Terran previously held. Brute Lord's coming up again. 6 of those bad boys. This is a big indication that Reynor is making the transition to a sustainable army. He's been living very frivolously, spending money like he was never gonna run out. But suddenly he needs a bit of cash for retirement. The question is, did he save enough for retirement? Reynor was planning on only turning 69 years old, but it turns out he's almost 100. Unlucky. Or lucky. I don't know. Hard to say. He expected he would have finished the game by now. This is nice, though. Little hit squad over here of Brute Lords. What about the... Well, Hellbat's running away yet again. What about the siege tanks in the front? Is there enough Zerg to break through this all? I don't think so. I do not think so. Reynor's going to have to back up. In the meantime, the Ghosts are getting close, and judging by some of the bodies here on the floor, I think they got some good snipies off as well. Nice splits right here by Maru, though, pre-splitting his units. We do have another fungal growth being thrown down, but some snipes do eventually connect onto the Brute Lords. Transfuses, and we'll keep them alive! At least one of them, but that is a singular Brute Lord remaining. And the Ghosts run away. There's still a little hit squad over here, though, and this is not a great exchange from Maru. Like, he keeps throwing units at the wall, right over here over at his old third base, but he may just have the numbers. He's done it. Ay, 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 Maru. He's him. Correction. He's Jim. He's him. He's Jim. This is Himmy. This is Jimmy. I don't know. We gotta work on it, but there is no denying that Maru, believe it or not, is very good at playing this little video game. Yeah. You can tell why he's one of the two names really in the running of, well, greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time. It's always really been between him and Serral. Some people will argue that maybe Rogue has had a, you know, a reasonable claim for the title. But I feel like Maru and Serral have this thing where even when they seem to be losing, you can never count them out. Like, there's this instinct to just keep fighting and fighting and fighting and somehow solving a very complex puzzle. And Maru did it again in that previous match, man. It really felt like he was in a horrible spot. And somehow, some way, we are now here. And it's a 2-0 lead in the series for our Terran. Now, admittedly, it has taken I think an hour and 15 minutes or so. Some exhausting games to play back-to-back. It's another skill, actually, that the top dogs in SC2 have. I mean, I highlighted this previously not too long ago, but if you've ever tried playing a singular ladder game in StarCraft 2, you probably know how mentally draining playing a match of SC2 truly is. Physically, you actually burn a ridiculous amount of calories as well, just sitting in your chair, thinking. Thinking and pressing buttons. Now imagine you do that with a significant amount of potential money on the line as well, and you're playing in multiple series every single day. You know that in the meantime, whilst it's going on, there's many thousands of people watching, judging your every action, and then you have to play these long-ass macro games back-to-back. It is it's like running a marathon in a very similar, similar way, you know? Like, maybe everybody can kind of train to be comfortable running a marathon. I've never run one, I don't know. But maybe if you give everybody, like if you give someone like 10 years and you tell them, okay, you're going to train every single week between now and 10 years. You're going to run a marathon in a decade, right? I guess most people can probably, with that type of time frame, pull it off. But there's no denying that this is certainly similar to that sense, because you need to practice for this sort of thing. You can't just sit down and play like 5 best of 5s and then have banger after banger of macro game without completely falling apart by the time that the third match rolls around. It's so difficult to actually play matches like this. Maru, by the way, going for a little bit more Terran mech again. Maru does not care that these games have already gone the distance. He snipes the base over at the bottom, and now he goes back into Terran mech once more. Mentally, this also has to be a tough one for Reynor, though. Because he was leading both games. Like, he was leading both of those games. And then you end up losing it in the end. How tilting is that? How frustrating is it? Well, you know what? Those Banshees in the early game of game number 1, they were extremely useful. And Maru is bringing them back. Hyperflight rotors on the production tab once more. This time around, the timing of the double armory is a little bit more ordinary. In game number 1, he went like 4 command centers ridiculously quickly. He did get like up to 3 factories there, but Super quick double upgrades. This over here is a lot more conventional for Maru. Does give him more unit production early on. Yeah, allows him to go for little plays like this. Evo chamber blocks here from Reynor are good, though. Creating little pockets where the Hellions can't reach. Oh, I'm a sucker for moves like this, too, man. It's so nice. I mean, the Hellions could go around the sides, but it's too risky. You never know when the Lings are going to show up. Okay. We do have a bit of variety, though. The reason that the armory upgrades are at a different time, the reason that the extra factories are at a different time too, is because this is a different approach from Terran. Yes, it's still mech. Yes, it can still lead to a similar path. But this is what we call battle mech. So this is Hellion, Cyclone, Banshee. It's a very mobile version of mech. Obviously, it's a quick transition to siege tanks and Thors if that's what you end up needing. But this is a little bit different. This is also a style that got nerfed in the most recent balance patch. That's why we haven't really been seeing it as much as of late. Still think it's pretty good, though. We've already seen this base dice once. Yeah, I guess we're gonna lose it again. Dude, Banshees. I'm telling you guys, Banshees are actually so sick. Now to just go back home. Absolute legends. Double command center out front yet again. And you know what? Even though we have... It's a little bit odd, right? Like, we have some Cyclone production. We have some Cyclone. We do have some Hellion production. We have a bunch of those Banshees up in the air. He got the lock-on upgrade as well for the Cyclones, but then he proceeded to only make 2 of them. And now he's going siege tanks again. I wonder if he... I mean, it has to be a mind game, I suppose. I wonder if he showed it to Reynor, and Raynor's like, oh no, battle mech. There's Cyclones out on the map. I'm gonna go double upgrades and deal with all of this. Now, nice surround over here by the Italian Zerg. That'll be the end of this little hit squad. Yep, Zergling's going in around the back. Banshee's going in again, though, after the Hellions disappear. Reynor here is countering battle mech, but he's not playing against battle mech. Not anymore. This is a siege tank follow-up, and a lot of them. So the Cyclones do visually change. They get this little... You see the little red LEDs right on the front? Those are the ones you get when you have the lock-on improvement upgrade. And usually, you only get that if you're planning on making loads of Cyclones, because the upgrade is not cheap, and it takes a while to get. I think Reynor must have seen it, transitioned to countering Cyclones, and now he is not playing against Cyclones at all. So it's going to be Roach, Hydra, Ling... Viper here for Reynor, which I don't think is a bad unit comp. It should work out quite nicely. Maru adding on an insane amount of command centers again. If it's up to Maru, we're just playing another 45-minute game. He loves this sort of thing. Guys, if you're a Terran player watching this, I'm telling you, we need to see more Banshee play. These have been phenomenal. That is now the 4th time that this base gets the knight. Seriously. These units are so good, man. Underutilized, for sure. We have not seen 100% optimization on Banshee play yet. Maru's bringing them out right now, and I love it. It may also be due to the fact, though, that Reynor is starting to feel a little bit tired. It's important not to get too autopilot-y whilst playing the game. Obviously, there's always a very significant bit of, like, muscle memory at play, right? Where it's not like they're actively thinking. Like, it's not like Reynor's thinking, I need to go inject my bases. Like, that will basically be automated. Not by an artificial intelligence, but by a biological intelligence. AKA a repetition over thousands of games. Look at Maru over here. He gets some creep tumors while going for the base again. Targeted them down as well, and he's still gonna get it. No? He doesn't commit. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that'll be the end of them. Except for this one. Okay. Greater Spire on the production tab for Reynor. Now, every time the man's gone for Greater Spire so far in this series, it's been a loss like 10 minutes later. They give him a lot of sustain, but it doesn't really seem to really give him the firepower that he ultimately needs. He is now taking all of the bases out on the map, though. Finally, this hatchery down south is up and running. Double Nidus Worm as well right here for Reynor, together with a Lurker Den. Greater Spire. I mean, he's preparing for a late game yet again, too. Strap in, boys. We'll be here for a bit. I love the Medivacs here. Nice for a bit of repositioning, maybe helping out the ghosts. Keep in mind, you can no longer abduct sieged up tanks. Oh, EMPs were good. Are the Hydra numbers good enough, though? I actually still think that's one of the dumbest changes they've ever made to the game, man. So Vipers can no longer abduct sieged up tanks. I don't know why. It's stupid. You know why? Serral's too good at the game, man. I'm pretty sure if Serral didn't play StarCraft 2, half the nerfs by at least the bare... Like, I think at least half the nerfs for Zerg over, like, the last 10 years would have not happened. Anyways, Link swoop into the main base. Little changelings are set up right over here, providing vision for the Nidus network. Man, Maru's making Terran look so freaking powerful. I love it. Fire bats here, as a wise man once called them. Out at the front lines, trying to deny the base. Another Nidus network all the way in the natural expansion, though, which feels like it's so far away. Triple upgrade again here for Reynor. Reynor's got all of the juice to make whatever army he wants. But the question is, what army do you actually want as a Zerg against this? Like, what unit composition do you play against Ghostmech? This is a unit composition that doesn't really have any crazy weaknesses. I'm not so sure that there is a similar unit comp for Zerg. Reynor right now trying to see if he can maybe take a page out of Rogue's book. Rogue has been very fond of that mass overseer style. Reynor's gone up to 15 of those bad boys, and we obviously already have the double Nidus. Ooh. Fungal growths, blinding clouds, all of it is strong. You know, one little change that they did make in the most recent balance patch of StarCraft 2 was change the Ghost from 3 supply to 2, and they gave him additional health as well. So they went up 25 HP. I really wonder, right? Like, if these games would have happened on the previous patch, I don't think Maru would have been able to win. Like, that alone, if you played the exact same style, but the Ghosts were 3 supply each, and they took less units for the Zerg to kill, I am fairly certain that Maru would not have been able to pull off a style like this. Now, obviously, he wouldn't have played this style. He would have gone for something a little bit different. But this is, I guess, a very good showing of how powerful the Ghost can be in the right hands, now that we got that, that upgraded version of it. Tactical nuke added into the mix right now for Maru. This hatchery over here in the upper left, well, it's never really been mined by the Zerg, and Maru is going to be able to shut it down. This hatchery down at the bottom, attempt number 69 for it. Reynor has now lost 4 hatcheries, and I think it's all over here. Counterattack. No planetary coming up in this area. Nidus Worm inside of the natural expansion, but the siege tank not quite in min-range. He's going to be able to shut it down. Maru, in the meantime, going in for a counterattack. Even though he's under so much pressure, there's Zerg units every which way he looks. He still decides to commit to a counter. Loses a command center in the process, but he does kill a hatchery as well. This planetary is good enough. Ling is left behind to, yep, pop down another one of those Nidus Worms. Double Nidus Worm this time around. There's a secondary siege tank in the main base to shut this one down. Unsiege as well on the first one. Not going to happen, but I think the one on the left will finish up. Well, the ghosts are nearby. And he decides not to unload any of the actual lurkers. Let's see. We keep it going. We keep it pushing. The Zerglings will go into the mineral line. But as long as there's a bunch of Hellbats nearby to prevent the siege tanks and the SCVs from dying, I don't think this is really that big of a deal for Maru. That's the one criticism, I guess, that we can have in this game for him, or in this series. He's been on point in almost every regard, but the Ling run-bys have been hurting him quite a lot. +3 armor, +2 attack, +1 air attacks, all finishing up around the same time for the Terran here. I don't like this position very much here for Reynor anymore. Like, look at the map. It's not an impossible spot here for Zerg at all. He's got some money in the bank, but... Ooh, this Blinding Cloud is lovely, though. It's just that this all feels a little bit finicky for the Zerg, right? Like, you have this decent army, but you don't really seem to be able to make a force that can really directly beat that of the Terran. So if you have a similar bank, a similar amount of bases, isn't that just a recipe for disaster? I think this is exactly what Maru wants to have his opponent. He does take a bunch of banelings to the face on the Ghost, though, and that is expensive. Maru trying to see if he can secure another base over here. Tactical nuke also is going to be utilized onto this base. Okay, the Ghost ends up getting sniped, the one that was casting the tactical nuke. Man. 3 back-to-back-to-back long macro games. Yeah, so Maru has got a similar economy, but he's got a far more cost-efficient army than the Zerg can muster. So therefore, I don't really know what Reynor can do. Like, what do you produce here? What sort of unit composition do you make? Reynor has money to make any sort of army he wants. But what army do you actually make? He's trying to see if he can backstab. He's trying to see if he can use that advantage of the speed for the Zerg here. Getting the Hydras to dash a little bit closer yet again. Maru secures a new mineral line, though, and that is the absolute key for him. Lurkers on the left side, at least, are really annoying here for Maru to deal with. But he has cleverly built a lot of solid static defense at a lot of key locations. This hatchery is going to fall. Again. Whew. Yeah, Maru's too quick, man. Too quick. Too good. Too powerful. Too handsome. What doesn't he have? What can't he do? I've actually never seen him play Zerg. I've seen him play Protoss. Maybe he can't play Zerg. I would love to actually see Maru play Zerg. That'd be really fun. Night is Worm going up in the back of the Terran's main base yet again. This siege tank, for some reason, not sieged up. Yeah, he decides to do so right now. A little misplay right there from the Terran. Hatchery in the middle goes down. We go for that base yet again. Night is Worm in the main also does get denied. There's now triple tank available for Maru. He only really needs one of those bad boys to be within range to be able to shut this down. Little changeling there gets denied as well. Reynor keeps on sending out little pockets of those guys, but not quite getting the job done. And while we see Terrans usually run out of resources the longer that the games go because they have to build so many structures, that doesn't seem to be an issue here for Maru. Right? Like, how many games of, for example, ByuN have I cast recently where ByuN just has a similar amount of structures, but he doesn't have a bank? He's unable to really get the money in to reliably support all of this. Maru does not seem to have that issue at all. Hydras yet again get within range over here. The planetary fortress may be next, but he needs to be careful that he does not get cornered by this entire Terran army. Blinding Cloud has been activated, at least for a little bit. Yeah, he's thinking about killing the command center, but he also knows that that Terran army is out on the prowl. He does not want to be stuck right over there, but you know what? He may still be stuck. You can go for this fight yet again on this hatch. Man, this hatchery. This hatchery has been an absolute disaster. This is just... How many times? Seriously. The Banshee's killed it like 4 times. There have been a bunch of cancels. There have been a bunch of kills. But this mineral line has been an absolute, thorn in Reynor's side. Just not working out for him whatsoever. Those Nidus Worms are not free. The fights over here are no good for Zerg either. Maru is pushing pretty deep onto creep. If there ever was a time to commit, right now would be exactly the moment to do so. Blinding Cloud onto the siege tanks. Did Maru overextend? Does not look like it. He's got plenty of units remaining. He gives his opponent about a half dozen Gs. And just like that, it is Maru who wins the series 3-0. Now, a 3-0 win. Terran versus Zerg. Taking like what? An hour? An hour and a half? An hour and 45 minutes even? I don't know. What a ridiculous series. I think if Maru would have lost this map, he would be more than keen to play another macro game. Ridiculous. There are so many highlights here, though. Like, this is some of the very best Terran play I've ever seen. I've been watching SC2 for a decade and a half. It's ridiculous how much value Maru ended up getting there. Really good micro, really good macro, really good strategy. I love the Banshees in particular. I guess that was a bit of a personal highlight, but obviously those are hardly the hardest thing that Maru has done this game. Just controlling the battlefield and actually taking the entire map. That, I think, is so difficult for Terran to achieve. That's where we usually see Terran players falling short. Like, it's very common to, like, take one of the bases in the corner and then, like, be too far out onto the map to be able to defend the other side of your bases simultaneously, right? But Maru seems to have enough units to then defend all of the different groups of the map at the same time and somehow, some way, keep the Zerg player at bay, even with Nidus Worms in the main and aggression all over the map. Just phenomenal gameplay here by Maru. GG.